Welcome to Simplilearn's Java full course. Java is a popular programming language used to build websites, mobile app, and business application. In this course, we will help you learn the key skills needed to become a Java developer. One of the Java's biggest strengths is that it works on any operating system. Its object-oriented design makes coding more organized and reusable, while its libraries and frameworks make building application easier and faster. So even in 2025, Java remains one of the top programming languages, with growing trends in cloud computing, big data, and AI. Java is still in high demand. Companies are actively hiring Java developers to build, maintain, and upgrade applications. Learning Java can open doors to exciting career opportunities. So let's get started. Also, if you want to advance your career as a one-stack developer with a full-stack development course, master MongoDB, Express.js, React, and Node.js along with Git, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript to build and deploy interactive applications. In collaboration with IBM, this 6-month online bootcamp offers hands-on learning through professional projects, advanced AI coding tools, and job assist services. So hurry up and enroll now and find the course link in the description box below.
In today's era, the internet and smartphones have become an integral part of our lives. We use our phones for almost all of our day-to-day tasks. Earlier, we used to shop at malls, queue up in front of banks, and make our travel bookings at travel agencies. But now, we can do all this in the comfort of our homes using smartphones. All of this is possible because of a high-level programming language called Java. Hi guys, welcome to this video that will tell you everything you need to know about the class-based, object-oriented programming language Java. Java is an object-oriented programming language that is used in a distributed environment on the internet. It is a high-level language that is easy to read and understand. Java is popularly used in console, graphical user interface, web and mobile applications, game development, and also to make embedded systems. Apart from these, Java is also used to develop software for devices. It is used not only in computers and mobiles, but even in electronic devices like televisions, washing machines, air conditioners, and so on. Online forms, banking, and shopping are possible because of Java. Java is a computer-based programming language invented by James Gosling and Sun Microsystems in 1991. He had a single motto while creating the language. It was write once, run anywhere. This meant that the code would have to be written only once, but it could be used anywhere. They named this language Oak because of the oak tree outside Gosling's office. Later, it was named to Green, then to Java Coffee, which was named after the coffee from Indonesia, and finally to Java in 1995. There are 3 editions of Java. Each programmer can learn any of these editions based on the application they want to make. Firstly, we have Java Standard Edition. This edition contains core libraries like java.lang, java.util, etc. Secondly, we have Java Enterprise Edition. This edition has APIs like JMS, EJB, JSP, servlets, etc. And lastly, we have Java Micro Edition, which is used to program Java in cell phones, set-top boxes, handhelds, and so on. Java is an object-oriented programming language based on C and C++. However, it is improved and simplified to solve the errors in programming. Java files are converted to bitcode format using a compiler and then executed by the Java interpreter. The whole Java code is run on the Java virtual machine, which provides a runtime environment. Now the main concepts in Java are its methods and classes. A method is a block of code that performs a task only when it is called. Consider this example. While watching TV, you use the TV remote to change channels. Each button on the remote performs a different task. Methods in Java are the same. We can have methods to add 2 numbers or email a person or to convert kilometers to meters. A group of methods make a class. Classes are used to organize code just like how fruits, vegetables, and clinical products are divided into different sections in a supermarket. There are a lot of features in Java. Let's start by looking at them one by one. It has a simple syntax and is very easy to understand and learn. Java language is robust. It eliminates errors that occur in the C and C++ languages. Java also has features like garbage collectors and exception handling. This makes Java very unique. The most popular feature of Java is that it is platform independent. Here, compilation happens in bytecode, and because of this, Java can run on any machine. It is a very secure language as it contains no virus. Java has a feature of multi-threading. The feature of multi-threading helps Java do multitasking. Java is a portable language as it can run on any platform, and data type sizes are set permanently. So Java program has a fixed size of the code. The last of all, Java is not as fast as C and C++, but provides higher performance than any other language. Now let's see OOPS concepts in Java. Java has 4 concepts: abstraction, encapsulation, inheritance, and polymorphism. In Java, we use objects and classes related to the real world that makes the code easier to make and understand. Abstraction means showing the relevant information that is needed for a task. Encapsulation makes the Java code secure. Data is stored within the classes, and it is not easy to access the data. The next feature is inheritance. As the name suggests, the attributes and characteristics of one class can be inherited by another class. Because of this, coders take less time to create the code. Lastly, we have polymorphism, which means using the same method for different tasks. In Java, we can use the same object or variable in 2 different places where their tasks will differ.
Who is a Java developer? So Java developer basically is a professional computer software developer who uses Java programming language to build the software. Now Java developer mainly uses Java to build software for desktops, mobile phones, and also develop software for similar electronic devices such as a smartphone, tablet, etc. Now to become a Java developer, we need to have at least a bachelor's degree in relevant stream, preferably computer science. Later you might want to join an internship or a training exercise that involves a project or some highly recognized certification like Oracle Certified Java Developer. Then your dream job in your dream company. So this was a simple walkthrough or roadmap to become a Java developer. Now moving ahead, we have our main topic for today's discussion, that is the skills required to become a Java developer. Now we shall categorize this into 2 stages. One is the beginner and the other is the professional. We shall discuss each one of them separately. So first we will start with the beginner. So these will be the basic skills that any interviewer will be expecting out from a pure beginner. So in the beginners section, the first skill that we will be discussing is related to the object-oriented programming concepts in Java. So for a beginner, the concepts of object-oriented programming in Java play a very important and vital role for an interview. So he or she should be having a strong grip over the object-oriented programming concepts in Java. So followed by object-oriented programming concepts in Java, we have the next important concept in Java, which is the file input and output operations and serialization. So serialization is another way of executing your code from a different place. For example, if you write a code and you wanted to execute the same code in a different place in a different computer, all you can do is just serialize your code to that particular system and there the same code will be executed. So followed by the second point, the third important skill we need to have is the good understanding of data structures in Java. Data structures or Java collections are the most crucial parts of programming. So for a beginner, it's really important that you have a good grip over all the Java collections. So followed by that, the next important skill you require is to learn how to handle exceptions. So exception handling plays a vital role in real-time programming. So you better have that. Next, after exception handling, we have the good understanding of JVM and memory management. So JVM basically is the Java virtual machine. So what happens in Java is you write a code and that particular code is compiled and converted into bytecode. So this bytecode will be transferred to JVM and then JVM executes your bytecode and results in an output. So you need to have the good understanding of JVM and the memory management concepts in Java for a beginner level. So followed by that, the next important thing is multi-threading and synchronization in Java. So all those were the basic and important crucial skills required by a beginner if you're attending for an interview, because these are the basic skills that every interviewer will be looking out in a beginner. So let's have a quick overview of the skill set again. So for a beginner level, the major skill sets that you require are to have a good understanding of object-oriented concepts in Java. Next, the file input and operations and serialization concepts in Java, good understanding of data structures or collections in Java, exception handling, JVM or Java Virtual Machine and memory management, and finally multi-threading and synchronization. So these were the major skills that are required by a beginner. Now, followed by the skill set, we will have another slide that depicts about the IDEs that you must be comfortable with. So for a beginner, these are the basic IDEs that you should be comfortable with, which are IntelliJ, Eclipse and NetBeans, and also these are the mainly used IDEs in real-time programming as well. So if you are comfortable with these three IDEs, then it will be an added weight to your resume. So followed by the beginner, we enter into the next level, which is the experience level. So this is really important. So we have multiple skills required by an experienced level candidate. So the first one amongst the important skills required by an experienced level candidate are a good knowledge of big data and artificial intelligence. Yes, you heard me right, artificial intelligence. There is a major misconception that R and Python are the only languages that are built for artificial intelligence and data science. But in reality, even Java can perform the artificial intelligence, data science and machine learning jobs using the new libraries which are dedicatedly written for the purpose. Now for an advanced or experienced level candidate, the knowledge of these libraries and the workflow is really important. So followed by that, the next important skill required by an experienced level candidate is a good understanding of blockchain. Next, after the blockchain, there are multiple big data frameworks out there which you need to learn. Next, after that, we have microservices, Spring Boot, and scripting languages such as AngularJS, React.js, and JavaScript. So let's have a quick overview of the skill set required by an experienced level candidate. So those are AI and ML libraries in Java, good understanding of blockchain, Hadoop and big data frameworks, Spring Boot, microservices, and finally advanced scripting programming languages like AngularJS, JavaScript, and React.js. Now these skill sets might look big, complex, complicated, and hard to digest, but Java developers are categorized into multiple streams of development. Just for example, we can see Java developers working over web development, Android development, full stack, big data, machine learning, artificial intelligence, and many more. Now let us consider three most popular streams where we find Java developers, which are the web development areas, Android development areas, and finally the full stack development areas. So first we will discuss the skill set required by a web developer. So for a web developer, these are the major skill sets required, which are the good knowledge of Java Servlet Pages or JSP, popular markup languages such as XML, HTML, and next after that we have Model View Controller. So one should have a good understanding of Model View Controller or MVC architecture. Followed by that we have good knowledge of web technologies like CSS and JavaScript, and finally Java applets. So the important frameworks for a web developer to be well versed with are Apache Struts, Play, Google Web Toolkit, and finally Grails. So these are the popular frameworks that are currently in trend and used by Java web developers. So followed by the web developer, next we have is the Android developer. So an Android developer is a software developer who specializes in designing applications for Android Marketplace. The Android Marketplace is a direct competitor to Apple's App Store. This means most of the Android developers' job revolves around creating apps that we use on our smartphones and tablets. Now the skill sets required by Android developer are good grip over the Android SDK or software development kit, next the Android testing, followed by that a better understanding of Android API and database connectors like JDBC and Android security, and finally Git version control. Now Git version control will be really helpful to keep your code updated. Now followed by the skills required by an Android developer, we will go through some important frameworks and user interface development software tools required by an Android developer in real time. First, let us discuss the user interface development tools like Flutter and React.js, which are the most popular ones amongst the others. So React.js is an open source front-end JavaScript library for building user interfaces or UI components. It is maintained by Facebook and a community of individual developers and companies. React can be used as a base in the development of single page or mobile applications. So next after React.js we have the Flutter. Flutter is an open source user interface software development kit created by Google. It is used to develop applications for Android, iOS, Linux, Mac, Windows, Google, and many more from a single code base. So next we have the Solar 2D. Solar 2D is a free and open source cross-platform software development kit. And then we have the Android Studio, that is another popular development kit just for Android. Now next in the docket is the Java full stack developer. A full stack web developer is a person who can develop both client and server software. In addition to mastering HTML and CSS, he or she also knows how to program a browser like using JavaScript, jQuery, Angular, and Vue. So now the major skill sets required by a full stack developer are having a good understanding of software design and architecture, understanding of DevOps, knowledge of microservices, APIs and libraries, design patterns in Java, React and Angular, scripting languages, and finally should be capable to work on front end and back end. So these were the major skills required by a full stack developer. So followed by this, we shall also discuss the major frameworks required by a full stack developer. So these are the major tools, frameworks, and scripting languages that are supposed to be known by a full stack developer. We have the integration tools such as Jenkins and DevOps related tools like Kubernetes and Docker, and scripting languages like Angular and React, and frameworks like Spring, and testing tools like JUnit. So with this, we will move ahead into our next important topic, that is the roles and responsibilities of a Java developer. So first we will discuss the roles and responsibilities of a Java developer at beginner level. So the important roles and responsibilities for a beginner are to be able to define the objectives by analyzing the requirements of the clients, followed by that to be capable enough to complete the assigned job before the deadlines, design and test basic codes, resolve the reported issues in time, and troubleshoot the code, improvise the existing code quality, and finally support the user with proper documentation of the code. So these were the important responsibilities of a Java developer at beginner level. Now let us advance to the next level, where we will discuss the roles and responsibilities of experienced level candidates. So the roles and responsibilities of an advanced level or experienced level candidate are all the basic responsibilities of a beginner. So followed by the basic responsibilities, an advanced level Java programmer should be having a thorough knowledge of system functionality and features. Followed by that, the experienced level Java programmer should be able to design and develop user interface, enhance the reputation of the company, recommend updates based on the performance, ensure the best possible responsiveness, and finally explore and add value to the achievements of fellow co-workers. So these were the important roles and responsibilities of a Java developer, both at beginner level and experienced level. Now let us check out the companies which are looking for Java developers. There are many companies that are looking for Java developers in the current IT industry. Some of the major MNCs looking out for Java developers in the current IT industry are Cognizant, Infosys, Oracle, Capgemini, Dell, Amazon, Wipro, Mphasis, and Accenture. Now that we have discussed the companies hiring Java developers, let us take a step further and discuss the salary trends of the Java developers in the current IT industries. Now let us discuss the salary trends of Java developers in India first. So the salary trends for a Java developer who is going through the beginner level or an internship level start from 2 lakh to 4 lakh rupees per annum. Similarly, for an experienced level Java developer, the salary trends start from 5 lakh and go up to 10 lakhs and above based on your experience level and skill set. Now let us go ahead and discuss the next country, which is the United States of America. So for a Java developer at beginner level, America offers $55,000 to $80,000 per annum. Similarly, for an experienced level candidate, America offers 85,000 US dollars to 1,25,000 US dollars per annum based on the experience and skill set. Now finally we have the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom offers £45,000 to £60,000 for a Java developer at a beginner level, and similarly for an experienced level Java developer, United Kingdom offers £65,000 to £85,000 per annum. So these were the salary trends of Java developers in multiple countries. So if you wish to join the right training exercise that covers the complete skill set according to the standards of top MNCs curated and explained in a detailed manner by real-time industry experts, then Simplilearn would be the right choice. If you visit the Simplilearn official website for Java related training, then you can find the Simplilearn has beautifully organized all the major topics of Java in a result oriented manner that will be helpful for both beginners and professionals. So the key features of Java training offered by Simplilearn will have 70 hours of blended training, hands-on coding and implementation of 2 web-based projects. It also includes Hibernate and Spring frameworks, 35 coding related exercises on core Java, and lifetime access of self-paced training, and finally the flexibility to choose your own classes. So the benefits of Java certification training offered by Simplilearn will have the following. You can achieve your designation of becoming a Java architect, Java developer, database administrator, or web developer with the certification from Simplilearn on Java. So the average salaries for a Java developer with certification will be varying from 16 lakhs as minimum and will also reach up to the maximum of 27 lakhs per annum. The Java certification from Simplilearn is being recognized by multiple multinational companies, and some of the major MNC companies that are hiring Java developers with the certification of Java are Wells Fargo, Oracle, Accenture, Citibank, and many more. Now we have the 3 varieties of training options, which are self-paced learning, online bootcamp, and corporate training.
So what is Java? It is a fast, reliable, and secure programming language that can be used in several websites and applications. It can be used to create applications in a single computer or one that could be distributed across several servers and clients. Java can be used in several scenarios, independent of the system that it is used on. So let's look into what Java Development Kit means. All the Java applications and applets are developed using the Java Development Kit, that is JDK. Now, the JDK consists of the Java runtime environment, an interpreter, a compiler, an archiver, and a document generator, and a few more tools that go into developing a Java program. So now let us have a look at the components of JDK. Java Runtime Environment (JRE) primarily is a part of JDK, and it can also be termed as Java RTE. The JDK provides the minimal amount of requirements needed to write and compile a Java program. JRE consists of the JVM, supporting files, and the core classes. The JVM is key to both JDK and the JRE because it is embedded into them. Now, whichever Java program is being run, the JVM is that component of Java that executes a program line by line, thus giving itself the work of an interpreter. We are now in a position to deep dive into the process with which JDK, JRE, and JVM work. Let's take a source file and save it with the extension .java. This file is compiled and converted into a set of bytecode which changes the file extension into .class. This is done specifically by the JDK. Now, here are the steps that follow. Class loader. It makes sure that all the necessary classes are loaded in the time of the execution of a program. Next, bytecode verifier, that is JVM. The bytecode verifier checks the code for errors or irregularities based on access rights on objects or implementation of pointers. It makes sure that the code fulfills the specifications of JVM and does not break the system integrity. And finally, interpreter, which is JVM. Now, while running the program, the interpreter loads, checks, and runs the code. The implementation is made by the JRE, which is the final process. The latest release is JDK 9 and it was released in October 2017. But it was in JDK 8 that a new feature called the Java Lambda expression was introduced that changed the face of Java. Now, Java Lambda expression is a kind of function which does not need any class to be created. It has been included in the latest version of JDK as it provides a clear, concise way to pass functions around. This also replaces earlier bulky anonymous classes and reduces code verbosity, that is, the length of the code. The syntax for the Lambda expression is this: argument list, arrow token, body. Now the syntax consists of three components, which are argument list. This can be empty or non-empty. Next, the arrow token. Now this is used to link argument to body. And finally, body. This contains the statement that works with the function. Let us now just see an example of using Lambda expression and contrasting it with how code would have been written with anonymous classes. This is the old method, and this is the new method with Lambda expression. Just have a look at how Lambda expression syntax has been used over here. The JDK 9 has been released recently and it seems promising with respect to new features and abilities. Here are some of the features. The first one is Java Platform Module System. This module allows strong encapsulation and declare explicit dependencies. Next, JShell. With the help of JShell, one can directly start writing the code on the console and execute them. Improved Java Doc. Java docs have got the search right in the API documentation, and as an added bonus, the output is also compliant to HTML5. Next, Stream API. The Stream API, also introduced in Java 8, allows programmers to easily parallelize code for improved concurrency and introduces functional programming abilities to the language. The Stream API, in conjunction with Lambda expressions, also comes in handy while iterating, filtering, and extracting large amount of data. The release of multi-jar makes it possible for codes to be run on the newer versions of JDK to be released.
Today we will be discussing the roadmap to become full stack professional or developer. So let's understand this with the help of an example. Imagine having the ability to build an entire web application from the user-friendly interface that people interact with to the powerful server-side logic that processes and stores their data. For instance, think about creating a popular app like Instagram. As a full-stack developer, you would design the front end, including the layout, images, and interactive elements, while also developing the back end that manages user accounts, stores photos, and handles data securely. Full-stack development is all about versatility and mastering a range of skills across both the front end and the back end. This comprehensive knowledge allows you to ensure that every part of your application works seamlessly together, providing a smooth and engaging user experience. It's a journey of continuous learning and practice, but the reward is a highly sought after skill set that opens up numerous opportunities in the tech industry. So let's get started with introduction to full stack development. So guys, full stack development involves working on both the front end and the back end web applications. As a full stack developer, you will handle everything from user interfaces to server management, making you a versatile asset in the tech industry. And if we talk about front-end development, so it focuses on the part of the application that users interact with directly. This includes the layout, design, and interactive elements of a website or app. You will use languages like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript to create a seamless and engaging user experience. On the other hand, back-end development deals with the server side of the application, and this includes managing databases, server logic, and application architecture. And you will work with server-side languages such as Node.js, Python, or Ruby and handle data storage with databases like MySQL or MongoDB. And as a full-stack developer, you combine both these skill sets, allowing you to build complete applications from start to finish. And this versatility makes you a valuable asset because you can understand and manage both the client side and server side of applications, ensuring they work together smoothly. Now we'll start with the roadmap, and the first thing to learn to become a full stack developer is learn the basics of web development. So to start your journey as a full stack developer, you need to learn the basics of web development, and this includes understanding the core technologies that form the foundation of web applications. So the topics to cover are: number one is HTML, that is hypertext markup language. And this is the standard markup language used to create web pages. It structures the content on the web page. That is, you can learn HTML with understanding the basic tags and how they structure a web page. And for the HTML project, you can create a simple web page with headings, paragraphs, links, and images. Now moving to the next technology, that is CSS, that is cascading style sheets. So this language is used to describe the presentation of a document written in HTML. It controls the layout, colors, fonts, and overall style of the web page. And to learning that, you can explore how to style your HTML using CSS, learn about selectors, properties, and values. And you can style your HTML page by adding colors, fonts, and layout adjustments. And then comes the JavaScript. So it's a programming language that allows you to create dynamically updating content. And you can control multimedia, animate images, and much more. And you can understand the basics of JavaScript such as variables, functions, loops, and events. And you can add interactivity to your HTML pages such as form validation for a simple image gallery. And with a solid foundation in these basics of web development, that is HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, you can now move on to mastering front-end frameworks and libraries that will enable you to build more dynamic and responsive applications. So now you have got the basics of web development. It's time to dive deeper into front-end frameworks. And these tools help you build more complex, interactive, and efficient web applications. So you can cover the number one, that is React. So it's a JavaScript library for building user interfaces, particularly single page applications where you need a fast and interactive user experience. And then comes Angular, that is a platform and framework for building single page client applications using HTML and TypeScript. And then we have Vue.js, that's a progressive JavaScript framework used for building user interfaces and single page applications. If we talk about how you can learn them, so you can learn React. You can start by understanding the core concepts of React such as components, JSX, state, and props. And you can build a simple application like a to-do list or a weather app to get hands-on experience. And if we talk about Angular, you can explore Angular's core features such as modules, components, services, and dependency injection. And you can create a simple project like a task manager or a data dashboard to practice these concepts. Now talking about Vue.js, you can get familiar with Vue.js reactivity system, directives, and components. And you can develop a small application like a note-taking app to apply what you have learned. And you could have another examples and use cases, that is for React, you can build a dynamic user interface that updates in real time. And similarly, you can go with Angular and Vue.js. Now with a strong grasp of front-end frameworks and libraries, you have now equipped to create engaging and dynamic user interfaces. Next, we will explore the backend development to understand how to manage server-side operations and databases. So understanding backend development. So after mastering the front end, it's essential to understand backend development. And this involves handling server-side operations, databases, and application logic, which are crucial to building fully functional web applications. And we can cover number one is server-side languages. So you can learn languages such as Node.js, Python, or Ruby. So these languages allow you to write the logic that runs on the server. And after that, we can learn the frameworks. And you can explore frameworks that simplify backend development like Express.js or Node.js, Django for Python, and Ruby on Rails for Ruby. And then comes the databases. So you can understand both SQL, that is MySQL or PostgreSQL, and NoSQL, that is MongoDB databases, which are used to store and manage data. Now we talk about learning server-side languages. Here comes the Node.js, that's a JavaScript runtime built in Chrome. So you can enable JavaScript to be used for server-side scripting. And you can start by building simple server-side scripts. For example, create a server that responds with hello world when accessed. And if we talk about Python, you could have a versatile language known for its readability and efficiency. You can explore basic scripting and automation tasks. And talking about SQL databases, you can learn to interact with relational databases using SQL and create and manage tables and write queries to fetch data. So with a solid understanding of backend development, you are now equipped to handle server-side logic, manage databases, and build complete web applications. Next, we will look into the how to manage databases more efficiently and integrate them with your applications. So now we'll learn database management. So to become a proficient full stack developer, understanding database management is essential, and databases are critical for storing and retrieving the data that your application uses. You can start with SQL databases like MySQL and PostgreSQL, which use structured query language to manage data in a structured format like table, rows, and columns. and learn how to create and manage databases and write queries to insert, update, delete, and retrieve data. Designing relational databases for various applications is crucial for managing structured data efficiently. For instance, you can design a database for an online bookstore with tables for books, authors, and orders. This will help you understand how to structure data and perform operations like joins and aggregations to retrieve complex data sets. Now, coming to NoSQL databases. So, on the other hand, we can explore NoSQL databases like MongoDB, which store data in a flexible JSON like format, making them suitable for unstructured data. You can gain skills in creating and managing collections and documents and perform CRUD operations to handle data efficiently. For example, building a database for a blogging platform where each blog post is a document in a collection will give you hands-on experience in managing unstructured data. This is particularly useful for applications requiring flexible schemas and high scalability. And you can integrate databases with applications. That is a third option. So integrating databases with your application is also crucial. You can learn how to connect your backend server to the database using ORM, that is Object Relational Mapping tools like SQLize for Node.js, SQL Alchemy for Python, or Active Record for Ruby on Rails. So these tools help simplify database interactions and allow you to work with database records as if they were objects in your programming language. For example, creating a RESTful API that interacts with your database to manage your user data for a web application will give you practical experience in building full-fledged applications that can handle dynamic content and user interactions. Now that you have a good understanding of database management system with learning all three formats, that is SQL, NoSQL, and integrating database with applications, the next step is to get comfortable with version control, which is essential for managing and tracking changes in your code. So version control is essential for managing and tracking changes in your code. You can start by learning Git, that is a widely used version control system that helps you keep track of different versions of your code and collaborate with others. You can use platforms like GitHub, GitLab, or Bitbucket to host your repositories and manage your code online. You can practice creating repositories, making commits, branching, and merging changes. Understanding these concepts will allow you to work effectively in teams, contribute to open source projects, and ensure your code is organized and error-free. For instance, create a GitHub repository for your projects to track changes and collaborate with others seamlessly. And with a strong understanding of version control, you are now ready to explore DevOps practices and deployment, which are crucial for delivering your applications efficiently. So after version control, you should learn this, that is understanding DevOps. So DevOps practices and deployment are crucial for delivering applications efficiently. DevOps combines software development, that is dev, and IT operations to shorten the development lifecycle and provide continuous delivery. You can learn about continuous integration and continuous deployment (CI/CD) pipelines, which automate testing and deployment processes. You can familiarize yourself with cloud platforms like AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud, which offer services to host and manage your applications. And practicing deployment on your projects on these platforms will help you understand how to manage servers, databases, and networking, ensuring your applications are always available and scalable. And with knowledge of DevOps and deployment practices, you are well equipped to deliver robust applications. Next, let's focus on building projects and creating a portfolio to showcase your skills. So, building real-world projects and creating a portfolio are essential to showcase your skills and attract potential employers. So, start by developing projects that incorporate both front-end and back-end technologies. Examples include an e-commerce site, a blog platform, or a social media app. Document your projects well, highlighting the technologies used and the challenges you overcame. Create a personal portfolio project or website to display your projects, share your resume, and provide a way for others to contact you. This portfolio will serve you as a testament to your capabilities and make you stand out in job applications. Now that you have a solid portfolio, you are ready to start applying for jobs and advancing your career as a full stack developer. So keep learning and building to stay ahead in the dynamic field. And now coming to last point, that is stay updated and keep learning. So the tech industry is constantly evolving. So it's crucial to stay updated with the latest trends, tools, and best practices. Join developer communities and follow tech blogs and participate in online forums like Stack Overflow and Reddit. And you can attend webinars, conferences, and workshops to network with other professionals and learn about emerging technologies. And you can continuously take online courses to keep your skills sharp and learn new programming languages or frameworks. So by staying updated and continuously learning, you ensure that your skills remain relevant and you can adapt to the ever-changing landscape of full stack development. So with that, guys, we have come to the end of this session. You can utilize free resources like YouTube tutorials, community forums, and documentation to guide your learning. And you can also join courses, as I mentioned in the starting, that you can have a Stack development certification.
Welcome to this video where we'll be telling you how you can install Java on your Windows 10 operating system. After we're done with this installation, we'll also show you how you can run a very simple program. So now let's get started. So now let's download Java. Let's go to Google and search for Java download. We'll go to the link we see here, oracle.com. So now here we have the web page. Here we can see Java SE 13. So this is version 13, but this isn't the one we are going to download. We're going to download the 8th version, version 8, which is here. Now we're doing this because 8 is one of the more commonly used versions of Java. So let's click this, and here we'll go down. We need to accept the license agreement before we can download it. Now we have two versions here, x86 and x64. Now you can download it depending on what version your operating system is. Now if you do have a Windows 10 operating system, it's highly likely you have a 64-bit version of Windows. Now if you do have a 32-bit version of Windows, you can take the x86. So let's download this. So we've actually already logged in, so we just need to run the installer file now. Let's go to downloads and run the file. So here we have the installer. We'll go to the next step. We'll select this to next. Here we can see where the file is being installed to. We'll go to next. Now if you want to change where you want to install Java, we can press the change option. I'm just going to keep it here. We'll press next and let's commence with the installation. And there we go. The installation is now complete. So we don't need any tutorials or API documentation. So we'll just finish off and go to close. Now to see if Java is installed in your system, we can go to command prompt and type the term javac, which refers to the Java compiler. Now as you can see here, this shows a number of different options you can choose from. This also indicates that Java has been successfully installed in your system. Now if the installation was not successful, you'll see something like javac is not recognized as an internal or external command, operable program or batch file. But since we've done it successfully, this is what will be shown. Now we're going to set an environment variable. Now what exactly is an environment variable? Now assume you have a file which has a .java extension. This environment variable tells the computer that the Java program needs to be called to run this particular file. So to set the environment variable, we'll need to go to control panel. Here go into system and security. Go to system and select advanced system settings. And then this shows up. Now before we go into environment variables, we'll need to go to where the Java file was installed. So let's go to this PC, C drive, program files, and here let's go to Java. So let's go to JDK, which is the Java development kit. Let's go to bin here and copy this path. We'll go back to environment variables, select path here, and then press on new, paste this, and OK. Now we'll go back and go to JRE, to the path of JRE, which is Java Runtime Environment. We click on this, bin again, and copy this path. Select this one, new, and paste that. And there we go, the environment variables are now set. Now let's talk about running that simple program I told you about. Now this is possible with the help of an IDE. An IDE or integrated development environment will give us a platform to code Java. We will be using Eclipse and IntelliJ as they are popular and commonly used. That being said, there are several other IDEs that are available in the market. So now let's work with Eclipse. Let's go to Google and search for Eclipse. We'll go to this link, press download, and then this shows up. Let's click on download. Now we've already downloaded the software, so I'm just going to directly go into the install phase. Downloads and select Eclipse. With this, you can see that there are multiple options for you to choose from. So we're going to select Eclipse IDE for Java developers. Now you have other options like for C and C++, JavaScript, PHP and so on. Let's go to the first one, and here you have the details. You can change them if you want, but I'm just going to go ahead with installation now. Press accept now. Here we remember accepted licenses and press accept. And then here as well, we'll remember accepted certificates. Select this one and accept selected. And there you go, the installation is now complete. Let's click on launch now. So here we are setting up a directory as a workspace. I'm not changing it here, so I'm just going to go with launch. Here we have the Eclipse workspace. Now let's close this first. And here we have the package explorer. Now in case this doesn't show up, you can go to window, show view, and select on package explorer. So now let's go to file, new, and Java project. We need to set up a project name. I'm going to call it my project 1. Go to next. We'll go to source. So this is where the source code for your program is going to be stored. Then let's finish. And now we'll click on my project 1, go to source, right click, new, and create a class. I'll name the class my class and create it. And here we have it. So now let's write a simple program to multiply two numbers. So now let's write the main function. Open bracket. Now we're going to initialize the first number. Now the second one. And finally the output. And finally the variable that will store the output. Now we'll just give them a simple print statement. Now let's run the code by clicking this option here, using myclass.java, and there we have it. Here the product is shown to be 100, indicating that the program is running successfully. Now we're done with Eclipse. Now let's move on to the other IDE I was talking about, which is IntelliJ. So for that, again, we'll have to go back to Google so that we can download it. Search for IntelliJ download, go to this link here. So here you can see that we have two options, the Ultimate Edition and the Community version. Now here the Ultimate version has way more options, as you can see here, but it's a paid version and only has a free trial. Now the Community version is free, so that's what we're going to take. So we'll click on download here. So I've already downloaded the software, so I don't need to do it again. So I'm going to go to downloads, and so here we go. Let's just click on next. Select the location where you want to install it. Press next. Now we will add a 64-bit launcher shortcut on the desktop and create associations. So basically this means that these are the different file extensions that this will support. So .java, .groovy. And now let's go to the next step. We'll install now and we'll wait. And there we go. The installation is now complete. Let's not import any settings. We'll accept the privacy policy. We'll set defaults. Now let's create a new project. So here make sure your project SDK is set to the version of Java you've installed. Make sure this isn't blank. We'll go to next. Here you need to select this option, which is the create project from template, and we are now going to create a command line application. Press next. Name the project, which I'm going to call my project 2. You can change the location if you want. I'm just going to keep it the way it is, and then click on finish. So now we're going to create a simple program through which, based on the user's input, we can determine whether a number is even or odd. So first we're going to import the package scanner through which we can take the user's input. Next, let's go inside here. Let's create the variable reader. Now let's ask for the user's input. enter a number. We're taking in the value now in the variable num. Reader dot next int. So this is with which we'll be taking in the value from the user. So we're going to set up a condition to determine whether the number is even or not. So if the number when divided by 2 provides the remainder 0, it indicates that it's an even number. We'll show them then. Now for the else case, the number is not even. Or in this case, odd. There we go. We're done. So let's run this program. So let's enter 12. The number is even. And there we go. We have a successful output. This indicates that the program is running successfully.
So first of all, understand why do we need loop statements? So generally, whenever you are dealing with some data structures in Java, which can store multiple elements, for example, we saw array, which can store multiple elements. String is also basically technically a character array, which is storing multiple characters. So whenever you have these kind of data structures where you have multiple elements being stored in the same, then in that case, you would like to have a way to iterate or access all of the elements in a seamless fashion. One of the ways is to access them individually one by one, but that's too much of work. That's too much of code. There has to be a simpler way of accessing all the elements one by one if I want to. And that's where the majority of the use cases for using loops coming to picture. Now, Java provides multiple constructs to write loops in Java. There is a while loop, there is a do while loop, there is a for loop, there is also an enhanced for loop. And in the previous versions of Java, a use case of iterator was also very popular. So there are multiple ways in which you can actually iterate over a collection and access all the elements of the collection one by one. And you can use it to multiple useful cases. For example, if you have a huge array of employee salary and you want to give bonus to each of the employees and add the bonus to the salary, then you need to do this addition for all the employees. It would be nice to have to return a while loop, and the while loop can automatically access all the employee salary one by one and keep adding the bonus to the salary. This would be an easier way to do this rather than individually updating each employee's salary. And the first loop statement we are going to understand is a while loop. So the syntax of while loop is very straightforward. You write the while keyword, you enter the actual condition which will be evaluating to a Boolean true or false. So you write the expression which will be a Boolean expression, exactly similar to the conditions which you use to write in your if statements. So you write your condition which will evaluate to either true or false, and then you write your statement. And these statements will keep executing till the time this particular expression evaluates to true. So generally the way it works is that it will enter the while block, it will evaluate the expression. If the expression becomes true, then the statements inside this particular while block will be executed. And after the execution of the statement, it will again go back, again evaluate the expression. We call them steps basically. So it will go to the next step, again evaluate the expression. If this still holds true, it will again go inside, execute the statement, move on to the next step. It will again go to the evaluation. So this loop will continue to go till the time this condition will hold true. If it still doesn't make sense for you, don't worry, we will have a demo of it to make you understand how to use the while loops. And maybe it's a good idea to switch to the IDE and look at an example of it. So I have already created while demo for it. Here it is. It looks very small and simple, but it will get to the point where we can understand how and why will we be using the while loops. So I've created a while demo class. I've added a public static void main method here, which is the entry point. I have declared a variable which is int count equal to 1. So the count value is 1 right now. And then I'm writing a condition here. I'm saying while count is less than 10, do this. So it will print the current value of count. And after that, I'm using the post increment unary operator. If you remember, we covered this in the previous sessions. What is the meaning of this? It basically will increment the value of count by 1. This expression is equivalent to if I write it in this way. If I write count equal to count plus 1. This is exactly the same as this, no difference. So this will have the same impact. I will just remove this line because we already have the count plus plus here. So if we try to understand this, we are basically incrementing the count and then checking the condition again. So at first time, it will be 1 less than 10. Yes, that is true. It will go inside and print the count value, the current count value, which will be 1. And then it does count plus plus. So now the count value becomes 2. It will again go back here, again check the condition saying is 2 less than 10? Yes, that is true. So the while condition again becomes true. It will again go inside this, print the current value of count, which is 2, then do count plus plus. So it will again increment the value of count. So now the count value becomes 3. Again go back here at condition and saying is 3 less than 10? Yes, that is still true. Again come here, print the 3. Again go here, make count as 4. 4 less than 10, prints 4. Again count plus plus, count becomes 5, and so on and so forth. It will keep doing that till the value becomes 10. So at a step when count plus plus results in the count value being updated to 10, it will go here and say is 10 less than 10? Now that is not true because 10 is equal to 10, but 10 is not less than 10. So this condition will become false and it will exit of this while loop and it will come here and it will execute if there was anything written after the while loop that will be executed. So that's the idea, that you want to do something till a particular condition holds true. Then you can use the while loop, define your condition and execute the statements and try to do something which changes the state of this condition. Here I'm changing the count so that every time a new evaluation happens. If I comment this will result in an infinite loop because 1 will always be less than 10. I will not be incrementing the count here and it will keep running forever. It will never stop. It will just keep printing 1, 1, 1 every time till your computer program runs out of the memory. So always remember not to end up into an infinite loop. That's probably one of the biggest mistakes any beginner programmer does. So please try to be aware of that particular loophole, not try to run an infinite loop. Always try to write something in the code block which can change the state of the condition, and also make sure that that state condition sometime should become false. You should also make sure that always becomes false, because if I do this, then this condition will always remain true because it is already 1, then it will become 0, then it will become -1, -2, -3, so on and so forth. But that value of count will forever be less than 10. And again, you will never be able to exit this loop. Your program will be stuck in this loop till your program runs out of the memory. So always remember to write a statement or a statement of execution in your code block, which can change the state of the condition, which results in some eventual time when this condition becomes false. This condition has to become false eventually, otherwise you will never come out of the loop. Always remember that. So if we run this program now, let's observe the output. So we can see here this particular statement is printed for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and that's it. After 9, the moment the count plus plus resulted into the count value becoming 10, it checked that condition and then it just came out of the loop because 10 is not less than 10 and the condition became false. So always do something inside your code block which results at least of one scenario where this condition becomes false. And that is how you can use the while loop. Now you can see this is a pretty generic code and you can write any kind of condition here, write any code you want to execute here, and then do something to change the state of the condition as well in a positive way, in a way which results this particular condition to be false at some point of time. And then your while loop will run fine. So this is all I wanted to cover in terms of the while loop. Hello guys, let's get started with today's topic, which is about how to use do while loops. So let's understand when do we need that and how do you actually use that. Let me switch to the Java documentation and if I can find some syntax of it as well. Yep. So as you can see here, if I just highlight this portion, this is how you actually write a do while statement block. So you write do, you start a code block, you write some executable statements, and then after the code block ends, you write a while expression and end it with semicolon. This is the syntax basically. It starts with do or curly braces, some executable statements, a while block or a while statement basically with an expression ending with a semicolon. Let's understand this with the help of a program to understand the structure better. So for this, I have created a sample program here, which is called do while demo. Again, having a public static void main method, and it has a variable which is count, and it is initialized as 1. Then I write do, I write this code block or the curly braces, and then I am just printing the value of count. Then I am incrementing the value of count, and then I am writing a condition which says while count is less than 10 and semicolon. If you compare this with the previous demo we ran, if I just put them side by side, we had while condition statement and the state change condition. Here we have do statement, condition change statement, and then we check the condition at the end. So the idea is that if you have a use case where before you even evaluate the condition, you want to print something, even before you evaluate the condition. If you want to do something, in that case, you will use the do while loop. Even before the actual while loop starts, if you want to execute a statement, you will use do while loop. For example, if you want to print the initial value of the count even before the condition checks, then you can use do while loop. If that is not your use case, you can use a simple while loop, which is described here in this program. So coming back to the do while, so I say do, and then I'm saying print this particular statement without checking anything. This condition will be executed for the first time without any condition check at all. This will just work as is, like a normal Java statement. After that, I'm incrementing the value of the count, and then I'm checking the condition. So remember, when this particular condition is being checked, the first increment has already happened. But in the while case, we did the comparison before even the first increment. The first comparison happened with the original value of count. But here, the first comparison is happening with the incremented value of the count. Hope you get the difference in a better context now, that you will use this when you want to write some initialization code before you actually hit the condition. So this condition will be evaluated with 2 less than 10, and then the value will be printed. Let's print this example, and we'll also try to play around with this example a bit more to build our understanding better. If I run this program, there is no difference in output if you compare this with the previous program we ran for the while. So it prints the count value. So this is coming here. Then it increments the value. Then it checks the condition saying is 2 less than 10. Yes, that holds true. If that holds true, it will go back to statement number 9, again print this, again do an increment on the count, and again check the condition with the updated value of the count, which will say 3 less than 10 now. Similarly, print the value, increment, check. This will continue to happen till this particular condition becomes false. And once this condition is false, it will exit out of this whole do while loop, and it will go to the line number 12. And if you have any statement written there, you can that statement will be executed in this case. So let's try to change some values here, and let's see if we can make sense of this program if we change the value. Let's see if I put 11 here, what will happen now? Let's run this program. You will say now you will see that this particular output is displayed which says count is 11. So what happened here, that count was 11, it entered the do while block, it went to this particular statement which said count is 11, then it incremented the value, so the value became 12, and obviously 12 is not less than 10, so it did not print it again. It only printed once, even if the first time the condition was checked, the first condition execution itself resulted in false. Still, line number 9 got successfully printed, and that's the whole idea behind using the do while. What if I change this value to 10? Let's see what happens. And after that, we'll run one more combination to just make it more interesting. This time again, count is 10. Line number 10 will be printed as count is 10. Then at line number 10, the count is incremented to 11. and 11 is not less than 10. So in this case, the loop ends and it will move out. Now, what happens if I do this? If I say less than equal to here, let's run this program and interpret the output. Now, again, only one statement is printed because in this case, the count is 10, 10 is printed here, and we are saying 10 plus 1, 11. 11 is still not less than equal to 10, and that's why the loop just exits. Let's make it 9 and see what happens. Now you see two values. So count is 9, it enters the do while loop, goes to statement number 9, prints the current value of count, which is 9, then increments the value to 10. Then at line number 11, this while statement is executed and the condition is checked. Is 10 less than equal to 10? Yes, 10 is not less than, but 10 is equal to 10. So this condition will hold true. It will go back here, print count is 10, make count 11, again check the condition, is 11 less than equal to 10? No, it's not. And then the condition will return to false and loop will be exited. So hope this will give you a better understanding now, since we ran different permutations and combinations of the values and we saw when this will be executed and when this will not be executed. But the bottom line is very straightforward, that whenever you want to write some pre-processing logic, even before checking the very first condition of your loop, then in that case, you will be using a do while loop. Otherwise, a normal while loop or a for loop will absolutely work fine. Hello guys, let's get started with today's topic, which is about for loops in Java. So far we covered about while loops and do while loops, and we also saw different examples of using different types of data structures like arrays. But one of the core requirements whenever you are working with any kind of collection is to iterate over it. Exactly similar to what I explained in the do while and while lectures, that you would often require to iterate over a collection or a data structure. And for that, one of the most sophisticated and easiest way to do that is using for loops. So let's understand the syntax of for loop first, and then we will also look at an example of it in the Eclipse IDE. So I have just opened the official Java docs here. So if you see, this is basically the syntax of a for loop statement. So let's understand it. And let's also try to compare it with a while loop so that we can understand how it compares with the while loop. So if we see the syntax, we first see the term initialization, then we see the term termination, and then we see the term called increment. Now, if I try to compare it with a while loop, there also you basically did these three things. You first initialized a variable outside the while loop, which is called initialization, and then you wrote a condition, which is your termination condition. You wrote a condition saying, let's say, while I is greater than 10 or while I is less than 10. So that is the condition, which is also the termination statement. The loop will continue to execute till that condition evaluates to false, and that's when the loop terminates. That's why we call it as termination. And then the third piece of it is the increment, the I++, which we used to do in the while loops. So these three portions together make or constitute any kind of loop in any kind of programming language. And for loop, if you see, the kind of code which you use to write in a while loop in multiple lines, where you first initialize a variable, then you write a condition in the while block, and then inside the while block, you use to increment the variable. All of that can be done in a single line in the for loop. And that's why I said it is the most sophisticated and easiest way to write loops in Java. So you write all of these three things, the initialization, the condition, and the increment or decrement values in the single line. And then you start with the curly braces and you write the code which you want to keep executing till the condition evaluates to false. That's the basic syntax of it. So let us try to understand this with the help of an example. So here I have opened a class which is called for demo, and this is a class which will demonstrate the usage of a for loop. So again, we have a public static void main method, which you can see here, which is the entry point. And then I use the keyword for. I put standard braces or the brackets, and then I do the initialization. So this part is the initialization part. You initialize the variable. So I just say int I equal to 1. initialization done, you end it with a semicolon so that it is a single statement understood by Java. And then you write this condition, which is your evaluation slash termination condition. So this condition is basically the deciding factor of how long your loops should run. It's exactly similar to what you used to write in the while block. If I just show you the example, this is what we used to do. So we did the initialization at line number 7. Then we wrote this termination condition inside the while syntax or the construct. And then we did the increment here. So we are doing all of these 3 steps, but we are doing it in a single line. So this is the condition, and then we write our increment or decrement values, which are going to change the evaluation condition every time at every step. So we are saying I++. So technically what I am saying here is that start with I equal to 1 and then check the condition I less than 10. So in the first step, it will be checking if 1 is less than 10. If the condition holds true, go inside the for loop, execute the statement at line number 7, and then go back to this particular statement. So we do I++. So I becomes 2, and then you again go back to the condition. And again you check if 2 is less than 10. Yes, it is. So again you go inside the for loop and do whatever is written there. There can be multiple statements here. For now, I have just written one system.out.println. So that happens. And once all the execution is finished inside the block, it will again go back to the increment. Does the increment, so 2 plus 1 becomes 3. Again does the evaluation. And if the condition holds true, it will again go inside. So this will continue. This condition checking, execution, and increment will continue till the time this condition holds true. The moment this condition becomes false, the control will come out at line number 9. So that's the basic anatomy and control flow. It's very important to understand the control flow of a for loop. Otherwise, you might end up into a program which is forever running and which will just eat up all the memory available in your JVM. So be very sure of what you write in your for loop. Be very sure of especially these 2 parts, the condition and the increment or decrement. So this is very important piece. The initialization happens only once, and then this condition evaluates. If the condition holds to true, some code executes, goes back to the changing statement, which can be an increment, decrement, whatever, and again compares the updated value with the condition. So this will keep happening. Let's run this code to interpret the output. So I will right click, go to run as Java application. And if I interpret the output here, I can see that it started with count is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. It stopped at 9. So what happened there? Let's try to evaluate the termination condition. So let's say I has become 9 and 9 is less than 10. So it goes inside and it prints count is 9, which is I. Then it goes here and it says 9 plus 1. I++ means 9 plus 1, the current value of I plus 1. It becomes 10, and then it again compares the condition. So now 10 is not less than 10. 10 is equal to 10, but it is not less than 10. So the condition becomes false, and count is 10 is never printed because this condition has become false. It will jump out. So let's say if I do this, if I put an equal to here, and if I now execute the same program, this time I will see 10 here. And because I have said that, okay, check the condition, if 10 is less than equal to 10, that will become true. It will print count is 10. Then it will increment and the count will become 11. The I will become 11. And then it will check 11 is less than equal to 10. No, it is not. So condition becomes false and the control comes out of the loop. So that's how you should always try to interpret the loops. You can also run some infinite loops. For example, if I say I equal to 1, I leave it that, and I say I minus minus. So what happens? I equal to 1, 1 is less than 10. Yes, it goes here, prints the value, and then I decrement the value. I don't increment the value, I decrement the value. So whatever value comes out will always be less than 10, and this loop will run forever. For fun, let's try to run this, and I will have to kill this program manually, but just to show you what happens and what you should not do in your Java program. So you see, it will continuously keep printing the values till the program runs out of memory, till it eats up all the available memory. It is forever running. It will never stop because the condition will never evaluate to false. This condition will forever be true. So the loop will run forever. So I'm just going to kill the program but this is something which you should avoid whenever you are writing Java code. And this happens quite often with beginner programmers. Hello guys, and let's get started with enhanced for loops in Java. We generally use the enhanced for loops for scenarios whenever we have to iterate over a collection of items or an array of items. Those are the most popular and common use cases of using enhanced for loop. And this for loop is even simpler. Like I said, it's even simpler than writing a classic for loop. And the syntax is simply like this. You again start with for, put the standard brackets, and then let's start from the rightmost, because then I will be able to explain it better. You specify the collection in the rightmost side of the bracket. The collection can be an array, it can be a list, it can be a map. So whatever different kind of collections which are available in Java, and we are going to cover collections in detail. So don't worry if you don't understand what are lists and what are maps and what are sets. We will go into detail of each of these one by one in the upcoming sessions. But the idea is that you put the collection to the rightmost, then you put a colon, and then you put a representation of the member of this collection. So for example, here this numbers is basically an int array. So this int array means that this array can only hold integer numbers, and that's why we write int here, because this array is only having integers. Then we put any placeholder variable name. This can be anything. You can even write it as I if you want to. You can write it as anything, any variable name which you want to write. This is a temporary variable. So now this code is going to execute in a manner that it is going to iterate over this array one by one, starting from the first element, going till the last element. You don't need to write any initialization code. You don't need to write any termination condition code, and you don't need to write any increment or decrement code also. And how these three values are actually taken care of, let's understand that as well. So when we talk about the initialization, as I have put an array here, a data structure here, the automatic initialization index is going to be the first index. So when we do the iteration, when this for loop is going to execute, it is automatically going to initialize a temporary variable with the value at the first index, which is the index 0. As you know that array is a 0 index based structure. Then comes the condition part. So the condition evaluation is going to be again based on the size of the array or the size of the data structure which you are using. It is going to start from the first index, which is the index 0, and it is going to iterate till the array's last element is reached. So technically start from the index 0 and go till the last element. That's your evaluation condition. And then comes the increment part. So at each step, after it has successfully accessed the first element, automatically the index is going to be updated to pointing to the next element. So if it starts from here, once the first step iteration is complete, I is automatically going to be incremented to index 1. And then it will basically, this I will be holding 2. Then in the next iteration, the same I is going to be holding 3. Similarly, I will keep holding the new value of the collection item one by one till the collection item's last element is reached. So this is the basic premise, that you can write a collection variable here and keep iterating over it, and this whatever variable you write here will hold the current item's value one by one. So in the first step, this I is going to hold 1. In the second step, this I is going to hold 2. In the third step, this I is going to hold 3, and so on and so forth. That's the basic idea. So now let's run this program to see what kind of output do we get. So you can see we basically are able to print all the elements of the array. And that's probably one of the most popular usage as well, that if you want to just print all the elements or access all the elements of a array or a collection one by one, then just use enhanced for loop. So you can see at each step, it is printing the value of I, and the value of I is basically the subsequent elements of the array. That's the whole idea with enhanced for loop. Under the hoods, if we talk about how does it work under the hood, it is actually using the classic for loop construct itself. But for developers, it is making it easier because it knows that if you are iterating over a collection, you will start with the first element and you will go till the last element. So it knows the initialization value, the termination condition, and it also knows the increment condition. And that's the reason you will use enhanced for loops in Java for iterating over collections. Hello guys, let's get started with nested for loops in Java. So in front of you, you can see an example which I have prepared for nested for loops. And in this particular example, I have created a two-dimensional array. As you can see on the line number 6, I have created an integer array and I have put two square brackets here, which are basically symbolizing that this is a two-dimensional array. So this two-dimensional array is going to hold technically a 2D matrix. And we are going to use the concept of nested for loops to print this 2D array in a 2D matrix style where you will be able to see the rows and columns clearly. Let's first try to interpret this particular 2D array. So we have a curly braces outside, and then we have these three inner elements, which symbolizes three rows basically. So this is the first row, this is the second row, and this is the third row. And then each of the rows have three elements each, which symbolizes the column values or the item values. So it's basically a 3 into 3 2D array, which has three rows and three columns. So we can say that this is basically a 3 into 3 array, which has 3 dimensions on the row side and 3 dimensions on the column side, or just a 3 by 3 matrix or 3 by 3 2D array. So as we know that in case of arrays, everything starts from 0. So technically, if we talk about the indexes, it would be the index 0, index 1, and index 2 on the row side. And similarly, index 0, index 1, and index 2 on the column side. So that's something which you should remember, because we are going to use this particular concept when we write the for loop. So let's try to write the for loop now. If you look at line number 8, we put this keyword called for, and then we write the initialization. So we say int I equal to 0. Then we are writing the termination condition, and we are saying run this particular loop, run this whole loop which ends at line 13 till I is less than 3, and keep incrementing I at every step. That's what I'm doing in the line number 8. Then inside the for loop, I'm writing another for loop which has another different variable called j. It can be anything, you can name it anything you want. And this also starts with 0. And this also has a similar condition which says run this particular loop, the line 10 basically, or this loop which is signified by this curly braces, run this particular loop till the time the value of j is less than 3, and keep incrementing j at every step. And at line number 10, print the element of array which has the current value of I and the current value of j. These are basically the positions. These are not the elements. The element would be represented by this whole, but print the element which is at current I and j's position values. That's what this code means. So let's try to do a dry run on this particular code to understand how this is going to work. So at first we have I equal to 0. 0 is less than 3, and it goes inside. It initializes j as well with 0, and j is 0 is also less than 3. So this condition went true. That's why we went to line number 9, and line number 9 condition also went to true. So we went to line number 10. Remember that in this particular case at line number 10, the values of I and j are 0 and 0 respectively. And we are saying print the array of 0 and 0. So 0th rows, 0th column element should be printed. So this is the 0th row because this is the first subblock, and this is the first element. So in this case, in line number 10, 2 should get printed. Then it goes here and it increments the j to 1. So 0 plus 1 becomes 1. It again checks the condition, is 1 less than 3? So yes, 1 is less than 3. It goes here. Remember, it did not go up at line number 8. It just came back from line number 9. So when it comes here, I is still 0, but j has moved from 0 to 1. So now we are trying to access the element which is at 0th row, first column, which is going to be 7. So 7 is going to get printed. Similarly, on the next iteration, j is going to get incremented from 1 to 2, and again the condition will be evaluated. So 2 is less than 3, all good. It will again come back to line number 10, and now it will say print the value of 0 row, third, or the second column, or the third element. So 0th row, third element, which is the 9. So 9 will get printed. Then again j will be incremented, and j will become 3. 2 plus 1, 3. And now the condition will be evaluated. Is 3 less than 3? No, it is not less than 3. The condition becomes false. So it breaks out of the loop, goes to line number 12, prints an empty line because we are not writing anything here. So it will just print a blank line. And now it will go back to line number 8's condition, and it will do an increment of I. And now I will move from 0 to 1. And now the evaluation will happen. Is 1 less than 3? Yes, 1 is less than 3. So it will again go to line number 9. Again initialize j with a fresh 0. The previous j got destroyed the moment you came out of the loop. So this is a new j. So this j again gets initialized to 0. 0 is less than 3. It goes here. Remember, I was 1 in this time. So now it will print the value of this 2D array, which is sitting at 1, 0. Basically second row, first element. So second row, first element, which is 3. Again, j is going to get incremented, and it will become from 0 to 1. So 1 is less than 3. Yes, it will again come here, and it will print the value of the array, which is sitting at array of 1, 1 for a row equal to 1 and column equal to 1, which will be 6. Similarly, j will get incremented again. Again, 2 is less than 3. Come back here, will print 1. Then again will increment j. J will become 3. 3 is less than 3. No, it's false. The condition is false. So it jumps out of the loop, goes to line number 12, prints a blank line, again goes back to 8, line number 8, increments I, and I now becomes 2. 2 is less than 3. Yes, it will again go here, initialize j again with 0, and again does the same thing for the row 2 and column 0, 1, 2. And again it will come out of the loop. This time again when it will go here, the value will become from 2 to 3, and 3 is not less than 3. So then it will break out of the outer loop. So the idea is execute the inner loop for every value of the outer loop. Remember this line, because that is how you will be applying your knowledge of nested for loops to be used in certain condition. So whenever you have a scenario where you have to iterate over a collection based on a certain value of another collection, then you can use nested for loops. Or you have a scenario where you have to iterate over 2D or 3D arrays. For example, if we were dealing with 3D arrays, then you would have seen 3 nested for loops here, and where it will apply the same logic that iterate over all the collections, all the values of the inner loop on a particular value of the outer loop. Then increment the value of the outer loop and do the same thing again. Iterate over all the values of the inner loop based on a fixed value of the outer loop. So let's run this program and let's see what kind of output do we get. So like I said, our motive, our target was to print this in a matrix style. And you can see that it is printing in a sort of a matrix representation. So the first row gets printed here, then the second row gets printed here, and then the third row gets printed here. If you try to decipher it, it will work exactly the same way as I explained. So I equal to 0, 0 less than 3, condition becomes true, comes here, j equal to 0, j less than 3, condition becomes true, comes here, prints the array of 0, 0, which is 2, then prints the array of 0, 1, which is 7, 0, 2, which is 9, then j becomes 3, it breaks out of the loop, goes up here, I becomes from 0 to 1, 1 is less than 3, yes, again comes here, reinitializes a fresh for loop with a new j setting to 0, and it will print the array of 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 2, then similarly array of 2, 0, 2, 1, 2, 2. So that's basically what we are doing. We are picking the first row and iterating all elements of it, picking the second row, iterating all elements over it, and so on and so forth. You can do this for any n-dimensional kind of array or a collection.
So now let's download Java. Let's go to Google and search for Java download. We'll go to the link we see here, oracle.com. So now here we have the web page. Here we can see Java SE 13. So this is version 13, but this isn't the one we are going to download. We are going to download the 8th version, version 8. which is here. Now we're doing this because 8 is one of the more commonly used versions of Java. So let's click this, and here we'll go down. We need to accept the license agreement before we can download it. Now we have two versions here, x86 and x64. Now you can download it depending on what version your operating system is. Now if you do have a Windows 10 operating system, it's highly likely you have a 64-bit version of Windows. Now if you do have a 32-bit version of Windows, you can take the x86. So let's download this. So we've actually already logged in, so we just need to run the installer file now. Let's go to downloads and run the file. So here we have the installer. We'll go to the next step. We'll select this to next. Here we can see where the file is being installed to. We'll go to next. Now if you want to change where you want to install Java, we can press the change option. I'm just going to keep it here. We'll press next, and let's commence with installation. And there we go. The installation is now complete. So we don't need any tutorials or API documentation. So we'll just finish off and go to close. Now to see if Java is installed in your system, we can go to command prompt and type the term javac, which refers to the Java compiler. Now as you can see here, this shows a number of different options you can choose from. This also indicates that Java has been successfully installed in your system. Now if the installation was not successful, you'll see something like javac is not recognized as an internal or external command, operable program, or batch file. But since we've done it successfully, this is what will be shown. Now we're going to set an environment variable. Now what exactly is an environment variable? Now assume you have a file which has a .java extension. This environment variable tells the computer that the Java program needs to be called to run this particular file. So to set the environment variable, we'll need to go to control panel. Here go into system and security. Go to system and select advanced system settings. And then this shows up. Now before we go into environment variables, we'll need to go to where the Java file was installed. So let's go to this PC, C drive, program files, and here let's go to Java. So let's go to JDK, which is the Java development kit. Let's go to bin here and copy this path. We'll go back to environment variables, select path here, and then press on new, paste this, and OK. Now we'll go back and go to JRE, to the path of JRE, which is Java Runtime Environment. We click on this, then again, and copy this path. Select this one, new, and paste that. And there we go, the environment variables are now set. Now let's talk about running that simple program I told you about. Now this is possible with the help of an IDE. An IDE, or Integrated Development Environment, will give us a platform to code Java. We will be using Eclipse and IntelliJ as they are popular and commonly used. That being said, there are several other IDEs that are available in the market. So now let's work with Eclipse. Let's go to Google and search for Eclipse. We'll go to this link, press download, and then this shows up. Let's click on download. Now we've already downloaded the software, so I'm just going to directly go into the install phase. Downloads and select Eclipse. With this, you can see that there are multiple options for you to choose from. So we're going to select Eclipse IDE for Java developers. Now you have other options like for C and C++, JavaScript, PHP, and so on. But let's go to the first one, and here you have the details. You can change them if you want, but I'm just going to go ahead with installation now. Press accept now. Here we remember accepted licenses and press accept. And then here as well, we'll remember accepted certificates. Select this one and accept selected. And there you go, the installation is now complete. Let's click on launch now. So here we are setting up a directory as a workspace. I'm not changing it here, so I'm just going to go with launch. Here we have the Eclipse workspace. Now let's close this first. And here we have the package explorer. Now in case this doesn't show up, you can go to window, show view, and select on package explorer. So now let's go to file, new, and Java project. We need to set up a project name. I'm going to call it my project. 1. Go to next. We'll go to source. So this is where the source code for your program is going to be stored. Then let's finish. And now we'll click on my project 1, go to source, I click new and create a class. I'll name the class my class and create it. And here we have it. So now let's write a simple program to multiply two numbers. So now let's write the main function. Open a bracket. Now we're going to initialize the first number. Now the second one. And finally the output. And finally the variable that will store the output. Now we'll just give them a simple print statement. Now let's run the code by clicking this option here using myclass.java, and there we have it. Here the product is shown to be 100, indicating that the program is running successfully. Now we're done with Eclipse. Now let's move on to the other IDE I was talking about, which is IntelliJ. So for that, again, we'll have to go back to Google so that we can download it. Search for IntelliJ download. Go to this link here. So here you can see that we have two options, the Ultimate Edition and the Community version. Now here the Ultimate version has way more options, as you can see here, but it's a paid version and only has a free trial. Now the Community version is free, so that's what we're going to take. So we'll click on download here. So I've already downloaded the software, so I don't need to do it again. So I'm going to go to downloads, and so here we go. Let's just click on next. Select the location where you want to install it. Press next. Now we will add a 64-bit launcher shortcut on the desktop and create associations. So basically this means that these are the different file extensions that this will support. So .java, .groovy. And now let's go to the next step. We'll install now and we'll wait. And there we go. The installation is now complete. Let's not import any settings. We'll accept the privacy policy. We'll set defaults. Now let's create a new project. So here make sure your project SDK is set to the version of Java you've installed. Make sure this isn't blank. We'll go to next. Here you need to select this option, which is the create project from template, and we are now going to create a command line application. Press next. Name the project, which I'm going to call my project 2. You can change the location if you want. I'm just going to keep it the way it is, and then click on finish. So now we're going to create a simple program through which, based on the user's input, we can determine whether a number is even or odd. So first we're going to import the package scanner through which we can take the user's input. Next, let's go inside here. Let's create the variable reader. Now let's ask for the user's input. Enter a number. We're taking in the value now in the variable num. Reader dot next int. So this is with which we'll be taking in the value from the user. So we're going to set up a condition to determine whether the number is even or not. So if the number when divided by 2 provides the remainder 0, it indicates that it's an even number. We'll show them then. Now for the else case, the number is not even. Or in this case, odd. There we go. We're done. So let's run this program. So let's enter 12. The number is even. And there we go. We have a successful output. This indicates that the program is running successfully.
Let's begin with the fundamentals. So the first one in the fundamentals is the data types. So every programming language has a data type. So what exactly is a data type? So whatever the input you provide in your program is a data type. For example, if you provide numbers, so in that particular numbers, we have a different variety of numbers. If you are giving just 1, 2, 3, so on without a decimal number, then that particular type of input, which is a number, will be considered as integer type. If you provide the same number with a decimal point, then that will be considered as float. And if you have the range greater than float, it will be considered as double, and so on. So this is how we have multiple data types in every programming language. So the most frequently used data types in Java programming languages are as follows. At first we have the byte, followed by that we have short, int, long, next float, then double, boolean, and finally char. Apart from this, we also have few other data types, but these are the most frequently used ones for all the basic programmings. So this is made for beginners basically. So you can take a quick screenshot of this particular slide so that you can have a quick overview or reference to all the data types in Java programming language. So I hope you have taken a screenshot of this. Now let's begin with the next concept. So in the next concept, we have the keywords and variables. So all the programming languages have variables and keywords. So variables are used to store the values. So for example, consider that you wanted to run some automatic operation on two different values, that is 5 and 10. So in order to do so, you might want to create a variable which stores them. For example, you wanted to store the value of 10 in a certain variable A and the 5 in a certain variable B. So if you apply the arithmetic operation, that is A is equals to A plus B, then the value of A, which was previously 10, will be updated to 15. So here you can see the value is varying, and also it is storing the result. So this is why the variables are used in a program in order to store a value, and this particular term variable is used because the value can change at any instance of time once after a certain arithmetic or a logical operation is performed on that particular variable. So similarly, we have keywords. Unlike variables, keywords have a special meaning. No matter whatever you try, you cannot change the meaning of that keyword. For example, consider main. So you cannot use the term main for normal things because the part or the term main is dedicated for a different purpose. So whenever you try to execute your Java program, the control flow will start executing the program right when it reaches the term main. So it has a special meaning. Similarly, you have other keywords such as int, so that is dedicated for integer type of values, and float for float type of values, that is a decimal values, and byte for byte, char for character type data, string for string. So every keyword or every term with special meaning which is predefined and cannot be changed is called as a keyword. Now let's see the most frequently used keywords in Java programming language. So similar to the previous one, we have a table here. So in this particular table, we have the most frequently used keywords in Java. So you can see we have boolean, final, byte, native, and we have void, switch. So switch is a conditional statement. So we have if it is also a conditional statement. We will go through these conditional statements as we proceed in our tutorial. And you can also see the protected. So this term, which is protected public, so this is basically the access modifier. Even this particular keyword have special meaning. This public, this protected keywords provide the information to the compiler or the interpreter about the accessibility of that particular data member or data manipulating method. So if it is protected from your accessibility or is it available for you? It's provided by these keywords. So we will deal with access modifiers in the upcoming parts, don't worry about that. And as you can see, we have implements, extends. So extends, this term comes in inheritance. So inheritance is one of the crucial concepts of object-oriented programming. You can also see abstraction. So this we will be dealing in the next upcoming part, where we will understand the object-oriented programming concepts. Next we have interface, return, and so on. You can also see some keywords like throw. So throw will come in exception handling. So we will also learn about exception handling in the upcoming part. So these are the most frequently used keywords in Java. So now we will move ahead into our next concept. So the next concept is the operators in Java. So to understand operators, let's go through a table. So on my screen, you can see a table which has some arithmetic operators which are most commonly used. That is the plus for addition, minus for subtraction. Similarly, we have star, forward slash, double plus, double minus. So double plus and double minus say they are increment and decrement operators respectively. As you can see, we have a plus plus here, which means the post increment. So the first value will be read, after that the value will be updated. Next we have the pre-increment, the value will be incremented first, then the updated value will be stored. So that's how the increment and decrement operators work. So we have the modulus over here. So to understand the operators that we use in Java in a much better way, let's try to execute a sample program. So on my screen you can see a program which is based on operators. So we are currently on the Eclipse IDE. Don't worry about the IDEs in Java, etc., etc. So I will drop a link in the description box below, which will explain you in a very detailed way about how to install Java into your local system, and how to install Eclipse IDE in your local system, and also how to create your first project, how to create your package, how to create a new class, how to write your program and how to run that, how to see the output, and a complete overview of the Eclipse IDE, how that works. So everything will be linked in the description box below. You don't have to worry about that. So right now, to save time, I have created the text document which has all the programs that we will be executing today. So I will also drop a link for that particular file so that you can have complete access to that file, so that you can run the programs in your personal PCs or laptops and also understand the programs in a much better way. So now let's begin with the program. So this particular program is basically designed for arithmetic operations. So you can see we have the operators, that is the addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, modulus, and exit. So basically we will be taking input from you. So the input will be taken by the user. That is, we are using scanner class here. So scanner class takes the input from user, and that particular input will be compared here. So we are using the switch case here. So if you provide the option as 1, then addition operation will be run. Similarly, second for subtraction, third for multiplication, fourth for division, fifth for modulus, and sixth to exit. So this is how the loop or the program works for arithmetic operations. Now let's quickly run this program and see the output. So you can see the program got successfully executed, and we have the console asking for the first input. Let's provide some random number. Now let's provide the second number. So there you go, we have our options over here. Now let's choose division operation. For that you need to provide the number 4. So there you go, we have the result over here, which is 4. Now the loop has started once again. Now it's in the starting stage again. It's asking for numbers. Now let's provide a 25 and 5. Now let's choose some operation, that is addition. So for that you need to provide 1. So we have the result again, that is 30. Now let's again choose some number, 10, 5. So basically that's how the program works. So we have the brief idea how the program is running now. So now let's quickly continue with our next topic. Now to terminate this loop, you can provide the option number 6. So we have terminated it. So I hope you understood how the program flow is running. So if you did not understand, don't worry, I have linked the document in the description box below. You can take the access of that particular document and you can check the program and run in your local system, and also you can make some modifications to it. As you can see, we don't have a default case over here. I've just placed the case 1 to 6, and I'm saying the default because you can see that the options are from 1 to 6. What if the user provides the number as 7? Right? So the program might crash over here. So for that purpose, you can write in another case that would be the default case. So the default case will check if the number is anything above or out of the range of 1 to 6, then it should be providing you with an output saying a wrong input has been given, or check your input, or something similar. So that's how you can make some modifications to it. You're free to modify the code as well. Don't worry about that. So now let's quickly begin with our next concept. So in the next concept, we have the conditional statements. So what are the conditional statements or the control statements? So basically these are these are conditions. So what happens is, just imagine that you wanted to do something, or if you wanted to drive a vehicle, or if you wanted to drive a bike. So the condition you will apply on your mind is, if I know driving, then I will do it. If not, I'll not do it. So that's what you do, right? So basically you apply a condition on your mind and you do it if it is capable of doing, or if you are capable of doing it. So in the same way, the conditional statements play a major role in computer logic. So before writing a code, or before you start your program, you provide the condition. Perform this particular operation if the provided condition is satisfied. So similarly, you have these three conditional statements in Java, which are if, else, and nested if. So we use these conditional statements in Java to implement our logic. So we will understand the conditional statements, particularly if, else, and nested if, in a much more detailed way by practically running some programs based on these three types of conditional statements. So now you can see that we are back on the Eclipse right now. So this particular code segment is based on the if condition. I hope the program is visible. Let's try to increase the font size. So I think it's better now. So basically we have an input. So we have the integer type of input, that is num, and we have the number as -100. So it is a negative number. And after that we have the if condition. So this is where the conditional statement is provided. So the condition is, if the number is greater than 0, if the provided number is greater than 0, then the control should enter the loop, which is this particular segment, and execute the statements present inside that particular loop. So here we have one single statement, that is a print statement that says the number is positive. In case the condition fails, imagine that the condition fails, then what happens is that instead of entering this particular code segment, the control will skip and execute the next statement, that is another printf statement which we have over here, which says the if condition is terminated, control is outside the condition block. Now since we have provided a negative number, the second option should go ahead. Now let's try to run this and see the output. So there you go. As expected, the program got executed and we have only one statement, that is if condition is terminated, control is outside the block. Now let's try it otherwise. Let's just eliminate the negative number and now check it again. There you go. Now you can see the program got executed and now we have two print statements. You can see that the condition here was true, so the control entered into the statement or the code block, and this particular statement got executed successfully. Once the statements are executed and there is nothing else to do, then the control will automatically exit this particular statement and it will enter into the next statement, which is another printf statement, and we have the same output over there. So this is how the single if statement works. So you can also modify this with an else. So that's the next program that we are going to see. We are going to execute some similar kind of example for our next kind of conditional statement, that is if else. So here only we had one if condition. So in case if this particular condition fails, then we will be having another condition over here, which will be the else block. So as you can see, we have another program. So this particular program is based on if-else condition. So here you can see that we have our first if condition, which states number should be greater than or equals to 0. If this particular condition is true, then this statement should be executed, which says the number is positive. Else, if this condition fails, then what you must do? The control should avoid entering this particular segment, and it should directly hit the next segment where we have the else block, which has another statement which says the number is negative. So this is how the program works. So here we will be doing a little modification over there. Instead of taking an input which is previously defined as it was in the previous example where we had given -100 previously, we are going to do it a little differently. This time we'll be taking or reading the input directly from the user. So for that we are going to use this scanner class. So this is the particular library that we will be using. So we have imported java.util.scanner. So this particular code segment will ask you for the input, and you will press some random number and it will read it as its input. Now let's try to quickly run this program and see the output. There you go. The program got successfully executed and now it is asking for an input from the user. Now let's try to provide a negative number. So there you go, the program got successfully executed, and you can see that since we had given a negative number, the control did not enter this particular code segment at all. It directly avoided to enter this code segment and entered into the else block and executed the statements present in that particular else block, which was a simple print statement that had the statement which read as the number is negative. Now let's try to execute the same program again and see what would be the output. So there you go. Now it's asking for the input again. Now this time let's provide a positive number. So there you go. Since we provided the number as a positive number, this condition was true and this particular statement got executed. Since one of the statements executed, there was no need for the else block to be executed again. So you can see this particular code segment runs in this way. So once the condition is checked, so if the condition is true, then the true statement will be executed. In case if the condition's result is false, then the false statements will be executed. So you will be provided with two options. So one option for true validity and another option for false validity. So this is how the if-else block works. I hope you understood this. Now with this, let's continue with the next type of conditional statement, that is the else-if ladder. So on my screen you can see there is a change of program. We have stepped into the next type of conditional statement, that is the else-if ladder. So basically everything will be same. We will be provided with only one condition. So we will be checking the validity of that particular condition. So if the provided condition is true, then the first one will be executed. If it is not, then the second one will be executed. If the condition fails for the first two, the third one will be executed. If the first three fail, then the fourth. And if all the four fails, then we will have one last else which will print the last segment or statement. So this is how the else-if ladder works. So basically it's completely similar to if-else, but the only difference is instead of one else block, we have multiple else blocks. That's the only difference. Now let's quickly execute this program and see the output. So basically we are going to take an input from the user. So we will be entering 1 for noodles, 2 for milkshake, 3 for fruits, 4 for coffee. So something like that. And if we provide anything else than 1, 2, 3, 4, then we will be having an else statement which says it's an invalid input. So the flow of this particular else if statement is similar to the switch statement. Having said that, we will also discuss something about switch statement as well. Basically we'll try to execute a program based on switch statement, and we will also understand the control flow of that. Don't worry about it. Now let's quickly execute this particular program first. So there you go, the program got successfully executed. Now it's asking for an input. Let's select noodles. That's how it works. We have the output noodles. So the choice is equals to 1. So the first one was true. So it executed the first code segment, and everything else got suspended because this was not necessary to be executed because the condition was true over here, and according to that, only this particular statement was supposed to be executed. So that's how it works. Now let's switch into the next conditional statement, which is this switch. So you can see that we have a program on my screen which is based on switch case. So you can see that there is some similarity between this particular program and the first program we dealt with, that is based on operators. So we also have the default code segment over here. So this was what I was talking about. You can add a default code segment in that particular program, which is the operators program, and do some modifications. So this is what the suggestion I gave over there. Now basically what happens in this particular code segment is, so we have Monday as the day 1 of a week, Tuesday as the day 2 of the week, and so on. So to select one particular day of a week, you need to provide an input. So it's based on 1, 2, 3, 4 and so on to 7. And if you provide anything else than 1 to 7, you will be provided with a message which says invalid input. So now let's try to run this program and see the output. So there you go, the program got successfully executed. Now let's select the weekend day. So which would be something between 6 and 7. So 6 is Saturday and 7 is Sunday. Let's go with 7. So there you go, Sunday. Now let's try to execute this program once again and give a wrong input and see if it works or not. Let's provide 8. There you go. The program identified it as a wrong input, so it gave us a message invalid input. So that's the use of default code segment in switch case. So you can implement this in that operators program and check out how it works. Can be considered as a homework though, not a problem. Now this is how the switch case works. So with this, let's move ahead into the next concept in our Java tutorial for today.
Let's get started. Let's see what strings are and how we can use strings in Java. Java strings are objects that contains groups of characters. Like arrays, strings are immutable as well. Immutable means once string is created, they cannot be changed or manipulated. If we use a string hello, they are stored in a memory location like this. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 are the addresses of the locations where each character of the string is stored. Now let's move on to creating strings. There are two methods of creating string literal method and using new operator. This is the syntax of string on the screen. First, string type, then variable name is equal to sequence of characters in double quotes. This is called as string literal method. For new operator method, we use new operator and value of string is given in the brackets. Now let's see a simple program to understand the use of strings with Java code. Let's create a new project. File, new project, next, tick the box, next. I'm gonna name it as strings, and for the base package I'm gonna name it as string as well, because all the programs I'm gonna do in this package for strings. We have our main program right here, the main class. Now before importing the strings, we need to import some pre-processive directives. So for this I'm gonna import java.io input output dot star. Star means everything inside the directive. And I'm gonna import java.lang dot star. This means I can do all the operations that is needed for strings. So there are two ways to declare string. This is the first one. String s is equal to Simplilearn. Now we have a string s and it contains the value Simplilearn. Now I'm gonna print this system.out.println plus s, or I'm gonna name it as string. I'll print string first is equal to, and then I'm gonna print this. So double quotes string is equal to and plus s. So let's run this program, and there we go. We have string is equal to Simplilearn. So it took the value of s and printed that. So let's see the next type of string, how we can declare the string. Str is equal to new string Simplilearn. So this is the second method how we can declare a string or assign the values to string. So to print it, I'm going to use string2 is equal to and then plus str. So let's execute this as well. And as you can see, we have string2 is equal to Simplilearn as well. So this means both the methods are to declare strings or to assign values to the strings. So you can use any of them. I prefer using first, so it's easy. That's why you don't need to write new and string. So let's move on to the new topic, classes and strings. We all know that strings are immutable. Now what if we want to change something inside the string? Then we use these methods to manipulate strings in Java. First one is string builder. The string builder in Java represents a mutable sequence of characters. It is an alternative to string class as it creates a mutable sequence of characters. Next is string buffer. String represents fixed length immutable characters of sequences, while string buffer represents growable and writable character sequences. It will automatically grow to make room for additions like appending, inserting, and deleting. Next, we have string tokenizer. A string tokenizer object internally maintains a current position within the string to be tokenized. Some operations advance this current position past the characters processed. String tokenizer class in Java is used to break a string into tokens. A token is returned by taking a substring of the string that was used to create the string tokenizer object. Now, let's see different methods for functions that can be done on strings in Java. We have a lot of methods or functions in strings. These are few of the methods that are used by programmers frequently and we will be using in this series of our Java tutorial. Next, let's have a look at a program where we are going to reverse a string and compare to a string. This is going to be an interesting program and you will be able to understand string a lot better. So let's get started. So first we'll see how to compare two strings and then we'll see how to reverse a string. So let's create a new project. File, new project. Let's click on next, tick the box, next. I'm going to rename it as compare and reverse because I'm going to do both the programs in the same program. And we have our main function here. To use some classes or to use some methods, we need to import some of the strings from Java. So I'm going to import strings dot compare dot string compare. So let's write our code here. So I'm going to use 4 strings. First string s1 is equal to, then I'm going to use new string and inside it I'm going to name the string as Simplilearn, S capital. And for the next string, string s2 is equal to new string. Let's give it as practice. For the third string, s3, new string, let's give it as study. And for the fourth string, we are going to match the third string to show all the outputs that's possible, study. Now we are going to display some output using the function equals. So what equals does is it compare two strings. So first I'm going to make it as user friendly by writing comparing string 1 and then comparing string 2 and then semicolon, so that everything will be separated. You can easily find out what the result will be. And then this is the main part, s1 dot equals and in the bracket s2. Because we are comparing s1 and s2, so s1 dot equals s2. So this function automatically checks whether s1 is equal to s2. Now same thing we are going to do with string s3 and string s4. Again this user friendly, s3 and s4 semicolon s3 dot equals s4. We know that s1 is not equal to s2, but s3 is definitely equal to s4. So let's try it with one more sentence so that we can compare one more string. So I'm gonna compare s1 and s4. So I'll copy paste it and instead of s3 I'll write s1 and same I'll do with s1 dot equals s4. So let's run this program. Oh, before running we have an error here. So I'm going to delete that import because we have not used it. So now let's run the program and yes, we have a result. Comparing Simplilearn and practice is false. That's definitely false. Study and study, both strings are matching, so it's true. And Simplilearn and study, they don't match. That's why it's false. So let's get started with our second program, that's reversing a string. So I'm going to delete everything from here and I'm going to write same code here only. So first I need to assign a variable of string input equals, I'll name it as Simplilearn. And this is the main part, guys. We use string builder. Because the string is immutable, as we discussed earlier, string builder allows us to do manipulation. So I'll use one more variable, input1, and new string builder. So in input1 we can do any manipulation that we require. So first I'm gonna do input1 dot append, so that I can do operations that I want on it, either reversing or deleting or concat. So I'll take append of input. And lastly, input1 is equal to input1 dot reverse. This function reverses the string that is there in input1. Now to print the value of the reverse string is, and then input1. So here's the catch, guys. We have to use string builder so that we can do manipulations inside the string. If we don't use string builder, then we will get an error that unable to manipulate the string or unable to reverse the string. So string builder is the main thing here, so that we can do all the operations that we want, either reversing or concat or deleting anything from the string, or deleting an element or adding anything to the string. So all that happens because of string builder. So now let's run this program. And there we go. We have a result. The reverse string is the reverse of Simplilearn. Now let's try it with something that is palindrome. So we have our language, Malayalam. If we reverse this, we'll get Malayalam. So this is kind of palindrome string. And see the result. Our reverse string is also Malayalam. So this is how you reverse a string. So this brings us to the end of this video. We learnt about strings, the functions for strings, and the methods we use in strings. And lastly, we learned how to compare two strings and how to reverse two strings.
So as I described earlier, that array is basically a container which can store values or a sequence of values or sequence of numbers or sequence of characters into itself. We can think of it as a box which can store all the values in a continuous fashion. As you can see here, this is just a pictorial representation, and this is coming from the official Java docs. And you can see that if we create an array of size 10, then we have these 10 blocks created here. You can see 1 to 10th. So the whole length of boxes, the number of boxes here are 10. But the way arrays are designed is that the index is basically used to access the element in this particular box. The index of the boxes start from 0. So it goes from 0 to 9. So remember, the array length is 10. The array can contain 10 elements, but the index of the array starts with 0 and will always end at length minus 1, which is 10 minus 1 in this case, which comes as 9. So it will always be length minus 1. It will always the index will always start from 0 and go till length minus 1. Length can be anything. In this case, the length is 10, so the index ends at 9. If the length was 20, the last index will be 19. But in total, you have these 10 memory locations. We also call them as continuous memory locations because they are continuously placed. An array basically blocks 10 memory locations and creates a container over it. So this is how an array basically looks like inside the memory. And whenever you want to access the elements of the array, you will say array of 0 or array of 1 or array of 2. You basically need to specify the index to access the element at index. For example, if you want to access the element which is sitting in this box, you need to say array of index 8. And we'll see how we can do that. But this is the basic understanding and idea of the concept of arrays. So let's try to understand this with the help of an example. I will switch back to Eclipse IDE, and I've created a very simple program here to demonstrate the functionality of arrays here. So we already covered in the previous lecture of what is package and what is public and what is class. How do we give the class name and what is the meaning of this particular method. So I'm not going to cover that again. We'll start directly from here. So here the first thing which I'm doing is I'm declaring an array of integer. This is a variable name, the identifier basically. It can be anything. And this is the data type. It's an integer array, and as we covered this as well, that whenever you put square bracket in front of a data type, it becomes an array data type. So this is an integer array representation. Now
we just declared an array, but we still haven't allocated a size to it. So you can do that with this particular syntax. So you can put the variable name of the array and say new int and put the right size here. This size can be anything. And once you do this, now array will actually allocate those memory boxes which we covered here. The moment you do new int 10, these boxes, continuous boxes, will be placed in the memory, and the memory is allocated to this array. We call this memory allocation. This is how you allocate memory to the array. So we allocated memory to this array for storing 10 integers. The next thing is now we can start storing elements in those boxes. So like I said, that the array index always starts with 0. So if you have to store the first element, you actually have to store it at index 0 location. So you give the array name, you provide these square brackets, and you put the index value within the square brackets. That is how you basically point to a particular element inside the array. So we say an array of 0 and we put the value 100. Then we initialize the second element, which will be index 1. Then will be the third element, which will be index 2. Fourth element, index 3. Fifth element, index 4. Sixth element, index 5, and so on. Until we store till the last element. So this is the 10th element, which is accessible as index 9, and the value is 1000 basically. So from 100 to 1000, we stored 10 values in this array, and we stored them by accessing the index, and this is actually the only way you can store values in the array, by pointing to the indexes. So we go from 0 to 9 and we stored all the values, 0 being the first element and array of 9 being the last and the 10th element. Remember the length minus 1 concept. Okay, so now we will try to print all the elements one by one. That's pretty much what we are doing now. So as we covered in the previous lecture, that we use system.out.println to print anything, and we understood the whole meaning of this, so I'm not going to repeat that. Now we want to print the first element. The first element is sitting at index 0, and we can access that element with this syntax by providing the variable name and the actual index value. So I'm just writing a random string here which says element at index 0, and then I'm putting this plus here and putting the variable name. This plus is basically used to concatenate the output of a static string with a random variable, or basically you can print anything with using plus. Plus is used for concatenation. So I'm just trying to print this whole value, but here this is a string value which is a static string, and then I have a value coming from the array. So whenever you have to print some value from a particular data type or variable or collection, then you can use this plus syntax to concatenate a string, static string, with your actual value. So that's what I've done here by saying plus and array 0. And similarly for index 1, I'm printing the first index, then for 2, 3, so far and so on so forth till the index 9. So basically I'm just printing all the values of the array starting from index 0 to index 9. So that's all which is written in this program. Now let's try to run this program. So I will right click, go to run as, and go to Java application and hit on this. And now if I just expand this console, you can see all the system.out.println statements have been executed and they printed this. So this is the static string part, in fact including the colon. This is the static string part, element and index 0, printing exactly as is, and then dynamically the 0th index element of an array is printed here. Similarly, we have printed the index 1 location element, index 2 location element, index 3 location element, and so on so forth till the index 9 location element. So in total these are the 10 elements, but the index always works from 0 to length minus 1. In this case it will be going from 0 to 9. So this is basically all which I wanted to cover in this lecture. The whole idea was to give you more understanding of arrays, and remember this is just an integer array. You can similarly create a character array. You can also create a string array for you as well. So it's completely related to the data type you are using. If you create a char array, then you can only store characters into it. If you create a string array, then you can only store strings into it. And now you can probably relate back to this particular thing which I explained in the previous lecture, that we create this string array for the reason that when you run this particular program And if you want to provide any command line values, command line arguments to the program, those arguments will automatically be stored in this args, and then you can access this as args of 0, args of 1, etc. in your program. That's the whole concept.
Let's get started with understanding arrays in detail. We have been talking about arrays throughout this course of Java in the previous sessions as well, and we have covered some basic understanding of how to create arrays, how to declare them, how to fill values in the array, and how do we print the array with positions as well as the array as whole. But whatever examples which we took previously were one-dimensional arrays, because arrays can have more than one dimensions as well. You can create a one-dimensional array, you can create a two-dimensional array, you can create even a three-dimensional array, and you can go up to as many dimensions as you can handle in your Java program. So it depends upon the kind of complexity you want to have in your program and the kind of values, the kind of structure you are going to store in your arrays. And based on that need, you can choose whether you want to use a 1D array or one-dimensional array or a 2D array or a 3D array and so on. In these sessions, we are going to talk about 1D arrays, 2D arrays, and 3D arrays. And after that, we'll leave up to you to try out more dimensionals if you want to. We have already covered the basic array structures, which were one-dimensional arrays. So I will just give you a quick walkthrough of how we actually handled one-dimensional arrays. So this is a sample program to demonstrate one-dimensional arrays. If you remember, this is how we used to create arrays. We write the data type of the array, and then we write the square boxes, which denote that this is an integer array data type. We assign a variable to this, and then we initialize the array with the size 4. So new is the keyword which is used to initialize anything in Java, and we are going to use this heavily when we talk about classes and objects and even collections. Literally any object which you want to create in Java requires a new keyword. So here I'm writing new and then int 4, which means create an array of size 4. And then I'm filling the value of the 4 positions which I have created as part of this array. And if you remember, when we create these kind of arrays, we store them in a 0 index based position. The first value gets stored at 0th index position and then so on and so forth. So it will always start from 0 and never start from 1. Remember that. And after that, we just print all the values of individual positions of the elements in the array. And if I just run this program, all of the elements of this particular array should be printed one by one. So if I just show the full console of the output, you can see that element at index 0 was 10, element at index 1 was 20, element at index 2 was 30, and element at index 3 was 40. So this was just a quick refresher of how one-dimensional arrays can be written. And whenever you declare a very simplistic array, it will generally be a one-dimensional array. Now let's look at the two-dimensional arrays and how do we write them, when do we need them. For that, I have created another example, which says two-dimensional array. I just created a class and it has a public static void main method, and I've created a two-dimensional array this time. So let's understand this two-dimensional array in a bit detail. And when do we need that? Generally, you would need to use two-dimensional arrays whenever you are trying to do any matrix calculations. If you understand what do you mean by matrix, it's basically a 2 by 2 structure which stores the values in the form of rows and columns. So imagine a table of 2 rows and 2 columns, then it will be a 2 by 2 matrix. So if you want to store that particular table in a Java program, you would need to store that as a matrix, as a two-dimensional matrix, rows being the one-dimensional and column being the other dimension. And that's what we are doing here. And if you want to store that 2D matrix in a Java program, the approach and the procedure for it is pretty similar to how you create a one-dimensional array with slight changes. The first change is instead of a single square bracket, you're going to write 2 square brackets because it is a two-dimensional array. So remember, the number of square brackets you are going to put while initializing and declaring the array is the number of dimensions which your array is going to have. Since this is a two-dimensional array example, that's why you see 2 brackets here. If this was a 3-dimensional array example, you will see 3 square brackets here, and so on and so forth. So that's the first part of it. Second part to understand is to how to store the data. Remember, I told you always imagine the structure of rows and columns whenever you are trying to store a two-dimensional array in Java. So what are rows and what are values, and how do you represent them while you declare and initialize a two-dimensional array? So you start with the curly braces as a normal 1D array, but inside the curly braces, you create nested curly braces blocks. You can see 3 blocks here. They start with their own curly brace and end with their own. Then this curly brace starts here and ends here. And then this curly brace starts here and ends here. Idea is that you provide this outer curly braces to define the overall structure. And then inside each of the curly braces is going to represent a row in your two-dimensional array. So each of these values, these blocks, is going to represent a row. So I can say that this is the first row, this is the second row, and this is the third row. And if I try to visualize it in terms of columns, then this is the first row, first column, first row, second column, first row, third column. Similarly, second row, first column, second row, second column, second row, third column, and third row, first column, third row, second column, and third row, third column. So individual values are going to be represented as columns, and the whole curly braces is going to be represented as arrays. That's the basic mental idea or mental image you should have while declaring a two-dimensional arrays. Remember to declare the rows inside the nested curly braces, and whatever elements you have will automatically be indexed as columns. Another thing to remember that since this is an array data structure, everything starts from 0 and nothing starts from 1. So this will be row 0, this will be row 1, and this will be row 2. I'm talking about the position. We can still call it as first row, second row, and third row, but the position of this particular row element is 0. The position of this particular row element is 1, and this particular row element is 2. Similarly for column as well, this is column 0, column 1, and column 2. Similarly, column 0, column 1, and column 2, and so on and so forth. Once you understand this data structure well, and you have defined it correctly, then everything should fall in place. If you want to do a matrix addition, or if you want to do a matrix multiplication or a dot product, all of the kind of calculations can be performed using the 2D array concept. Here in this program, what I'm doing is I am printing the values of this particular 2D array into a matrix style. And you see some strange code here, which is for etc. Don't worry about this. I'm going to cover in detail what this for means and how do you write this. For now, what we can understand that we just want to print this. You might not need to print this in your Java programs when you write a production grade application, but you might want to do manipulations on these arrays as metrics. Maybe you want to create a transpose of a matrix, or you want to do a dot product or addition or subtraction or whatever be your use case. In this case, just for demonstration purpose, I'm printing the values as rows and columns, nothing else. So this all of this code from line 8 to line 14, or in fact line 13, is just showing how to print the values. You can see some system.out, and you can see some construct here. And like I said, don't worry about this. I will cover this in detail. Let's run this program and see if my Java array is stored correctly and how can I represent this. So you can see I have represented it in a style of a 2D matrix, where this is the first row, this is the second row, and this is the third row. Similarly, this is the first column containing the value 237. So column 0 will have value 2, and column 1 will have this value 3, and column 2 will have this value 7 for row 0. Let me also do something here which can help you understand this concept better. Let me do a system.out.println, and let's print an individual value, because like I said, the for loop can be confusing here to understand. So let's say I want to print ARR of 0th row, first column, and see what kind of values do we get. Let me comment this code. Comment is control \, and this code will be commented, and this code will not be executed. And now only line 15 will be executed instead of the for block. So if I run this, I get the value 7. So row 0 and first column. Row 0, first column is 7. Let's try with 1, 1. I want to print the row at 1 position. Remember, not the first row, but the 1 position row, which is basically technically the second row. So second row, second column, and see what kind of value do I get in this case. I get 6. So second row, second column. Similarly, if you change this value to 2, then third row, second column, which should point to 4. Yes, we get 4. Similarly, you can write a value here as 0 and you can write a value here as, let's say, 2. This will print the 0th row and the second column. So similarly, whatever kind of value you want to write, you want to access, you can access it in this fashion. And remember, the column and row indexes will always start from 0. So this is a simple demonstration of how you can use two-dimensional arrays. And in this session, we also did a refresher of one-dimensional array. Let's get started with how to create and use a three-dimensional array, or how to go about using multi-dimensional arrays in Java. So as you can see from this image, we talked about 1D array, which is having just one axis. Then we talked about 2D arrays in the last session, where we had rows and columns, basically an x-axis and a y-axis. And then we can also have a 3D array, which will have three axes, which will have an x-axis, a y-axis, and also a z-axis. Think of a simple box, which every box in this world will always have at least 3 dimensions. And from here, you can go even build more complex arrays, which can have 4 dimensions or 5 dimensions or as many dimensions as you want it to have. And today we are going to look at an example of how can we build a 3D array and how do we access those elements. But this picture is just to show you the mental model of when you will be creating a 3D array. So for example, generally an image data is stored in 3 dimensions. So you might want to store the image data into a 3D array. And there can be many other use cases in the mathematical and research computational use cases where you might want to use a 3D array. So, but remember, there's an x-axis, there's a y-axis, and then there is a third axis, which is called the z-axis. So let us look at a Java program to understand how we can build a three-dimensional array. And for that, I have created this class, which is called multi-dimensional array. It has a entry point method, which is the public static void main method. And then I have created an integer array. And this time, instead of 1 or 2 square brackets, I have 3 square brackets. And if you remember, I mentioned this in the previous session as well. The number of square brackets which you're going to put while initializing the array is the number of dimensions of the array. And since in this particular program, I'm going to demonstrate a three-dimensional array, that's why you see 3 square boxes. Let me just minimize this. Yep. So we have 3 square boxes here, and we have created the variable name as ARR, or short form as array. Then we start with the outermost curly braces as is. Then we put another curly braces which starts from here and it ends here. Then another set of curly braces which starts from here and end here. So this is the first dimension. This is the second dimensions, and these are the third dimensions. That's how you're going to define the different dimensions. Remember, this is the first dimension when the first curly brace starts. Then you have this second dimension, which covers this hole and this hole. And then you have third dimension, which are these. So that's how you're going to visualize and put the 3 dimensions in use while declaring a 3-dimensional array. And the values work in the same fashion. It's a 0 index based position. So since we do not have an official name for the third dimension, so I'm just going to use x-axis, y-axis, and z-axis to refer to the 3 axes. So this would be x of 0, this would be y of 0, and this would be z of 0. Similarly, x of 1, y of 1, and z of 1, and so on and so forth. So now if I try to access the value which is at 0th x position, first y position, and second z position, what's the value do we get here? Let's run this program and understand and interpret the output. Okay, so when we ran this program, we got the output as 11. So let's understand this output. So when we say the 0th position on x, the first position on y, and the second position on z. So this is the 0th position on x, and this is the first position on y, and then this element is 0, 1, 2 is the second position on the z-axis. So to describe it in a nutshell, this defines the x-axis. So we have two elements on the x-axis here, this one and this one. Then we have two elements on the y-axis on each x-axis. So this is 1, this is 2 on the first x-axis, and this is 1 and this is 2 on the second x-axis. So 2x and 2y. And then on the z-axis, I have 3 elements each. So hope this helps you understand and visualize this. So x-axis, and this one is other x-axis, and then y-axis, and then elements inside this are z-axis. So I'm saying 0th x-axis in this block, first on the y-axis, which is this block, and then second element or the second position element on this particular axis in this particular block, which is 11. And that's why we get 11. If I print 0, let's say I change this particular value as 1. So now the output should be coming from this side. So second x position, because it's 1, second y position, so this will go here, and then the 2 position, which is the third element of the z-axis, which is 13. So let's see if we get 13. Yes, we get 13 here. So this is just to show you how you can interpret this particular array, and always be mindful of how you are structuring this array. If your structure is gone wrong, then your program will become useless and it will give you a lot of unpredictable outputs which might not make sense and which may introduce errors in your program. So be very careful how you define the structure of the elements here. That's the key. And after that, you just need to understand the x-axis, the y-axis, and the z-axis. Always remember all the axes start from 0. So when I say 2, I'm basically referring to the third element and not the second element. So this is all I wanted to cover in this particular session, where we describe how we can use a 3-dimensional array. And from here, you can go to any lengths. Like I said, you can add more square brackets here and go to 4-dimension or 5-dimension or 6-dimension. But remember, the more dimensions you add, the more complexity of the program will be having. The program will become more and more difficult to debug and understand. So always try to take a wise call as to how many dimensions you want to use in your array.
And software developers need to stay up to date on the latest advancements regarding the tools, frameworks, programming languages, and apps to achieve success. Master the latest coding tools, strategies, and techniques through Simplilearn software development courses. By enrolling in any of these certification programs, you will gain expertise in skills like Agile, Java, DevOps, HTML5, CSS3, AWS, JavaScript, ES6, SOAP, and REST and GSP. With hands-on experience in tools like Angular, MongoDB, you will catch the eye of top recruiters. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll now. A year of experience is preferred to enroll in these courses. You can find the course link in the description box below and pinned comment.
Welcome to this tutorial on objects and classes in Java. This is a part of our Java tutorial series where we will be covering everything you need to know to master Java. Let us look at what we will cover today. First, we will talk about objects and we will implement 2 programs on IntelliJ to learn about objects. Then, we will move on to classes in Java where we will see an advanced program to learn classes more in depth. So what are objects? An object is an instance of a class. Let's have a look at an example. In this example, animal is a class and dog is its object. The object dog has states and behaviors. We can have dogs with different breeds, sizes, and colors. These are considered as the states of object dog. On behavior side, dog has behavior like barking, eating, and wagging tail. So an object has its own states and behaviors. Now let's look at an example using Java code. There are many platforms to run Java program. So for this video, I'll be using IntelliJ. So let's create a new project. Let's name it as project 1 and finish. There we go. We have a new project. We have a class with main and we have a main function. So the code that we write should always be written in the main function. So let's create a new class to understand how the object is used. Let's name it as student. We need variables so that we can access the variables of this class. So I'm going to use student ID with the integer type, student name, and student's age. There we go. Now we have these 3 variables that we can use. So let's go to our main program and start our coding. So we have a class named student. Now let's see how to create an object of a class. This is the syntax to create an object. Now the object here is S. I created an object S of class student. Now let's assign values to the variables. For this, we use the object S and use the dot operator, and we have options from which we can choose from that we declared in the class student. So for this, I'll use ID and give a value. Similarly, I'll give age and give a value. And finally, let's give a name. Now we'll print its value. Now we are going to run this program. Let's see what output we'll get. And there it is. We have name, that's Simplilearn, we have age, and we have ID. Now let us see an example how we can use multiple objects for a single class. So let's get started. Let's create a new project and I'm gonna name it as vehicles. Because I'm gonna use cars and bikes in this program, so I'm gonna use vehicles as a combined form. And yes, here we have a class main and a function main. Now I need two classes for this program. So I'm gonna create two classes. First I'm gonna name it as bikes, and the second class I'm gonna name it as cars. So let's create variables for these classes. So in cars, first I need string, name, and I need the cost of the car. So cost can be integer as well. Because I'm gonna use $sign in that, so I'm gonna use string because of that. So same thing I'm gonna do with bikes. Now that our classes are created, let's create objects for this class. So the process is same, but we are going to use different names for the object. First, the car class, and I'm going to name as car1. And yes, we have created the first object. Now to create the second object, similarly, I'm going to create 5 objects of the class cars. And I'm going to change the name for them. So I created 5 objects of the same class. So I'm going to create 5 objects of the bikes class as well. So bike one will be a bit longer, so I'm going to use B1 till B5. And I'm going to name them from B1 to B5. So now I'm going to assign values to the variables that I created in classes bike and cars. So first I'm going to go with cars and let's name it as Lamborghini. Similarly, car 2, Ferrari. So I'm going to use names of the cars that are very famous and costly so that anyone over the world can understand this. So let's name car 3. I'm going to name it as Bugatti. Similarly, car 4, Pagani, and car 5. Now I'm going to give names for bikes. I hope everyone will understand the names that I give. B4 and B5, the last one, Yamaha. Now let's assign the cost for bikes and cars as well. So the procedure is same. So let's do it 130,000. Same B2. So B1 goes for Harley Davidson, B2 for Ducati, B3 for Suzuki, B4 for Ecos, and B5 for Yamaha. I am going to assign values for these values accordingly. For Ducati, $232,000. For Suzuki, 200,000. 300,000. And the last one, Yamaha, 500,000. Now similarly, I'm going to assign values for car1.cost till car5.cost. $203,000 for Lambo. I think I can copy paste these as well. So let's copy paste. It will be a lot faster and easier to do. car 2, car 3, car 4 and car 5. We don't need this. As per car2, let's take it as 252,000 and let's make it as 3 million. As per this, let's keep it as 1,400,000, and lastly let's take it as 293. Now that we have assigned all the values for all this, now let's print it and get the value. I'm going to create a very simple program, but a very user-friendly program, so it's gonna be interesting for you guys. So we are going to ask the users what would they like, either bikes or cars. So we need to give them the options, and our next program will be based on the options that the users select, not the options we give as the command. So let's do it. Let's give the options 1 bikes and 2 cars. I need to take the value that user gives. For this, I'm going to write this command. So I have not used scanner yet. So let's import scanner. And let's create an object for scanner. And yes, let's get back. So the data type of choice variable is integer. That's why I'm using next int. If the data type was string, then I would have used next line. So now that we have choice from the user, let's use this value. If the user chooses the first value, that means bikes. So the next thing we display is we have models, and we are going to give 5 models for bikes to the user. Here I am giving options to the users so that they can choose easily from number 1 to 5. Now we can show these options to the users so that they can choose from one of these values. So let's use one more if statement so that we can find out whether they have this value or not. Before that, I'm going to ask which one would you like to choose. To enter the choice, I'm going to use one more variable. Let's say n. So I'm going to store n. If n is equal to 1, that means Harley Davidson. Then I'm going to show the cost of Harley Davidson. This is the syntax to print the value for the cost or any of the variable that we use in class. What if the user says second or third or fourth or fifth? So for that, we are going to use else if statements. If n is 2, that means Ducati. So we have to show the rate of Ducati or the cost of Ducati to the user. Now similarly, I'm going to do for n is equal to 3, n is equal to 4, and n is equal to 5. Now I'm going to do for n is equal to 4. And lastly, n is equal to 5. That is our last bike, Yamaha. What if the users put a number that is not between 1 to 5? So for that, I'm going to use else statement and put a message that please enter the value from 1 and 5. So now we have code for the bikes, and the same thing, what if the user selects that he wants to find the car? So for that we have this, the choice is equal to 1. So the same thing we are going to do for choice is equal to 2. And the same thing we are going to tell to user that we have 5 models. The same names that I gave to variables, I'm going to give this to here. Second one Ferrari, third Bugatti, fourth Ecos, and the last one Porsche. Now we are going to ask the users their choice that which number do they want to choose. Now we need one more value so that we can have it as a variable which can store the choice of the user. So for this I'm going to use C. Now if C is equal to 1, that means if the user wants to see the cost of Lamborghini, that he puts the choice as 1. So we're going to display this message, the cost of Lamborghini. And we are going to use else if loop to enter the next values for C from 1 to 5. If C is equal to 2, that means the user wants to know the rate of Ferrari, then we are going to show the cost of the Ferrari. Same thing if the user enters 3 as the choice. If user enters 4 as the choice, then we go for Ecos. And the last one, if user enters the choice as 5, then we have to display the cost of Porsche. Now what if the user enters none of the values from 1 to 5? Then we have to display a message showing that please enter the value between 1 to 5. Now remember the first choice that we wanted from user to enter either bikes or cars. So what if the user do not enter either 1 or 2? So for that we need one more else function to tell the user that either enter 1 or 2. And with this we have completed our code. So now let's run this program. For this we need to go to run and then run main. There's a shortcut for it, that is Shift plus F10. So let's run the program. And yes, we have successfully executed the program. Let's test this program now. So enter your choice. I'm going to enter 1. And yeah, we have 5 models: Harley Davidson, Ducati, Suzuki, Pagani and Yamaha. So enter your choice. I'm going to enter 1. And yeah, we have our result. The cost of Harley Davidson is $130,000. So with this, we have completed our code. And please feel free to type this code in your own computer and try out all the permutation and combinations that you can with this program. So with this, let's move on to classes and understand the classes and their concept. Then we'll have a new program on classes. Now let's see what is a class. A class is a blueprint from which objects are created. A class describes state or behavior of an object. In this example, dog is a class. The variables in this class are breed and color. The functions or methods of the class dog are barking, hungry and sleeping. We use objects of a class to use variables and functions of the class. With this, let's understand classes with a simple Java code. Let's create a new project. Next, tick the box and let's name it as automobiles. Let the base package be student. And yes, we have a class main. Now let's create some classes to do code on. I'll create a new Java class as cars. And then I'll create one more class with the name bikes. And then one more class automobiles. So I'm gonna connect cars and bikes with automobiles so that we can use that program in main and see what can we do with the classes that we create. In automobiles, I need some variables. I'll take private, double, and let's say fuel. And then same thing, private, double, and then year. And let's take one more, private, string, and brand. Now let's have getters and setters for this. So these are used to get the value and set the value for the variables inside the class. There we go. We have the getters and setters for it. Now let's go to class cars. So public class cars extends automobiles. So in it, I'm gonna create one more class or a constructor. and I'm gonna print a message, say a new car has been created. Car has been created. Now the same thing I'm gonna do with bikes. Let's go to bikes and I'm gonna use the same thing, extends automobiles. This is because I can inherit all the variables from the automobiles class. So I created a constructor and I'm gonna print a message, a new bike has been created. So I have created class, cars, bikes and automobiles. So let's go to main program. So this is where we should write our code. So I'm gonna start with the code now. It's a very simple code. First I'm gonna create the variables or the objects of the class with private bikes, bike. So one is car and one is bike, both are objects for the classes. So I'm going to use these objects. Bikes, bike is equal to new bike. This is so that my object can function really well, and now I'm going to run it. It will take some time to run. And yes, there we go. Our program has executed and the things that I typed, a new car has been created, a new bike has been created, are done. Now let's try something else using the classes. So I'm going to bikes. So I'm going to create a new method or a new function, public void kick for bike. So I'm going to print message, the bike has been started with kick. Bike has been started with kick. Now the same thing I'm going to do with cars. Now how does a car start? With the key. So I'm going to make a function, public key, and inside it I'm going to print the same message, car has been started with key. Oh, I should write void there to give the return value as void. So let's print the message, car has been started with key rotation. Let's write that as well. So in the main program I'm going to use objects to use those functions, and let's see what changes they'll do to our program. Bike.kick and car.kick. Let's run this. And there we go. First we used to have this two messages, but now these two messages are also there as well because we invoked those functions and methods that are there in class cars and bikes. So if I write bike.key or car.kick, this won't work. This is because key is not a method of bike or kick is not a method of car. So that's why I gave private static for the functions. So if I execute it, these are the error messages that I'll get. Cannot find the symbol method kick or method key.
What is polymorphism? According to chemistry, the term polymorphism can be defined as the ability of any element or compound to exist in multiple crystalline forms. This is called polymorphism. For example, if you have the carbon atom, it can come out in different forms in coal, graphite, and diamond. What is polymorphism in Java? Similarly, in the terms of Java programming language, polymorphism is defined as the ability of any object in a class to perform a particular task in multiple methods. This is known as polymorphism in Java. We're going to open up our Eclipse editor, and we're going to do some animal sounds with cows, cats, and dogs. Just kind of a fun, almost kids-like example of polymorphism. And you can see I already have my inheritance in here. Let's go ahead and create a new package. And we'll call this polymorphism, just to keep it simple. And once we have our polymorphism in there, we're going to go ahead and add a class in. And if you were doing an abstract class, we can label it as abstract because we're not going to directly access it. And we'll call it animal sounds. Maybe we will. We'll see how we load the program up. But we'll call this animal sounds. And let's create a public, it's not going to return anything, but we'll call it sound on here. And we just want to go ahead and have it do a system out print. And with our system out print line, we'll just have it say animals make different sounds. There we go. So yeah, it's really simple and straightforward. We're just going to have it print something out. And if we're going to do that, let's go ahead and just, good thing I didn't make it abstract. Let's go ahead and just test it out and see what it looks like. And we'll do, we'll call it animal main. Animal main. And in here, let's go ahead and test out what we just put together. We'll do our static void main, so it's going to run on here. And we'll create our animal sounds. We'll call it animal, because we don't know what kind of animal this is. We'll call it new animal sounds. And we'll just take that animal, and I like to put it in capitalized, but usually we like to do this lowercase. There we go. And we'll just have our animal dot sound end. And let's go ahead and run this and see what comes out. We can see here animals make different sounds. Okay, that's not too exciting. So let's jump in there and let's say we have, in this case, we're going to add in a couple of different animals. We'll add in a, let's start with a cow. Yeah, why not a cow? So we'll have our cow in here. We'll go ahead and click OK. And now we have our cow class, but a cow doesn't just, it makes different noises, but it actually makes a very clear noise. So we'll go ahead and give the cow a sound. And we'll have the cow say moo moo. And the cow is going to extend. There's our, and we'll put in our extends animal sounds. And then I want to go back here to our animal main. And now we have a class cow. So in our animal main, we want to do cow equals new cow. And once we've created the new cow, we also need to go ahead and have the cow sounds. There we go. And we run this. You can see it comes out here and it says the cow says moo moo. So if we go back to cow, we're just going to do this real quick. And let's say we just take this out of here, the public void sound. And then we're going to go into our animal main and run that. Recompiles. Animals make different sounds because it doesn't know what sound a cow makes. So this is really central to polymorphism, is we're taking something going on in the in one setup that we've brought in and extended from our animal sounds, and we've changed it to the cow says moo moo. And we can also add in multiple animals in here. We'll go ahead and just add in one more animal. We'll call this one, we'll do a dog, why not? So here comes in our dog. And of course we want the dog to actually say something. And we'll have the dog go bow wow. And then we'll go back to our animal main and we have to create a dog. And we'll say cow. Simply dog, dog. Uppercase for the class, lowercase for the actual object. And then of course we need the dog to make a sound. So we'll go down here and go dog dot sound. And when we run this, as you expect, it's going to compile it. There we go. Animals make different sounds. The cow says moo moo. The dog says bow wow. Characteristics of polymorphism. The functionality of a method behaves differently in different situations. The behavior of a method is dependent on the data. Polymorphism is mainly used to implement inheritance. As we saw, we did the extends with the animal sounds. Polymorphism is mainly used to implement inheritance. It allows same name for a member of method in a class with different types, which we'll cover briefly in a minute. Polymorphism supports implicit type conversion. Types of polymorphism. There are basically two types of polymorphism that can be occurred in Java programming language. They are mentioned as follows: compile time polymorphism, runtime polymorphism. Compile time polymorphism gets executed during the compilation stage. Here the overloading method gets resolved in compilation stage. So when you saw me run those in Eclipse and it went through the compile time, that's looking at all the different changes we made to those classes. That's what we're talking about here, is during compile time. In method overloading, In Java, the process of method overloading is achieved when a class has two or more methods with same name, but the specific method is selected based on the number of parameters declared. We'll now execute a program based on the functionality of additional operator in a different situation. And let's flip back on over to our Eclipse. So in here, I'm going to go back under the dog, and let me just highlight this. And we're going to do the same thing. So you see right here it says public void sound. So this is identical, public void sound. But instead of sending nothing, we're going to send it a string, and we're going to call it angry. Now at this point, you should note that what if it's a happy dog? I would have to add an if-then. If the string angry said happy, then we'd print happy or something else. But we're just keeping it simple. So we've entered another sound identical to the first, but we've added string angry to it. And this one's going to print out the dog says growl, growl. Now if we go back to our animal main, and here's our dog, same sound. But now we're going to add a string in here. And we put that string in here, we'll go ahead and just call it angry. It doesn't really matter what string you put in here because we haven't sorted out what the string means. For now it just says growl, growl. It's going to recompile it. So remember, this is a polymorphism during compile time. And here we have it, the dog says growl, growl. So the dog says bow, wow, and then the angry dog says growl, growl. So there is another thing called operator overloading. Operator overloading is not supported in Java. Authors of Java wanted to keep the language less complicated. Explaining operator overloading, it basically is a way of bundling operations into the call statement and user procedures. It's so that it looks like a math on a paper. You have A plus add B plus C kind of thing, and it's all wrapped up in your call to another statement. This just gets confusing, and it really isn't necessary. So the Java developers decided not to put it in there. So runtime polymorphism. In Java programming language, runtime polymorphism gets handled during the program execution stage. Here the overriding method gets resolved in execution. So far we've talked about compile time polymorphism. As you saw in the program we just wrote, when it's compiling, it does the extend and figures out which overload method to use on there. In runtime polymorphism, method overriding, in Java, the method overriding is a procedure where a child class is allowed to implement a specific class that is already provided in the parent class. For runtime compilation code, or polymorphism, we need to go ahead and introduce the super keyword. Now, from inheritance, you should remember that we can look at super from before, but we're going to use it slightly different. It's kind of doing the same thing as when we did the inheritance, but we're doing like what they call an override during runtime. So the term super is a predefined keyword in Java that is used to refer the immediate parent class object or method defined in the program. In this procedure, whenever you create an instance of subclass, then automatically an instance of parent class is also created that will be implicitly referred by the super reference variable. So going back into our animal sounds, let's go in here to dog. And if we add a super dot sound in here, this is going to reference whatever our extend is, because the dog extends animal sounds. And so here's our super dot sound. And if we go ahead and we'll run and compile this, and you can see here that it comes down and it says the dog says growl, growl, because that's what we had it system out print line to. And then the super, animals make different sounds. And so if we go back to our animal main, this is what it's calling right here. It's going back into sound under the animal mains, and it's printing out or doing whatever it does here. At this point, we usually have it return something, so you can look up whatever the original class was using. So getting back to these two setups, whether you're using the super to use a runtime polymorphism, because that's what's happening during runtime, versus compile time polymorphism. During compile time polymorphism, method call is handled by the compiler itself. So the program maybe take a second more to compile, but it runs faster. In the runtime, the method call cannot be handled by a compiler in the execution stage. So if you have any errors, it's not going to show up either. During the compile time, we have compile time polymorphism is less flexible as it needs to handle all method calls in compile time. So you really, in runtime polymorphism, it exhibits higher flexibility as the method call gets handled at runtime coming in. The execution period for compile time polymorphism is less. That's what I was just talking about. It compiles it, so the compiling takes maybe a little bit more. But if you're executing the same program over and over and over again, once it's distributed, it's going to run faster. Then, of course, with the runtime polymorphism, the execution period for runtime polymorphism takes longer. It's just a little bit more. Usually in most programs you don't notice this, but if you're executing the same script 1,000 times, suddenly that 0.01 second is a lot more. It suddenly is adding up a second each time it goes through the 1,000 iterations. Then with the compile time polymorphism, integrating the right method call with the right method is done in compile time. And of course in runtime, integrating the right method call with the right method is done in runtime. Again, that's another delay because it has to figure out what it's doing. It's not already pre-mapped out. And finally, compile time polymorphism occurs during method overloading and operator overloading, where runtime polymorphism occurs during the method overriding. Advantages of polymorphism: programmers' code can be reused via polymorphism. Number one goal of a programmer is to reuse the code as much as possible so you're not reinventing the wheel over and over again. Advantages of polymorphism: supports single variable name for multiple data types, reduces coupling between different functionalities. And some of the disadvantages of polymorphism that can come up is that polymorphism ends up raising performance issues in real time. You can see where as you're loading all these different things, you might end up creating loops you didn't know you were doing. Polymorphism reduces readability of the code. Sometimes your actual code, everything you look at in Java is polymorphism, all based on a primary object. So you could have a very complicated setup, and then it actually is very easy to read when you actually put your final variable in there. But when you're going through lines and lines of code, it can be really hard to figure out what's going on as you loop through all these different inherited modules or classes. Programmers find polymorphism difficult to implement. Just depends. The more you use it, the easier it is.
Let's see the definition of encapsulation. Encapsulation is like a capsule. The whole code and data is bounded together into a single unit. Another way to think about encapsulation is it is a protective shield that prevents the data from being accessed by the code outside this shield. As you can see, variables and methods are defined inside one class like a capsule. Now the question is, why do we need encapsulation? The main reasons are: first, better control of class attributes and methods. Second, class attributes can be made read-only or write-only. Third, it makes Java code very flexible. This means the programmer can change one part of the code without affecting other parts. Apart from these, encapsulation is mainly used to protect data and increase security of the code. As you can see, to protect the data, variables must be private and they can only be accessed through methods. Now, let's see Java code for encapsulation to understand the concept better. So now let's create a new project. Next. And I'm gonna name it as encap1. So here we have our main class. We can write the code here. So before writing the code, let me create a new class. Right click, new Java class, and I'm gonna name it as employee. So in this program we are going to use a classic example of employee using employee name, ID and salary. So in this class, let me create variables. First string name, then integer ID, and then int salary. So I can easily use these variables in our main program by creating object of the class. So let me just create the object. Employee is equal to new employee. Now I can use e.id, name or salary, anything I need to. But this program is about encapsulation. So this is an easy program we can do, but in order to secure our programs when we have a large number of program and large number of lines in a program, so we need encapsulation at that time so that data can be secured. So for that I'm gonna name it as private. Now all three variables are private, so I can't use them. See, we can't see them anymore. If I write ID, we'll get a red color here. So if we go on it, we can see ID has private access. So that means we can't use it directly. Because of this, we need getters and setters that are normally methods that are used for these. So right click, generate, and here you can see getters and setters. So just select all of them and OK. So now we can use these methods instead of direct using the variables. So we can get in the starting, then set, then get, and again set. So likewise it goes like this. So now we have set here. So if I want to declare variable and if I want to put some value inside my variable, so how can I do that? Here you can see get ID or get salary. So if I go for get ID, if I go for e.set ID and I set it as 6, so this shows no error. This means we can use methods to access variables. So let's complete our program now. First I'm gonna set everything. And lastly e.set salary. Let's get it as 30,000. Maybe in dollars or maybe in rupees. Let's just set it as 30,000 for now. So how I'm gonna print it? For this I'm gonna go to a print statement and then name and not set name, but this time I'm gonna go with get name. Get name is to return the value of the name that I have given. So in this case that's Simplilearn. And next will be ID and e.get ID. And lastly salary e.get salary. So this is a simple program that is used to define encapsulation. If we don't use private variables, that becomes a normal program. So when we use encapsulation, we are going to use private every time whenever we declare variables so that it's secure and no one can access the variables directly. So now let's run the program. And there we go. We have our result. We have executed the program successfully. And as you can see, name Simplilearn, ID 6 and salary is 30,000. So I hope you understood the concept of encapsulation. So the main concept of encapsulation is all the variables can be accessed through methods. So for this we use getters and setters that are inbuilt functions for IntelliJ or NetBeans or Eclipse. So with this, let's move on to our next program to understand it better and how we can manipulate these variables or methods using program. So again, let's create a new project. And this time I'm gonna name it as encapsulation 2 because it's the second program for encapsulation. And here we have our main program. Now this time I'm gonna use an example of cars. So let me just create a new class and I'm gonna name it as cars. So in this again I'm gonna create 3 variables that are private. So first I'm gonna get string name, then private string price, that means price of the car, and third one top speed of the car. So we can create the program that we did before as it is, but I'm gonna explain you more in depth how we can manipulate these variables or classes. So I'm gonna create a constructor for the class cars, and inside I'm gonna give it as arguments as string name, then string price and string top speed. And I'm gonna give it as this.name is equal to name. This is so that the class can identify that we are going to give arguments related to that and the class can return the values of it. So similarly I'm gonna give it as this.price is equal to price, and lastly this top speed is equal to top speed. So with this we have completed our constructor for it. Now let's have getters and setters for the same thing for these 3 variables. So generate getter and setter, select all and OK. This is a great feature that we have in Java, getters and setters. Otherwise we'll have to type the whole code So with this, let's move on to our main program. We'll write the code here. First, I'll create object of the class cars. And inside this, I'm going to give arguments, or inside this, I'm going to give values that I use in constructor to assign the values without using any c.getName or c.getPrice. So my first was name. So let me just name it as BMW. The second thing was price. So I'm going to give it as $30,000. And the third one was top speed. So top speed, I'm going to give it as 200 km/h. So we have assigned all the values to the variables and we have created object as well, all in the same line. So this is another way of creating objects, or another way of assigning values to the variables that are private. So if I try to print these, they can be easily printed. So in the starting, name and c dot. So this time I'm gonna give get name. So it automatically gets the value that I assign to the variables through getters and setters. After that, price c dot price get price, and in the end, top speed c dot get top speed. So if I print this, let's execute it. And there we go. We have name BMW, price, and even the top speed. Now if I give spaces between them, it will look neatly. So let me execute it once more. And here you go. Name BMW, price $30,000, and top speed 200 km/h. So this is one of our ways how we can declare variables or assign values to the variables without using any getters or setters. So in this method, we used only getters to print the value that we have for variables. Now how can we manipulate the variables if we want to change value of them? Now for this, again, I can do set top speed or set price. Let the name be as it is. So c dot set price. So price, I'm gonna set it as $50,000, and c dot set top speed. Let me increase it to 250 km/h. So before printing that, so that we can differentiate which one is new and which one is old, I'm gonna print one more line. Stats after updation. So now if I print these values, I'm just gonna copy paste it. So now if I print it, let's execute it. And here you go. First we have name, price, and top speed, then stats after updations. That means after we set the value gets overwritten on the variables, and now we have a new price and top speed and all the details. So this is how you can manipulate variables or values inside the variables.
What is an abstract class? The answer is, abstraction is one of the keys to achieving an object-oriented programming approach in designing a software. Here, the programmer tries to hide the complicated implementation of the code, which makes the software run smoothly. Most of the time, the user isn't interested to know how the code is being implemented. So, through abstraction, we can just hide it. To do so, we use an abstract class or sometimes an interface based on the requirement. So, abstract class in Java is considered as a template of methods and variables which are used in a program. Remember, abstract classes cannot be instantiated directly. Now moving ahead, we will next learn the important features of abstract classes. So the first one is template. The main reason programmers prefer to use abstract methods is because they act as a predefined template for any future specific class that you might use. Next, loose coupling is a procedure where an internal object gets the necessary method or a different object from the external world, that is, other than the current working project. The use of abstract classes makes this process possible. After that, we have the code reusability. Implementation of the abstract classes provides the developers with one of the greatest features that saves time, which is none other than the code reusability. Followed by code reusability, we have abstraction. As discussed earlier, data abstraction is the process of hiding certain details and showing only essential information to the user. Abstraction can be achieved with either abstract classes or interfaces. Last but not the least, dynamic method resolution. The abstract classes enable us with dynamic method resolution or the dynamic method dispatch process. The dynamic method resolution is a mechanism by which a call to an overridden method is resolved at runtime. This is how Java implements runtime polymorphism. When an overridden method is called by reference, Java determines which version of that method to execute based on the type of object it refers to. Now, these were the few important features of abstract classes. Next in the docket is the crucial rules to be followed to use abstract classes. Alright, let us go through the rules one by one as mentioned below. The first one is the keyword abstract is mandatory to declare an abstract class. Followed by that, the next rule says that abstract classes cannot be instantiated directly. The third one is an abstract class must have at least one abstract method. Next to that, we have another rule which says an abstract class includes final methods. Next, an abstract class may also include non-abstract methods. It's not mandatory that an abstract class should only include abstract methods. So the last rule says that an abstract class can include constructors and static methods. So these were some crucial rules to be followed to use abstract classes in Java. So far, we have discussed the definition of abstract classes, its features, and the rules to use abstract classes in Java. Now, we will learn how to achieve abstraction in Java. So basically, there are two different ways to achieve abstraction in Java. The first way is by using abstract classes, and the next one is by using an interface. Now, this brings us to our next topic, that is the syntax to be followed to use an abstract class and an abstract method. To declare an abstract class, we use the keyword called abstract. Followed by that, we use the keyword called class. Then after that, we declare the name of our class. The name of the class is up to the user's choice. For example, I have named my class as Simplilearn as shown here. Followed by the abstract class, we have the abstract method. To declare an abstract method, we use the keyword called abstract. Then, the return type of the method. As of now, I have used void. Then, later we have the name of the method that is based on the user's choice. As you can see, I have used Simplilearn as the name of the method. So, this was by using abstract class method. The next one is by using an interface method. Now, what exactly is an interface? So, interface can be defined as a boundary between the method and the class implementing it. In Java, we use interface to achieve abstraction. In other words, we can also consider interface as a container which saves the signatures of the methods used in a program. Now we will move ahead and understand the syntax to use an interface to achieve abstraction in Java. To declare an interface, we use the keyword called interface. Followed by that, we declare the name of a class. The class name is up to the user's choice. For example, I have named my class as Simplilearn as shown below. As discussed earlier, interface acts just as a container that stores only the signatures of the method. We cannot have a complete method defined inside it. All we can do is just declare an interface. Now that we have a detailed explanation about the abstract class and the interface, let us look into some example programs based on abstract classes. Now we have successfully booted the Eclipse IDE. Now let's create a new project. So to create a new project, just click on Create a Project. And this should give you a dialog box wherein you have to select Java project. Click Next. Now let us give a name to our project. So Simplilearn will be the name of my project here. Now let me click on Finish to finish this process. As you can see, the project has been successfully created. And inside the project Simplilearn, we have the source file, and right-clicking the source file will give us a drop box where you can just select New, and inside New you can select a new package. Now let's name the package as Abstraction and click on Finish to create the package. Moving further, let's right-click on the package and select New, and from New select a class to create a new class. So the name of my class will be Employee. Let's click on Finish to create the class. Now we have our Employee class ready. Now let's right-click on the package and select New, and inside that let us select another class. And the name of this particular class will be Person, which will act as our abstract class. So as you can see, we have declared this particular class with the keyword abstract, and the name of the class is Person. So our first example, which is based on employees, where we will have an abstract class called Person, and this Person class will be inherited by the Employee class and gets executed to generate employee details. Now let us try to execute this program and see the output. To execute the program, just right-click on the package and go to the Run option and select the first one, that is Java Application. Now you can see we have the employee named Pavitra and the gender is female, and the employee has logged in successfully. So these are the details which we were expecting to be presented on the output console. Now moving ahead, we shall execute our next example, which will be based on students. So here the class student is the abstract class, and three different student classes, namely Raju, Pranita and Punit, will inherit the student class and generate the output that displays their particular ranks. So you can see our abstract class, that is student, is being declared using the keyword abstract, and inside that we have an abstract method which is getRank. And these classes, that are Raju, Pranita and Punit, will inherit the abstract class student and display their ranks. Now let us try to execute this program and see the output. As you can see, the three classes have successfully inherited the abstract class and displayed their ranks on the output console. Now let us move ahead and try to execute one last example based on abstract classes. So the third and last example is based on interest rates provided by different banks. Here we have an abstract class named Loan, and all the banks described in the program will inherit the loan abstract class to calculate the rate of interest on the loans provided by them. As you can see, we have the abstract class, that is loan, and inside that we have the abstract method, which is interest. So we have the classes Andhra Bank, Bank of Baroda, IDBC Bank, State Bank of India, which are inheriting the abstract class called loan and the method interest to display their rates of interest. Now let us try to execute this program and see the output. As you can see, the program got successfully executed and the rate of interest for loans from different banks has been displayed in the output console. So with this, we have entered into our next topic, where we understand the differences between an abstract class and an interface. So The first difference between the both is the keyword. While we declare an interface, we use the keyword called interface. On the other hand, when we declare an abstract class, we use the keyword abstract. Followed by that, the second difference is when you use an interface, the subclasses basically implement an interface. While on the other hand, when you use abstract classes, the subclasses extend an abstract class and inherit the properties of the abstract class. Followed by that, the third difference is multiple interfaces can be implemented, but on the other hand, only one abstract class can be extended at one particular instance. And the final difference between the both is interface is capable to support multiple inheritance, whereas on the other hand, abstract classes are not capable to support multiple inheritances. Multiple inheritance is none other than the diamond problem, which is not supported in Java. Now that we have understood the differences between the both, let us understand the major advantages and disadvantages of using an abstract class. Now first, we will discuss the advantages. So the advantages of using an abstract class in Java are: the abstract classes are highly beneficial in writing shorter codes. The abstract classes avoid code duplication. They enable code reusability, which is a major advantage. And finally, the last advantage is changes to the internal code implementation can be done without affecting the classes. So these were few of the major advantages of using an abstract class. Now moving ahead, we shall discuss the disadvantages of using abstract classes. Few of the disadvantages of using an abstract class in Java are: abstraction is expensive, as sometimes you need to handle cases and situations which are not necessary. Followed by that, the second disadvantage is object relational impedance mismatch in the case of RDBMS, and the last disadvantage is object relational mapping in case of frameworks like Hibernate. So these are the few important disadvantages of using abstract classes in Java that you need to consider before using them into your project.
What is inheritance? There are two other key terms which are not going to be in this agenda, but you should also, when you get to them, make sure you bundle them together as you're understanding these structures. And that's the abstract class and the polymorphism. So what is inheritance? Inheritance is an act through which a new class gets created by acquiring the variables and methods defined in the previous parent class. So when we look at what is inheritance, we can take an example of, say, food. We have veggies, noodles, fruits, where food is the parent, and your veggies, your noodles, and fruits are all subclasses of that. They're all kind of children of food. Why do we need inheritance? We implement inheritance for a multiple of reasons, like creating a possibility to add or remove features, to reduce the code length as we reuse the code, more comfortable to develop and maintain the project. And so if we start looking at, let's say we have a cell phone. We make calls, we have our SMS texting, our communication. On our phone we have our media. We also had a browser on there, because now we have a smartphone. And we look at that, we have our phone set up, and then we have our full smartphone, media, call, SMS, and browser. And we start to kind of link these. Instead of making them separate, we can have the call and the text, and then we can have them inherit. We can actually create a media that inherits their qualities. So now you can text your media. Now you can use the browser as part of your call scenario. And I would even add one more example in here, and that is that all programming languages that are object-based are built on inheritance. Java, Python, C++. So this concept of building an object, and then that object then is inherited by everything underneath of it, is important to understand, even in these even as we're looking at more specific cases. So we'll take a look at the components of inheritance. And the most important two components in inheritance, the two major components that are mentioned, are parent class, or the superclass, and the child class, or the subclass. And to see this, let's go ahead and jump into Eclipse and take a look at what the actual code looks like. So the first thing I want to do is go ahead and add in a new package. And we're going to go ahead and call this package inheritance, because that's what we're working with. Oops. Gave me a default Java tutorial in there. Inheritance, finish. And I started off with the Java tutorial as just a, went in and created a new project and made sure it was Java based. So we have our package inheritance right here. We're going to go ahead and add in a new class. And we'll go ahead and call this class machine. Now, one of the standards when you're creating classes is to capitalize the first letter. So always remember to do that. In some places, people like to have the whole word capitalized. It really depends on who you're working with. But it is kind of, if it starts with a capital letter, it's probably a class. And so once we have our inheritance, we have our public class machine. Let's go ahead and give it a little bit underneath there to do something. And we'll start with protected string brand. And so whatever machine we're working with, these particular machines are going to be, we'll call them, it'll be a Samsung. Free, they get some free marketing right there for Samsung. So Samsung machines. And then we want it to do something, so let's go ahead and put a procedure in there. And we'll make it public, void, because it's not going to return anything. And we'll call this wash. I guess they're all wash machines. There we go. There's our brackets. A little trouble finding the bracket on there. And let's just have it, during this, we'll just have it do a quick print line. And we'll say initiating cycle. There. And then, of course, our semicolon on the end. All right, so now we have a public class machine. And we're going to get into where we start working with the actual inheritance. You can create an object with this machine. We haven't done anything special to it. It's like any other class you might create in the Java language. And we've added in public void wash, a procedure with no return. That's what the void means. And it's going to print out. And so let's go ahead and create another class in here. New class. And this one's going to be washing machine. Washing machine. And we'll go ahead and hit finish on here. And we come into our washing machine. This opened up a nice new tab for us. And we might have a private string model name. And we'll change this to model type. Model type equals, so the type of machine is a top load washing machine. So we have a Samsung as the main type of machines we're looking at, and we have top loader or top loading washing machine. And then we're going to add up here extends machine. And so this is the key code we're going to look for, because we want this to have the properties of the machine. So this comes in and says whatever's in machine, we now also have in our washing machine. And then, of course, if we're going to do all this, we need to actually be able to run it. And if we're going to do that, we want to go ahead and add in the public static void main, reserved keywords there. And this is just your standard main startup. You have your string of arguments. There we go. And of course our bracket. And then in here, we're going to take and create a washing machine object. And so here's our wash machine. That's of course the type washing machine. And it's going to equal a new washing machine. So we're initiating a new object in here. There we go. And then we want to do something. And if we're going to have it do something, we want it to go ahead. Let's see what happens when we have wash. Remember our keyword up there was washing machine dot wash. And where did that come from? Well, if you go back into machine, here it is, public void wash. There's the procedure, and it's coming into the washing machine, and this is inherited. That way we don't have to retype that every time we have a washing machine. This could be washing machine Maybe the next one is, I don't know, a different kind of washing machines. I'm not an expert on washing machines. But we have to do a wash, and then specific to the washing machine in here, we also had the type. And so we can come back up here, or brand. So we can come up down here, we can go system dot print line wash machine dot brand plus put a little dash in there, plus, and then we're going to go ahead and we have our wash machine dot model type. That model type we put in there. So the brand, where does the brand come from? The brand's coming from our machine. We have our protected string, which is going to be Samsung. And then we have our washing machine, which has the model type, which is a top load machine. And if we go ahead and run this, after, of course, we make sure we have that semicolon in on the end there. We come up there, we'll see initiating cycle. Initiating cycle is printed out from machine, and then the Samsung top load washing machine is the second printout line here. And so when we have our wash printout here also, the wash machine wash is initiating cycle, and then we have, that's where that printout comes from. We can go back up here to machine. You can see right here initiating cycle. And then we flip back over to the washing machine, and we print out washmachine.brand, which is the machine class, and then washmachine.modelType, which is underneath the washing machine. So let's go over all that. Let's take a look and see what we're talking about here. So we saw in the code the extends keyword. The term extends is a predefined keyword in Java that allows you to create a new child class by deriving the variables and methods from the parent class to reduce code length and improve the performance. And we see that right up here in our public class washing machine extends machine. So the next key thing to talk about is access modifiers. And I kind of breezed over them when I put together the code, but we'll dig in there a little deeper. When we talk about access modifiers, there's 4 different words you really need to know, and that's default, public, protected, and private. And I'm going to tell you right now, default equals public. So what is default? Default access modifier is set implicitly whenever you declare a class without a specific access modifier. By default, the access of a class or method, when declared without a specific access modifier, becomes available to any other method or class within the same package. And in Java, the default is public. So public, a certain class can be declared as public by using the keyword public. Any class or method, when declared as public, becomes available to any class or method declared in the same package. But if a different method or class needs it, it should be imported. And then we have protected. A certain class is declared protected by using the keyword protected. This provides access to the methods and variables of the protected class only to the rightful subclasses and protects the data from any other classes which are not related. And then private. A certain class is declared protected by using the keyword private. This provides the ultimate protection to the data members and the methods of the private class. This procedure is implemented by class to encapsulate the method and members. So we'll take a little, we're actually going to do a different example in here, but I do like this underneath the washing machine. You can see right here we have put in private, a private string. What this means is that only washing machine can access that private string. Where if you have protected, the children can access it. So a protected screen, if you're underneath a machine up here, we have protected, so that when I create the washing machine and extend machine, I can still access it. But if I create a subclass of washing machine and I mark it as private, that subclass is not going to be able to access it. And so it has to do with what layers of accessing. Think of this as a big team project. You create something, do you really want that to cascade down to the next class? Or who do you want to have access to that? let's go a little deeper to really bring this home, because it's really important to understand this terminology. Let's go ahead and start a new class here, and we're just going to call this particular class summation. And go ahead and create that, finish. And so our summation class, it's going to be pretty simple in here. We'll go ahead and do public, so anybody can access it. Just remember, here's our public on there. And then we'll just do a integer, because that's what it's going to return as an integer. We're going to call it add, and we're going to put integer x comma integer y. And then we'll just return x plus y. So real simple. We're just adding two numbers. Here's our two inputs. They both have to be integers. And we're going to return an integer, and it'll be the summation of the two. So real simple class right there. And if we're going to have a summation, then let's go ahead and create a new class, and we'll call this one child. And in our new child class, we're going to go ahead and keep this simple, and we're just going to have our public static main. We're going to have our summation a equals new summation, and then system out print line a dot add 100 plus 200. Pretty straightforward. Everything's public in here. Oops, okay. There's our running, and we see the answer is 300. So this is public. If you remember correctly, we're talking about public. And so when we use the public keyword, any class or method when declared as public becomes available to any class or method declared in the same package. But if a different method or class needs it, it should be imported. So here we go. That's our public setup. It's just open to everybody. Well, everybody that's under the package inheritance. So it's whoever's using that package can now use this particular child. And let's go ahead and add a new class in. And this time we're going to do a parent class. I'll just put that right in there. And we come in with our parent class. You can see right here the parent class itself is public. But what we want to do underneath the parent class is we want to create a protected void, because we're not returning anything, and print. So we're going to do the print there. And this protected print, let's go and put our brackets in there. And we'll do just a simple print line hello world. And once we have the print hello world, we want to go ahead and add a child class to this. And let's see, we had the child class when it took it out a second ago. So we'll go ahead and put that back in. Here's our child class. And for this child class, we want it to go ahead and extend the parent. So inheritance, there's our extend on there. Oops, let me retype that. All right, extends parent. So now the child class is part of the parent class. And we'll go ahead and put our main in there so that it will run it and execute it. And we'll create our child x equals new child class. So we'll go ahead and assign our variable x and initiate it. And then we'll do just the print and see what happens here. So here's our print statement. And we'll go ahead and run this and compile our child on there. And when it comes in there, you see it says print hello world. And so the parent has marked this as protected. So it's protected from objects that are not inheriting it, but the child can still access that information and print it on there. So here's protected. This provides access to methods and variables of the protected class only to the rightful subclasses and protects the data from any other classes which are not related. In a lot of programming, that's usually where you end up, is doing a lot of stuff that is underneath your parent that is protected. You either make them public or protected. A lot of people are sloppy and just make them public, but most of the stuff you want to make sure it's protected. And then we finally have our private, and I'm going to go back here to our child, and we're going to run this. And it's going to come up and say proceed with launch, errors in setup, and then it's going to give us an exception thread main. Compilation error, the method print from the type parent is not visible. And that's because unless you actually initiate the parent, you're not going to see this code because it's private. It's only private to the parent class. So even if I extend it in child, it will not be available And that again protects it. That means it's something that you don't want to inherit and cascade down, because maybe it is a piece of code that is going to be changed, and so you don't want all the children to crash every time you make a change to it. So with private, this provides the ultimate protection to the data members and the methods of the private class. This procedure is implemented by class to encapsulate the methods and members. So very important. We have private, and we have protected, and we have public. The more access you want other pieces of the software code to have and other programmers to have, the more public you want to make it. And of course, the default is public. Now, one of the common workarounds for this, because you're going to have protected data, but you still want it to be used by the subclasses, is to create what they call like a get or a, and we'll do it up here. We'll go ahead and do a private integer x equals 5. And then instead of, on your inheritance, instead of having it call it from the child, we might have a get thing, or a get thing. We might have a public, it's going to return an integer, and we might have it say get x. And this simply just return x. And what this means is that when we have something simple like this where it just does a return x, I can go back into my child here, and instead of print x, we'll do x dot get x. And we'll go ahead and print this out, or yeah, something simple with that. We'll go ahead and do a system print line on this. And when we run this, you'll see it come up, it's going to recompile, and we get our 5. What's happening here is now I've created underneath the parent private information. You don't know what's going on with it, it's protected. You might have a procedure that's protected. In this case, we had the print procedure, and then we access it from the public. And this could have easily have been, instead of, maybe we'll just call it public void public print. Kind of a goofy way of doing the code. There we go. And then it could go in here and access our print. And so we can actually still access this print variable up here by wrapping it in kind of a get or a public function. This allows us to protect whatever code is going on in the parent class, so it can't be messed up, it can't be accessed indirectly, it has to go through the right processes. And so when we get to the child on here, the child can then still has the public processes, but all the other information is protected and is private. It's really important to remember that private right there. This brings us to super keyword. And when we talk about the super keyword eliminates the confusion between parent class method and subclass method. Super keyword is implemented to access a method or constructor that is defined in the parent class. So back in Eclipse, we'll go under parent, and we'll take this, we're going to take the private out of there, so now we have an integer 5. And we'll go ahead and just remove the print, because we're not going to do that in the parent. Oops, and the public. There we go. And so let's create a parent that just has one piece of information. It has an integer x equals 5. And then we're going to go to the child, and let's go ahead and add in here integer x equals 10. And these are, by default, they're public. We haven't set anything on here telling it what it is. And so what I'd like to do is we'd like to go ahead and create a, oops, one more thing, there we go. Create a procedure here, and we'll just call this void capital print. And it's just going to be a system out print line. And this is what I want you to notice is we're going to print out x and super x. So we have the child class x and we have the parent class super x. And if we come down here and we do x dot print, don't forget my semicolon, add a couple spaces in here to make it look nicer when we print it. And we'll go ahead and run this. And you can see that the child class prints 10 and the parent class is 5. And so this way you can actually store different information depending on what it is you're working on and what you're doing. And that's where this super comes in. You can see right here where the super underneath the class and the print module. Now you can't just put it in down here under print. And we can explore what that looks like. If I just take this and I go ahead and highlight it. And let's say I wanted to just, instead of doing xprint, it's going to come up right here. And right off the bat, you see the super.x. I can do x.super.x, and it's still going to give me an error right here. It has to be underneath a procedure in the actual class and not under the main. This brings us to types of inheritance. And there's 4 main types. We have single inheritance, which we've already pretty much looked at, but we'll go back over. We have multi-level inheritance. We have hierarchical inheritance and hybrid inheritance. Let's go ahead and just start with the single inheritance. Single inheritance consists of one parent class and one child class. Here, child class inherits parent class methods and data members. And let's go ahead and create a new class up here, just to change it up and keep it interesting. New class. And we'll call this one student. And under the student, we'll have a simple setup. We'll just do an enrolled, and it'll say enrolled in Simplilearn. There we go. So there's our class student. And then we'll create another class. We'll do it as because we have our student, our base student. And then we'll call this one new class. And we'll call this one computers. There we go. So he's enrolled, finish. And for computers, let's go ahead and put in a print line here. And we'll put down studying computers. And we want to go ahead and do the extends student. So it's a student studying computers, subclass computers. And this would all look familiar because we've been doing this for, a lot of the other setups. This is your basic inheritance. And we'll change that from enrolled to studies. And then let's go ahead and put a main in here so we can actually run it. And we have our P enrolled, which comes from our parent class, and our P studies, which comes from the child, or the one that inheritance it, the extends for student. And let's go ahead and run that. There we go, run. And you can say enrolled in Simplilearn studying computers. And then we can go on to the next setup. And this is where we look at multi-level inheritance. It is also a parent-child inheritance relation, but the difference is the child class is inherited by another child class. This is the basic structure of most programming languages right here. You have an object, you have all the different things under the object, and it gets all the way down to whether it's an array you're working with, whether even a class is a subchild that goes all the way up to the object. And we can simply do that in our code in Eclipse. And we'll just go ahead and add a new class in there. We'll call this one Java. There we go. Oops, Java. And under Java, we want to go ahead and create some of the similar stuff. And then I want to go back to my student. I took out the main and student just because I don't want it to run the main in there. And in here, we're going to have system out. We're going to have, instead of studying computers, focus on Java, which is what we're doing right now. And maybe we'll call this classroom. And then we can come down here and we have our P equals new computers. Well, instead of new computers, we want our Java. And it's going to be a Java object. And we need to put our extends in up here. Extends, in this case we came from computers. So there's our initial thing. And then we have our last print in here. And of course, if we run this now, we'll see that it should, if I did everything correctly, come up and say enrolled in Simplilearn, studying computers, focus on Java. And we have the enrolled, which is the parent to computers. And then we have under computers, well, we have student, then computers, and then Java. And so each one of these classes just cascades all the way down. And this is your multi-level from your Class A to Class B to Class C. And if you can have multi-level inheritance, we can also have a hierarchical inheritance, where your parent-child relationship, the only difference is here multiple child classes inherit from one parent class. And that is pretty, we'll do another class here. If you remember correctly, we had student, computers. Maybe from student we'll have, instead of computers, we'll have project management. Project management. So you're studying your IDLE and all your other classes in there for Cascade and for doing agile programming. And in here we can do that. And it's just the same as we did before. We just have a second child coming in from here. And so this would go ahead and extends student. And of course, whatever subcategory you have one in here for running this. And so for here, we'd have like our void studies. In this case, instead of studying computers, we're studying project management. Project management, one of the other wonderful classes that is taught from the Simplilearn team. And we'll go and run that, and you can see right here we have computers. Oops, of course, instead of computers, I meant to do project management. There we go. And we have to also initiate it as a new. And then when we run here, we can see this. We're enrolled in Simplilearn, and we're studying project management. And then finally, there is the hybrid. The name itself explains it to us. The hybrid inheritance can be a combination of any of the three types of inheritance supported in Java. And so maybe we already saw that because we have our A and our B. If we flip back on over to our Eclipse, we have our student. Our student now has a computers, project management. So there's our hierarchical, and then they're mixed because we also have the Java, which is an extension of the computer. And so we have multiple layers there. So one of the issues that comes up with inheritance in classes is what they call the diamond problem. And in the diamond problem, the Java programming language does not support multiple inheritance, as it ends up with serious ambiguity. And that is where we have D, which inherits from both B and C, which might both inherit from A. This is the diamond factor because as you start tracking your supers going up, which one are you actually looking at, B or C or A? And that's why they call this the diamond problem. It comes up more than you would think. You get very complicated structures and you realize, oh, I need to have both sets of instructions come down to whatever I'm working on. And you can see where that can become a problem. Let us take a look at is a relation and has a relation. Now these, they're vocabulary, but they're more of a concept, understanding how things fit together. And so when we talk about is a relation, when a class inherits methods and members from a different class, then the relationship is said to be is a relation. Examples, orange is a fruit. And let's just jump back on over here and we'll make a new class. And we'll call this class customer. So we're going to have our customers. Oops. There we go, if I can remember how to type. So we have a class customer. And I've gone ahead and our team in the back went ahead and prepped this for us. Let's just take a quick look though. We got public string name, so it's accessed publicly. If you leave this out, it'll automatically be public because that's the default. And then we have our customer and the string, which is a name, and a string is a city. And then when you do a customer and you send it the name and the city, it will do this name equals name and this city equals city. We could have easily done this private. We have a call into it to create it. So it wouldn't really matter too much whether we did it private or public. I would actually be more likely to do it private. And for this example, we'll go ahead and create another class and we'll call this store. We'll have our store class. So we have customers and we have a store. And then we'll go ahead and setup in here. And this time we did do a private. We're going to create a list of customers, and then the store list coming down, and then this customers, and public list customers. A quick look at this is we did make this one private, which is nice because now it can't be accessed externally except from store. And then store has the public list customers, so we can send it a list of customers, and then it go ahead and returns the customers from that list. And then when we add it to the store, it sets the customers in the store. This.customers equals customers. One of the reasons we have the error lines in here is I haven't compiled it, so it doesn't see the customers are part of our package. And we'll get to that in just a moment here. And then let's go ahead and create another class. We'll call this isARelation, since that's what we're working on. And here's our isARelation setup. And we're just going to put this as the main, so you have your main in there. And then we went ahead and prepared a series of customers. And we'll just call it customer C1 equals a new customer, customer C2 equals a new customer. And we're just creating a list here. That's all we're doing. And if we're going to have a list, then we need to go ahead and create a list of customers. And we'll just do that with a simple list setup. And then we got to add those customers into the list. So let's go ahead and do that. So breaking this down, we have customer 1, which is Raju, Bangalore, Shiva, Hyderabad, Sachin, Mumbai, and so on. And then we just created a list of customers, a new array of lists, and then we add in each of those customers. So now we have a nice list of all our different customers in here. And then we want to go ahead and create our store. And we'll put in store, and it'll be a fruit smoothies franchise. I put down fruit smoothies French. Maybe that's not a good abbreviation because you might think it's a French instead of franchise. But it'll be a new store. And then we have our new store, which is, in this case, we're going to put in that new store customers. And if you remember, we went back here into store. Let me just flip back on over there. It's going to take that list of customers and put that into this customer. So now the private list is going to equal that list of customers. And then, of course, we can come in here and we do public list. It's going to return that list of customers. So we have public assets here, and this store, you can add public at the beginning. We'll go ahead and do that just to make it clear. Is it public? Is what's going to run on there. And let's go back into our isARelation. And flip back to store. I'm going to go ahead and just change this to customer list. So here's our list, customer list, and it's going to return the customers from this selection, from our private variable. So when we come into here, we can come down here and we'll go ahead and put that in there. We'll do a loop on this. We'll have a list customer, and we're going to create a list of our customers from our fruit smoothies franchise, and we'll get the customer list from there. And then for a customer in the for customer CST in customer, we're going to go ahead and just print that name out there. Now at this point, if you have an error showing up here under list and also underneath array list, depending on how you did your install, you might have to go ahead and import those, your array list from your Java utility. Not a big deal. And then once we go ahead and we have this all set up, you'll see here the compiler goes through, and then we have the name of the customer, city, and then it just lists the customers going down here. So when we talk about our relationship of our fruit smoothies franchise and customers, the customers, they are a relationship directly to the French Smoothies franchise. Now, the second idea is it has a relation. And let's go ahead and take a look at that and see how that differs. And we'll go ahead and create a, let's see. We had customers, so let's do, and we'll call this one, we're doing with smoothies, so we'll have flavors, or favorite. We'll do favorite flavors. Favorite flavors for a class, very strange class. And let's see, in favorite flavors, we'll go ahead and give it a couple things to look at. We'll have a private string and a name, and then we'll have a public string get flavor. There we go, and that's just going to return We'll just have that return the name of the flavor. There we go. And then we want to go ahead and create one more class, and this class we'll call has a relation. And I'm hoping you're guessing where we're going with this. Let's go ahead and put some code in here to make it work. And let's go back to our favorite flavors and put in a constructor so that we can load the flavors, and then return this name so we can return the flavors. We'll go back into has a relation. And let's just create a customer. We'll call it cust. Our new customer is Toby Marshall from Mumbai. And our favorite flavors are strawberry, banana, and peanut butter. I don't know, it's a strange concoction. And then we run a print line. We're going to print the customer name from customers and the flavors get flavor. And so when we're looking at this, what I want you to be aware of is that neither the flavors nor the customer are in the same class. They're not, it's not an actual relationship, but they have a relationship because we have Toby who happens to like strawberry and peanut butter. And if you remember, just a quick note, we were looking at the diamond problem. You can create a class that then has these two subclasses in. And that's how you go around the diamond problem, is you don't inherit, but you create classes inside the class you're working with.
Now, let's quickly begin with our session. First of all, we will discuss the right angle triangle pattern. So basically, the right angle triangle star pattern looks something like this as it is shown on my screen. So to resolve this problem statement and print the pattern, we must assume that this particular star arrangement is made in the form of a matrix, where the first row has single star, and the second row has 2 stars, third row has 3 stars, and so on. Now to execute this particular code, we might need 2 for loops. So the first for loop will be for printing the rows, and the second one will be for printing the columns. Now let us execute a practical program and see how does it work. Don't worry about the codes that we will be executing here, because I have formatted a draft about all the codes that I will be executing today, and that particular file will be attached in the description box below. On my screen, you can see the particular pattern, which is a right angle triangle star pattern. So as discussed before, we will have the first outer for loop, which will be for printing the rows. So inside the outer for loop, we have the second for loop, which we will be using for printing the columns. You can see I have defined the row value as 5, which means we will be printing the star pattern for 5 rows. And we have used a counter variable, which is I, which is assigned the value of 1. And the comparator operator is used here, which is I should be less than or equal to the number of rows declared. And followed by that, we have a pre-increment operator. And once the condition is true, the control will be entered into the second for loop, where we have the next counter variable, which is j. So we have assigned j is equals to 1, and the comparator operator, which is j should be less than or equal to I, which is the value here, which is in the outer for loop. And followed by that, we have the pre-increment operator. Once the condition is true, the control will enter into the inside for loop and will print a star. So here, just let us assume that the value of I is 1 and the statement is true. So the control will enter into the second for loop and it will see the conditional operator here. So j is less than or equal to I. So value of 1 is less than or equal to 1 and the star will be printed. After that, we have the pre-increment operator. So here the j value will be incremented to 2. Now if we compare the values, 2 is not less than or not equal to 1. So the condition fails here. So it will not print a star again. It will come out of the inner for loop and it will see the next statement which says it should print in the next line. Whereas in the inside for loop you can see we just used print, not print in the new line. So it will come to the new line and go back to the for loop again, and the increment of I will be taken place and the same runs again. Now let us try to execute this program and see the output. So you can see that the program got successfully executed and the right angle triangle star pattern is printed successfully. Now let us go into the next type of program. So the next type of program is the inverted right angle triangle star pattern. So similarly, according to the previous example, we also consider this one in the form of a matrix. So you can see that in the first row we have 5 stars. In the second row we have 4 stars. Similarly, so on. Now let us try to check out the code and learn how does it work and how to print the star pattern on our screen. We are back in the practical mode again. So the kind of pattern that we wanted to print is this one, which is a little bit similar to the previous one, but only thing it is inverted. So the code is pretty much the same, but the only changes that we need to do are related to the comparator operator. In the previous example, we chose that I should be less than or equal to 1, and in the next stage we used pre-increment operator. In here we are using a different one, which is pre-decrement, and inside the for loop we have the J comparator operator in the same way. So here we have declared the row value as 5, and inside the for loop we will equate the counter variable equals to rows, which is 5, and followed by that the comparator operator compares if the value of 5 is greater than or equal to 1, and followed by that we will use the pre-decrement operator. Once the condition is true, the control will enter into the inside for loop, and here the counter variable j is assigned to the value 1, and the condition is j should be less than or equal to I, and followed by that we have the pre-increment operator, which is plus plus j. So once the condition is true, it will print the value of a star, and followed by that it will again continue the loop. So here the for loop will work in the following way. Int I is equals to 5, I is greater than or equal to 1, which is true, and pre-decrement. So the condition is true, so the control will enter into the inside for loop where it will again compare with value of j. J is equals to 1 and j is less than or equal to 5, and followed by that we have the post increment. So the control will enter inside the for loop and print a star, and followed by that in the next instance the value of j will be incremented to 2. So 2 is less than or equal to I, followed by that pre-increment, and in the next iteration it will print a star again. So this will continue until the condition is true. Once the condition fails, the control will exit the for loop and print in the next line. You can see that we have print in the new line here, which is unlike the print function which is inside the for loop. So this will continue until the statements are true. Now let us try to execute this program and see if the desired pattern will be printing or not. There. You can see that the program got successfully executed and the pattern which we desired for is printed on the screen. Now let us move ahead into the next type of pattern. So the next type of pattern is the arrow-shaped pattern, and this almost looks familiar to the previous two programs. The only difference is we have combined them together to form an arrow pattern. Now let us try to combine the previous two programs and print this. So now you can see on my screen we have our desired pattern which looks like an arrow. So as discussed before, we are trying to combine the two programs that we executed before. So the first half of the program is designed for the first half of the pattern, which is completely similar to our first program. So the second half of the pattern is from our second program. But the only difference here is we have considered the value of rows is row minus 1 because we don't want another extra row to be printing here in this way. So you can see if we used I value is equals to rows, then the pattern would be something like this. We will not have a pointed edge. So to get a pointed edge, we will use row minus 1 to get this pattern what we desired for. Now let us try to execute this program and print the output. Now let us enter the number of rows we want. Let's enter 5. So there you go. Let me expand my output screen. Yeah, there you go. We have the pattern which we desired for. And don't forget that we need to use row minus 1 in the next stage, which is the second half of the program. So this is how the arrow pattern is printed. Now let us move further and see the next type of pattern in our list. So in the next pattern, we have the right angle triangle, which is completely similar to the first one, but the hypotenuse is on the other side. As you can see, this is the difference between the first program and this program. So in the first program, we had the hypotenuse in this direction, and now we have the hypotenuse in the opposite direction. Now, similarly to the first program, we shall consider this one as well in the form of a matrix. So you can see, if we consider this pattern in the form of a matrix, we have 4 spaces followed by a star. Similarly, in the second row, we have 3 spaces followed by 2 stars. In the third one, we have 2 spaces and 3 stars, and so on. So the main point that we need to consider here is, first we need to print the spaces. Followed by that, we need to print the stars to get this pattern. Now let us execute a practical program and see the output. So back in the practical mode, you can see on my screen, the desired pattern what we are looking for is this. So here, the only difference is we have to print the spaces first. So for printing the spaces, we will be using this for loop with the condition j is equals to 2 into n minus I, and j should be greater than or equals to 0, and j decrement, which is a post decrement operator. So what is the value of n? N is nothing but the value of rows. So the value of n is declared in the main function, and n is equals to 5. After that, we will be calling the print stars function, which is over here, and the value of n will be carried over here, and then the counter variables I and j will take care of the for loops. Now let us try to execute this program and see the output. So you can see that the program is successfully executed and the desired pattern is printed successfully. So this for loop will be run until the condition is true. Once this for loop fails, we will enter into the next for loop, which is particularly designed to print the stars. Now after this, let us move ahead into our next type of pattern. So the next type of pattern is an inverted right angle triangle pattern, which is opposite to the second type of program that we dealt with. Now similarly, let us consider this in the same way as we considered all the other programs, that is in the form of a matrix. So here we have 5 stars in the first row, 4 stars in the next one, and 1 space. Followed by that we have 2 spaces, followed by that we have the 3 stars, and 3 spaces, 2 stars, and so on. Now let us see a practical program and try to print this particular pattern. So we are back in the practical mode, so you can see that the desired star pattern is this, and it is completely similar to our previous pattern. So the only difference is we tried to print spaces first in the earlier pattern, and here we are trying to print the stars first. So that's the only difference. And we have the same for loops. So the first for loop is for rows and it will print spaces, and the second for loop is for stars, which will print the stars. As you can see, we have the row values and the column values here as the comparator operator, and we have the comparator operator which finds if j is greater than I. In the first case, the loop will fail because the value of j and I are completely similar. because we have declared I is equals to rows in the first outer for loop and same j is equals to rows in the second inner for loop. So obviously the condition has to fail and it will not print any space here. It will directly enter into the next for loop and will print the star pattern, and followed by that we will enter into the next line. So this for loop will print the number of stars in the first row according to the row number. For example, if we give 5 as the row number, then it will print 5 stars in the first row, and it will exit the for loop and it will enter into the next line, and the same pattern will be continued. Now let us try to execute this program and see the output. Now let us give 5 as the number of rows needed. So there you go, you can see the star pattern here. So this is how this particular star pattern will be generated. Now let us move further and check out the next type of pattern program in our list. So the next type of pattern program in our list is arrow. So this arrow is completely similar to the previous one. The only difference is it is in the inverted way, which is it is pointed towards the left side. Now let us check out the practical program and learn how to execute this. Back onto Eclipse IDE. So you can find some similarities between the previous two programs and this particular program. In the previous two programs, we tried to print the first half of the pattern, and followed by that we have printed the second half of the pattern. Now we are going to just combine both the programs and print this particular arrow pattern. So here the first half of this particular program is concerned with the top portion of this pattern, which is the right angle triangle. Followed by that the second half of the program where we have the conditions placed. So this particular segment of the code takes care about the second half of the program, which is the inverted right angle triangle. Now let us try to execute this program and see the output. So let us specify the number of rows as 5, completely similar to the previous two programs. Now let's press enter. Now there you go. Let me expand my console. So there you go. You can see the arrow pattern. So this is how you print an arrow pattern pointing towards the left side. We have also discussed an arrow pattern where the arrow will be pointing towards the right side as the program number 3. Again, don't worry about the codes. All the programs that I'm going to execute in this session are drafted in the form of a text document, and that is linked in the description box below. You can take that source file and practice the programs for yourself. Don't worry. Now let's move ahead and check out the next type of program. So the next type of pattern that we have in our list is the pyramid. We also call this an acute angled triangle star pattern. Now let us understand the logic for this. Now you can see without the matrix format, this looks completely similar to our first program, but only the difference is we have a space, which is obvious, but there is a small difference. Let us check out what's the difference is. If we look this program in the form of a matrix, you can see there are variations in spaces. In the first row, we have 2 spaces, 1 star, followed by that again 2 spaces. In the next row, we have alternate space and star, space and star, and similarly in the third row we have a star, space, star and space. So this is how the matrix continues according to the number of rows provided. So let us understand how the logic exactly works for this program. Okay, so you can see the pattern that we desired is in the form of an acute angle triangle or pyramid. Now we have 2 counter variables, which is I is equals to 0 in the outer for loop and j is equals to n-1, which is inside the for loop. So the value of n is equals to 5, which is the total number of rows that we needed in our particular pattern. Now you can see in the outer for loop we have the condition, which is I should be less than n. So I should be less than the number of rows, which is equals to 5. Followed by that we have the post increment operator I++. So the condition will be true because 0 is less than 5, and it will enter into the inside for loop where we have j, which is equals to 5 minus 0. Followed by that we have the condition. So 5 is greater than 1. So the resultant of this particular statement is 5. So 5, which is now the value of j, is greater than 1. Followed by that we have the post decrement operator, which will decrease the value of j in every iteration. So once the statement is true, it will try to print a space. So it will print the spaces until the condition is true. So once the first for loop fails, the control will enter into the next following for loop where we have j is equals to 0 and j should be less than or equal to the value of I, which is currently equals to 0, and followed by the conditional statement we have the post increment operator, which is j++. So this particular for loop is used for printing two things, which is the first one star, followed by that we have a space. So once this for loop gets executed, the control will exit it and will print in the new line. So this is how the program works. Now let us try to execute this program and see the output. There you go. The program got successfully executed and the required spaces and the stars have been printed here. So as you can see, we have spaces, followed by that we have a star. Similarly, space, spaces onto the left, a star and the second star. So followed by the previous program, we have the next program, which is also considered to be like a pyramid, but the only difference is it is in an inverted format. Now let us check out the logic behind this program and try to execute a practical program. So logic wise, it's completely similar to the previous one. We have star, followed by that we have a space, and again a star, space and a star. Next row we have alternate space and star, and finally we have two spaces, star and two spaces. So the number of spaces and stars is based upon the number of rows we provide. Now let us try to execute a program and see the output. Don't worry, this is completely similar to the previous one, but the only difference is it is printed in the inverted fashion. So there will be minor changes to the code. Let's try to look on those changes. So here we are back in Eclipse. So the desired pattern is here, which is an inverted pyramid, and the previous program was a regular pyramid. So here is the logic, and we have the following for loops. So the first for loop is dedicated for printing the number of spaces we require. So inside the exterior for loop we have the counter variable I is equals to 0, and I should be less than or equals to the number of rows minus 1, and followed by that we have the post increment operator I++. So let us assume that we have provided the number of rows to be 5, and according to the logic I is equals to 0, and followed by that 0 is less than or equals to 5 minus 1, which is 4, and followed by that we have the post increment operator, which will increment the value of I to 1 once after the for loop first iteration is finished. So once the exterior for loop condition is true, the control will enter into the second for loop, which is the internal for loop, and we have the second counter variable, which is j is equals to 0, followed by that the comparator operator, which says j should be either less than or equal to the value of I. Followed by that we have the post increment operator on j. So this particular code segment, or the first part of the program, takes care about the number of spaces we require in our pattern. Followed by that we have the second for loop, which will take care of the number of stars we print and the number of spaces we require after the star pattern. Now let us try to execute this program and see the output. Now let us provide the number of rows we need. Let's provide the value as 5. Now there you go. According to the logic provided in the program, the star patterns are successfully generated, followed by the spaces. Now moving ahead, we have the next type of pattern, which is the combination of first and second pyramids. Now let us understand the logic and print this pattern. Now you can see The desired pattern is the combination of the first pyramid and the second pyramid. So the first half of the program is derived from the first pyramid pattern, and the second part of the program is derived from the second pyramid pattern. Now we have combined them together, and now we are trying to print the rhombus pattern. Now let's try to execute this program and see the output. Let us provide the number of rows as 5, and there you go. So here you can see the desired star pattern has been successfully executed. So according to the input, we have the first 5 rows, and followed by that we have the inverted star pattern, where we avoided the first row and printed the following 4 rows, so that we have a proper Rubik's pattern. Now moving ahead, we shall see the next type of pattern in our list. So followed by the previous pattern, we have the next type of pattern which looks completely similar to the previous one. But the only difference is we have printed the second type of pyramid first and then the first type of pyramid, which makes it look like an hourglass. Now let us understand the logic and print this pattern. So here is the desired pattern what we are looking for, and this was the previous pattern what we printed. Now followed by the first segment, we have the second segment which is dedicated to print the second half of the pattern, which happens to be the first type of pyramid, which is a regular pyramid. But the only difference is inside the first for loop we are using the rows -1 command, because we don't want an extra star. So if we add in an extra star, this pattern will look a little abnormal. So let us try. So this is what it looks like if we had an extra star there. So let us remove it. So this is how our pattern should look like. So that's the reason why we are using row -1 here. Now let us try to execute this program and see the output. Now let us enter the number of rows we want. Let us input 5. Enter. So there you go. You can see the program got successfully executed and the desired star pattern has been printed on the console. Now let us move further and have a look on the next type of pattern in our list. So followed by the hourglass pattern, we have the next pattern where we need to print a diagonal star pattern. Now if we look at the logic, it's just a single line which is placed in the form of a diagonal. Now let us check the logic behind it. So you can see we have printed stars in the form of a diagonal of a matrix. Now we have the first 4 spaces, followed by that we have a star, and similarly 3 spaces provided by a star, then a space, and so on. Now to print this pattern, what's the logic? Let's go back to Eclipse and try to print this program. So this is our desired pattern. Now let us go into our program. Now inside the program we have 2 counter variables, which are one I, 2 is j. So the first for loop is I is equals to 1, I is less than or is equals to 5, which is the row number, then I post increment. So when the logic is true, which is 1 is less than or equal to the row number 5, the control will enter into the second for loop. So once the control enters into the outer for loop, we have the second for loop where we have our second counter variable, which is j. J is equals to 0 and j is less than 5 minus I, which is 5 minus 1, which is the current value of I, which is 4. So 0 is the value of j currently. So 0 is less than 4. Followed by that we have the post increment on j counter variable. So once the condition is true, the control will enter into the second inner for loop and will print space. So this loop will run until the condition is true. Once the condition fails, it will come out of the inner for loop and will print a star in the new line. Followed by that, it will continue to start the outer for loop again. So this is how the flow goes ahead. Now let's run the program and see the output. So you can see the program got successfully executed and the desired pattern is printed. Now let's move ahead and understand the next type of pattern in our program. So the next type of pattern is a little bit similar to the previous one. So in the previous pattern we had one diagonal. Right now we have 2 diagonals which have formed the shape of X. So we can consider this as a next pattern. Now let us check out the logic, and next after that, let's execute the program. So according to the logic, when we consider this particular pattern in a form of a matrix, we have the stars printed in the first row, followed by that we have 3 spaces and then again a star. So this is continued in the same way with alternate spaces, and in the third row we have a single intersection point with 1 star. So this is how the pattern should look like once the program gets executed. Now let us check out the program and see the output. So you can see on my output console, this was our previous pattern. Now what we are going to do is make a similar pattern in the opposite direction and make sure they intersect each other. Now you can see our program has 2 segments, the first segment and the second segment. They both look a little similar because the first segment will print the upper part of the pattern, that is the first V, and then the second segment will print the lower part of the pattern, which is the inverted V. Now let us check out the condition. We have the first outer loop which has the first counter variable, which is I is equals to n. N is nothing but the number of rows that we want in our pattern. Then I should be greater than or equal to 1. Followed by that we have the post decrement operator where we will decrease the value of I. Then if the condition is true, then the control will enter into the next statement where we have the inner for loop with second counter variable, that is j is equals to I. Then the condition is j should be less than the value of rows provided. Then post increment of j, and if the condition statement is true, then it will enter into the inner for loop and it will print a space. Similarly, for printing the star, we have the next segment. Inside the next segment, the condition is a little trickier because we don't want to print any stars in the space between the X pattern. We provide this condition where j is equals to 1 and j should be less than or equals to 2 times the value of I, which is the outer for loop, minus 1. If this condition is true, the control will enter inside the for loop where we have if else condition. If j is equals to 1 or j is equals to 2 into I minus 1, then we should print a star. Else we should print a space. So this will print the upper part of the pattern, and similarly we have another segment which will print the lower part of the pattern, which is the inverted V pattern. Now let's execute this program and see the output. As you can see, the program got executed. Now let us provide the value of n. Let us provide 5, and there you go. You can see that the program printed the desired pattern. So this is the first half of the pattern, which is the proper V. Then this is the second half of the program, which is the inverted V. So this is what the flow of the program is. Now let us move further and check out the next pattern in our list. So the next pattern in our list is the inverted V pattern. Now let us check out the logic behind it. If you see this in the form of a matrix, then you can recognize this. We had already discussed similar program, which was the third one, where we had printed the pyramid shape. But the only difference is we have missed out the star in between, which makes it look like a inverted V. Now let us go back to Eclipse and execute a program based on this to print this pattern. As you can see, we have our desired pattern on my screen, which is an inverted V. So if we check out the logic, we have outside loop and inside loop. So we have 2 for loops. So the first outer for loop has out is equals to 1. Out should be less than or equals to the number of row size, then post increment of outside variable. If the condition is true, we enter into the inner for loop where we have inner loop is equals to 1. Inner loop should be less than or equals to the row size into 2. Then we have increment operator, which is a post increment. So if this particular condition is true, then we enter into another statement where we have the if else statement. So if in value is equals to control X or in is equals to print control Y, then we should print star. Else we should print a space. Now let us try to execute this program and see the output. Now let us provide the row size, which is 5. So as you can see, we have got our desired pattern. Now let us move ahead and execute the next type of pattern, which is the V pattern. Now let us understand the logic behind it. It is completely similar to the previous program, but the difference is the pattern is in inverted position to the previous one, which is in the proper V format. So now let us try to check out the code and execute the program and print the pattern. So on my screen you can see the desired pattern what we are looking for, which is V. Now the previous program was to print an inverted V. So the complete program is same, but only there is a minor change in the logic where we have replaced I as greater than or equals to 0. And there is some change in the second segment as well. Now let us try to execute this program and see the output. So you can see the program got successfully executed and the desired pattern is printed here. The value of n or row size is equals to 5, which we have declared here in the main part. Now let us get back and check out the next pattern to be executed in our list. So the next pattern is the combination of both an inverted V and a normal V, which will result in the form of a rhombus. Now as you can see, this is our previous program. Now we have two segments in our code, where we have the first segment to print the starting or the top position, which is an inverted V format, and the second segment of the code is designed to print the second half of the pattern, which is the normal V pattern. So we will combine these two and print the rhombus shape. Now let me provide the number of rows, which is 5. So there you go. You can see the desired pattern. Now let us move ahead and check out our next pattern. So the next pattern is completely similar to one of the previous ones, which is a pyramid pattern. But the difference is this pyramid is hollow, or in other words, this looks like an acute angled triangle. Now let us understand the logic behind it. So if you look at this matrix, then you can find that we are going to print the stars in the form of a side of the triangle, which is we will print the stars in the shape of a triangle and nothing inside the matrix. Now let us understand the program and print this pattern. So as you can see, the desired pattern is being located here, which is a triangular pattern. Now inside this we have three particular for loops. So the first for loop is the outer for loop and the rest two for loops are the internal for loops. So the first internal for loop is dedicated to print spaces where we don't require stars. And the second internal for loop is dedicated to print stars where we require them. Also we have an if-else condition which decides where to print a star and where not to. Now if we look at the condition, I should be less than or equal to the number of rows provided, and if the condition is true, then we enter into the internal for loop. And in the internal for loop, if j is less than the number of rows given, then in that particular location we need to print a space. Once the condition in the first for loop is failed, the control will enter into the next for loop where we have the next counter variable, that is k is equals to 1, and k should be less than or equals to 2 into I minus 1, where the value of I is 1 at the current stage. And followed by that we have the post increment of the value of k. If k is equal to 1, or I is equal to the number of rows, or k is equal to 2 star I minus 1, then we should print a star. So this will give the location in the matrix where we should print star to make it as a triangle pattern. If location is anything else than the condition provided, then we should be printing space there. Now let us try to execute this program and see the output. Let us provide the number of rows as 5. So there you go, we have printed the desired pattern. So the next pattern after the triangle pattern is the box pattern. So this particular program will be completely similar to the previous program. The only difference is we need to find the locations where we need to print stars so that the resultant pattern looks like a box. So for that we will make some changes in our program, and those changes will be related to the rows and columns. Now let us understand the logic. So as discussed before, we need to look at this pattern in the form of a matrix and check out the number of rows and columns. So where the number of row and column are equal, we need to print a star. So let us now check out the program and execute the program to print this particular pattern. So as you can see on my screen, we have the same program that we used to print the triangle, but now here we have rows and columns. So n is nothing but the row and m is nothing but the column. So if the value of the external for loop, that is I is equals to 1 and I is equals to the number of rows provided, similarly j is equal to 1, which is the internal for loop counter variable value, and if j is equal to m, that is the column value, then we should print a star in that particular location, and wherever the location does not match, we should provide a space. Now let us try to execute this program and see the output. So there you go, we have our desired pattern, which is the box pattern. Now let us move ahead and check out the next type of pattern in our list. So you can see the next pattern is completely similar to our first pattern. The first pattern was our right-angled triangle. Now we have the same right-angled triangle, but the only difference is we have used numbers here. Now we will use the numbers from our for loops and we will print the same values in our pattern so that it looks like a right-angled triangle. Now let us understand the logic. So we will see this pattern in the form of a matrix. Now we will print the numbers where we require them. Where we don't require the numbers, we will print spaces. Now let us check out the program and execute it to print the following pattern. Now you can see we have got back to our same program, but the only difference is here we are using the values of the inner for loop, which is j, instead of a star. Previously we used star symbol here, and we are now replacing it with the inner for loop value. Let us try to execute this program and see the output. Now let us enter the number of rows as 5, and there you go. We have the values of the internal for loop, making the pattern look like a right angle triangle pattern. Now let us move further and check out on our next type of pattern in the list. So here is another right angle triangle in our list, but the difference is we are using the numbers in a continuous manner, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to 15. This type of triangle is also called as Floyd's triangle. Now let us understand the logic. So similar to the previous one, we will consider this in the form of a matrix, and we will print the numbers only where we require them, that is to form a right angle triangle. Where we don't need the numbers, we will try to print a space there. Now let us check out the program and execute it and print this pattern. Now you can see we have got back to Eclipse, and don't get scared about the pattern. It's completely similar to the previous one. Only thing is we will be using one extra counter variable, which is k. So we have provided the value of k is equals to 1, and where we are supposed to print stars, we will add the post increment operator to the counter variable k. So whenever the for loop gets executed, we will be printing the values of k, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and so on. Now let us try to execute this program and see the output. So there you go, the values of k, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 until 15. So this is how the Floyd's triangle works. Now let's get back and check out the next pattern in our list. So the next pattern in our list is similar to the previous one, which is pyramid. So this type of pyramid is also called as Pascal's triangle. Now let us check out the logic. The logic is completely similar to the pyramid's logic, but instead of star, we are going to use numbers. So this type of triangle is called as Pascal's triangle, and the logic is also a little bit different from the regular pyramid. Let us understand the logic through the code. So now you can see the program on my screen. So the logic and the for loops used are completely similar to that of the pyramid, but only the difference is we are going to print the value of number. So the number is firstly initialized as 1, followed by that we have a formula for that, which is number is equals to number into I minus j divided by j plus 1, which are the values of the counter variables of outer for loop and inner for loop respectively. Now let's try to execute this program and see the pattern. So you can see the program got successfully executed and the Floyd's triangle has been successfully constructed here. Now let us move ahead and check out the next pattern in our list. So the next pattern in our list is a box which is made up of binary numbers. Now let us understand the logic for it first. So if we look at this in the form of a matrix, we have binary numbers 1 and 0, which forms the pattern of a box. Now let us check out the program and execute the program to print this particular pattern. So you can see on my screen, we have the program to print that particular box type of pattern using the binary numbers. So we have the external for loop for rows, and the counter variable I is equals to 1, and I should be less than or equal to the number of rows provided. Once the condition is true, we enter into the external for loop where we have the number, and where we have the condition I modulus 2 is equals to 0, and the number is equals to 0. And inside that, we have our logic to print the binary numbers. Now let us try to execute this program and see the output. Now let me place the number of rows as 5, and there you go. We have our box pattern using binary numbers. Now let us get back and check the next pattern in our list. So the next pattern is the Ruby pattern. This is completely similar to our program where we printed the Ruby pattern using the stars. Now we'll use the numbers and print that particular pattern. Now the logic for this is completely same that of the Ruby pattern we used, but the only difference is instead of a star, we'll be placing the value of the counter variables. Now let us try to execute this program and see the output. So there you go, the program got successfully executed, and instead of stars, we have printed the Ruby pattern using the numbers. Now moving ahead, we have our next pattern. So here, the next pattern is completely similar to the first one, which is the right angled triangle pattern, but here instead of numbers or stars, we will be using alphabets. So for alphabets, we will be using the ASCII values in the program. Let us check out that program soon. Now first let's understand the logic. The logic is also completely similar to the right angled triangle, which we followed for stars and numbers. Now let's check out the program. So as you can see, the desired pattern is the right angled triangle made out of alphabets. So the logic is completely true, but the only difference is we are going to print characters using ASCII values and alphabet function. Now let us try to execute this program and see the output. So the desired pattern is the right angled triangle printed using the alphabets. Now the logic is completely similar to the right angled triangle pattern, but the only difference is we are going to use the ASCII values. So we have declared an integer type variable alphabet with the ASCII value 65, which should start the alphabets from capital A, because the ASCII value of capital A is 65. Now let us run the program and see the output. So there you go, the program got successfully executed and we have the right angled triangle printed using the capital alphabets. Now let's get back and check out our next pattern. So our next pattern is a pyramid again. So instead of numbers and stars, we are going to use the alphabetical values. Now let's check out the logic. Even here you can see the logic is similar to the pyramid logic. Now let's check out the code and execute the code and see the pattern. Now you can even see the logic is also similar to the pyramid logic, but here the only difference is we are going to use the ASCII value, that is 65, which is equivalent to capital A. Now in the print statement, instead of a star, we are going to print the alphabets, and this particular for loop is for spaces. Now let's quickly execute this program and see the output. So there you go, the pyramid pattern has been successfully printed.
And software developers need to stay up to date on the latest advancements regarding the tools, frameworks, programming languages, and apps to achieve success. Master the latest coding tools, strategies, and techniques through Simplilearn software development courses. By enrolling in any of these certification programs, you will gain expertise in skills like Agile, Java, DevOps, HTML5, CSS3, AWS, JavaScript, ES6, SOAP, and REST and GSP. With hands-on experience in tools like Angular, MongoDB, you will catch the eye of top recruiters. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll now. A year of experience is preferred to enroll in these courses. You can find the course link in the description box below and pinned comment.
Let's start with the basics. The Hibernate framework was created by Gavin King in 2001. The latest version is 5.2.10. Let's start by discussing why we need Hibernate and why it was created. It is a framework that simplifies the development of Java application to interact with the database. Let's understand why we need it with the help of two scenarios. Let's consider a scenario where a user has a program with MySQL database connectivity. Now, if you look at the illustration here, the user needs to write MySQL specific code to create the database connection. Now, just in case the user shifts from a MySQL to an Oracle database, the user has to repeat the process of writing database connectivity code, which is Oracle specific. So the connectivity code is difficult to modify because it's in the source code, and we'll have to recompile the application every time we change the data storage mechanism. Hibernate hence converts database specific queries automatically based on a dialect provided, and it uses HQL or Hibernate query language, which is independent of the database. So it prevents the user from changing the code and queries to map to different data source once you change a data store, let's say from MySQL to Oracle. Let's consider a scenario of a user with various billing records. The user in the billing records data needs to be stored in a DBMS. For this, the user class has to be mapped to the user table, and the billing records has to be mapped to the billing records table. So this is the class that we will actually set up. When you create the class, the schema for the user and billing records classes will automatically be created for you. So this is the class representation with the data members, and this is the equivalent SQL statement that will be created to generate the respective tables. Now, what could be the possible problems with this? The association problem. We are talking about object relationship mismatch problems. In terms of the association, Java can use association by having another class variable as a member. In SQL, no standard concept is available to represent association. Navigating data, it is different in Java and SQL, and caused mismatching due to manual handling of object relational mismatch. Let's add two subclasses, credit card and debit card, which are subclasses of the billing record. Now, what could be the possible problems here? SQL does not support supertable and subtable relationship. Table is not a type, so it is difficult to create supertable subtable relationship, and writing SQL query for polymorphic relation is difficult. In user table, ID is the primary key. This is a foreign key for the billing record table. It is hence difficult to change the ID. We need to update not only the ID column in user but also the foreign key column in billing record. We also need to add surrogate key in user and billing record table. The surrogate key isn't presented to the user and is only used for identification of data inside the software system. User surrogate ID and account number ID are system generated values. It is difficult to decide whether these columns should be added to data model or not. Different persistent solutions have different strategies, and this can cause confusion. What is the solution? Hibernate provides an ORM or object relationship mapping which takes care of these issues. Let's look at ORM and its features. ORM refers to automated and transparent persistence of objects in a Java application to the tables in a relation database using metadata that describes the mapping between the objects and the database. So here, once we create a Java Pojo class or a plain old Java class in your code, and let's say we provide data members like ID and name, we will automatically be mapping this to a table in the database, which the Hibernate framework will generate automatically for us with the same set of columns and mapped to the class structure that we have. And hence we said object relationship mapper. So the object structure that you have will be mapped to the database table structure. The advantages, obviously, it can significantly reduce development time, less code, better performance, and you can support different database management systems by adopting this. By mapping logical business model and physical storage model, ORM implements domain model pattern. It navigates the object relationship transparency. ORM provides one way to translate the query to appropriate database syntax. It also provides concurrency support where multiple users can access the database at the same time. It provides a host of services that enable developers to focus on business logic. It also provides cache management to reduce load on database. Surrogate key identifier and other key features can be automated in the ORM. So the Java application will connect to the ORM API, which facilitates create, update, delete operations. The ORM engine will facilitate the creation of the mapping information for the Java class that you create here to actual SQL statements meant for the database, and the JDBC driver will connect the Java application finally to the database. So it is the ORM that is doing the mapping to your objects that you write in the Java application to tables that are actually updated and created in the database. Let's look at Hibernate as an ORM framework from a architectural, feature, persistence, and API perspective. As an object relational mapping framework, Hibernate is concerned with data persistence as it applies to relational databases via JDBC. DBMS specific details and mapping file details are specified in a file called hibernate.configuration.xml and mappingfile.xml. The Hibernate engine uses these files to generate DBMS specific syntax. So the Java application will have all the configuration for your Hibernate written in the cfg.xml file. You can also have a mapping file if you want to map table names to column names in the XML file, and finally we connect to the database management system. Hibernate ORM provides its own native API in addition to full JPA, which is the Java Persistence API. It maps POJOs of Java objects to relational databases. It provides a rich tool set. It has better performance for caching, fetching, and enhancing code performance, and it is also part of the JBoss community. This is where we can go and download the latest version of Hibernate. The JPA provides a standard persistent API. As part of EJB 3.0 specification, it is supported by all major vendors of Java industry. Hibernate model implements Java persistent object relationship API, and the Hibernate persistence provider can be used in any environment of Java platform, be it the standard or the enterprise edition. So here is the Hibernate programming model. You create the hibernate.cfg.configuration object. You load the metadata information. You then create a session factory object. You then make a Hibernate API call on a session object. You close the session and you close the session factory. So the Java application will create the persistence object. The entire Hibernate framework consists of the session factory, a session, a transaction factory, and a connection provider. And the internal API which is used by Hibernate is the JTA, the JDBC, and the JNDI. Let's look at each of these components of the architecture in detail. The session object is created within the database layer in every DAO method or data access object method. It is known as the persistence object. It has three lifecycle states: the transient state, where an object is transient if it has just been instantiated using the new operator and it is not associated with a Hibernate session. It is in a persistent state if it has a representation in the database and an identifier value. It might have been saved or loaded, however, it is by definition in the scope of the session. Detached is an object that has been persistent but its session has been closed. The reference to the object is still valid of close, and the detached instance might even be modified in this state. The Hibernate core APIs start with the configuration. Now you can see here the org.hibernate.cfg, which gives two services in the Hibernate application. It loads the mapping file and configuration file into memory and makes them available to Hibernate engine. It also acts as a factory to create the session factory. The session factory, which is part of org.hibernate.session factory, the Hibernate engine implements this session factory interface. It is one per DBMS, mostly one per application that you create. It is thread safe. It is not a singleton, which means it creates a session object. The session factory encapsulates second level cache, connection pool, meta information cache, and pool of the session. The Hibernate interface also contains the session. The Hibernate engine implements the session interface. Session object acts as a persistent manager. It is a lightweight object. It encapsulates connection and first level cache. Session object is not thread safe. In every DAO method, session object is created. It is used for CRTD operations. The Hibernate engine also implements the transaction interface. When database connection is created by Hibernate, connection associated with session is in auto commit disable mode. Whenever a CRUD operation is performed, the changes will not be reflected in the database unless connection is maintained in auto commit enabled mode. All the generator classes implement the identifier generator interface. This application will help the programmer and may create own generator classes by implementing this interface. Hibernate framework provides many built-in generator classes. You have assigned. The default value has to be explicitly aligned to persistent object before you persist it. Increment, it increments value by 1. It generates short, int or long identifiers. Native, it uses identity, sequence or hello depending on the database vendor. Sequence, it uses the sequence of the database. If there is no sequence defined, it creates a sequence automatically. For example, in the case of an Oracle database, it creates a sequence named hibernate_sequence. It is used in high and low algorithms to generate the ID of type short, int and long. Finally, the identity, it is used in Sybase, MySQL, SQL Server DB2 and SQL to support the ID column. The returned ID is of type short, int or long. So it auto generates the ID which could be the primary key in your table. How do you set up a project with Hibernate? Step 1. You create a Java project. You add the required jars and libraries from the Hibernate downloads. You then add the JDBC driver or a specific jar file to connect to your respective data store. Create the Pojo class, save it in the SRC folder of your project. You then create the Hibernate configuration file, which is similar to the web XML file, and you specify which dialect of SQL are you using depending on the databases listed here, MySQL, DB2, Oracle. You then create the hpm.xml file, which is the mapping file. And finally, you create the class that retrieves or stores the persistent object and saves it in the SRC folder. And then you go ahead and run the application. So first, you download the latest version of Hibernate. You right click on the project, click on build path, click on add external jars, and you add all the required Hibernate jars that you downloaded. Then you download the MySQL connector, assuming you're connecting to a MySQL database or equivalently the driver for the Oracle database. You then create the Pojo class that needs to be persisted into the database in terms of its object. So here we have roll number and name. Then you create the Hibernate configuration XML file. Here you see the property mappings done. You see the connection URL to the database. You see the username, password. You see the driver name. You see the auto property set to create, which indicates every time you run the application, it will create the table. If the table exists, it will drop it and create a new table. And here is the mapping to the mapping file, which maps the column names to attributes that you have in the class. Step 5. You can actually see the mapping done. Name student, table, the ID and the name are being mapped. Then you create the configuration object by creating an object of standard service registry. You then call configure, you pass the XML config file. Then you create an object of metadata, call the build method, and finally an object of the session factory by calling the build method of the get session factory builder. You can use property names as create, update, create, drop to avoid creating the student table manually. So every time you have a change, and if you set it to update, automatically you will see that the record has been updated in the database without you having to manually write the SQL statement. And this is the SQL that will be generated in case you put the value as create here instead of update, which means the existing student table, if it is already there in the database, it will be dropped and a new student table will be created every time you execute the application. Let's talk about annotations in Hibernate. You have learned how Hibernate uses XML mapping file for the transformation of data from Pojo to database tables and vice versa. Hibernate annotations is the newest way to define mappings without the use of XML file. You can use annotations in addition to or as a replacement of XML mapping metadata. So if you're using annotations, you do not need to create a separate XML mapper file which will map the values or the attributes inside your class to the fields in the database. So here you just need to specify @entity as an annotation on top of your class, @table as well, @ID if you're defining anything as a primary key, @column if you want to change the name of the column from a database perspective. And simply save this file and provide a mapping in the Hibernate CFG XML. That's all you need to do. So you save the effort of creating a separate XML file purely for doing a mapping of the class attributes to the column names in the database. So here you see we are creating a configuration.configure. Then we are configuring and loading that XML file and creating a metadata object and calling build on it, and finally instantiating the session factory.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Let's talk about create, update, delete operations. The acronym CRUD stands for create, read, update, and delete. There are 4 basic operations that any data-driven application performs, which is create, read, update, delete. Now, Hibernate supports these operations by means of a session interface. Now, multiple persistence objects cannot be retrieved, and this is the limitation of using session methods. Multiple delete and update operations are not possible in parallel. The required criteria cannot be expressed to perform some complex CRUD operations. To overcome the above limitations, we have HQL, which is Hibernate Query Language, the Criteria API, and Native SQL, which is Structured Query Language. What is HQL? It gives query language provided by Hibernate. It is the same as SQL, but it doesn't depend on the table of the database. It uses classes. The Criteria API is one way of querying the database in Hibernate application. It can be used for DBML operations. Criteria API is an object-oriented after native for HQL to read data from database, and it supports compile time checking for the query that we built, unlike HQL. Here is a create operation. We create a configuration object, a standard registry object. We then load the Hibernate configuration file. We then create a session factory, open a session object, begin a transaction, create a new student object, set the values as roll number and name, and save that into the session, call a commit on the transaction, and close. This will create the table in the database and insert the first record inside it. If you need to read the data, this block of code until the session factory remains common. Then you again open the session, begin a transaction, get that particular student class object by passing the primary key, and simply print the value. For an update operation, this remains constant. You then open the transaction. You then get that particular record of the student or the student object by passing the ID, and simply do an update. For a delete, process remains the same. Get the student details, call delete on the session. Let's look at a demo on how to work with Hibernate. The first thing we will need is, of course, to install the Hibernate API. So the Hibernate software is available, and you just need to go ahead and download it from the Hibernate website. You can Google for it and simply then go ahead and unzip it. Okay. So if I go to, this is the Hibernate folder that we've downloaded, and you just need to unzip it, and you will actually see all the files and the jars inside it that are already there. So this is the file that we need, and you have a set of jars that we will actually need. So these are the set of jars that we will need to import inside our application. So once you install the Hibernate API, you then need to just go and download and install any database of your choice. In this demo, I have installed MySQL. The installation document for MySQL and Hibernate has been provided to you in the LMS, so you can access it and complete the installation of MySQL and Hibernate in case you need support on that. And Eclipse, of course, will be our editor. And besides that, we will download the MySQL Workbench. So the MySQL Workbench installation document is also been provided, so you can go ahead and download it. And once you download the MySQL Workbench, you will see that the installation or the instance of MySQL is available to you. You just need to click on that. It says opening in the editor. Just ignore this, and that's about it. Okay, so that's all we need to do to connect to the MySQL instance. And once you get the MySQL Workbench installation done and the MySQL installation done, you simply start writing your SQL commands out here, which will start generating your database names. And then we will go ahead with configuring our Eclipse application to create a simple Java Pojo class, which will, via annotations, as we saw, we will map it to the particular database that we create here. Let's start with creating the new database. So we'll say create database, and let's say Hibernate demo. We'll execute this, and you can see the database has got successfully created. Let's come to our Eclipse now. Here we'll create a new project. We'll select Java project, the name Hibernate demo. Say new project, Java project. Oops. Java project. Next. Here Hibernate demo. Next, we'll click on libraries, add external jars, and we will add our JDBC driver. So let's go to this is the Hibernate folder. So I'm moving to the Hibernate folder first. We'll go to our lib folder, and inside that required, and we will select all the files and open and say finish. Okay, so it would have added all the references, as you can see here. So the libraries, the correct references have been added. Now we'll need to also add the MySQL driver. So let's go to the web, open Firefox, and we'll just Google okay, and here let's say we want the MySQL Java connector or driver. That should take us to the MySQL website. Okay, and here you see the driver available. We'll pick the zip file, so we'll say download, start download. Okay, and it has downloaded the driver, so I'm just going to pick it up and put it into my folder that says jars, and we'll just extract it here. Okay, now the moment that is done, we'll come to our Eclipse. We'll again go to build path and configure, add external jars, go back, let me go to my jars folder, and okay, doesn't figure out, so let me check again. It is in this folder, so we'll go and go to the build path, configure, add external jars, give the path here, and pick up the MySQL connector, apply, and close. So that has been added. Now let's create a new package for our Pojo class, and we'll say com dot transfer object. We'll create a new class within it, and let's name it player, for example. Finish. Let me add data members. Start with a player ID. Let's add player name. Let's add team name. Let's add age. Okay, that's my constructor. Get rid of this. Let's add from the source the getters and setters. We'll also generate a toString. toString method, and save this. And let's also go to the source and generate a parameterized constructor. Now, time to add the annotations for entity framework. So we'll say @entity. We'll pick it from the java x.persistence.entity package. Then the player class is going to be a table. So we'll add @table as another annotation. And we want the player ID to be a primary key. So we will add @ID above the player ID. Now let's browse to the Hibernate folder, and within it we will search for hibernate.cfg.xml, and you will see that there are a couple of CFG XML files that come up, and these are the ready-made configuration files that are there in the folder, so we could just pick one and use it. So I've just picked a file from that location. Okay, and I'm just going to use it. So I'm just copy pasted a CFG file after searching for it randomly. So I'm just selecting that, coming to Eclipse again, clicking on the src and just pasting. So here's the file that we pasted. So if you go to the file, the first thing that we have is a database connection setting where we provide the driver name, the URL, etc. Then next we have the connection pool setting to set the pool size. We have the SQL dialect depending on which database you're connecting to. We have the cache if you want to turn it on or off. This is the line that will spit out the SQL that Hibernate framework will automatically be creating for us. This will allow us to drop and create the table. It will create the table at the first run, and on every subsequent run it will modify and recreate the table. So it will drop the table and recreate it. Now you see a mapping class here. Here we will map it to com.to.player. Okay, so that's the change we have made. Then let's come to class, and this will be com.mysql.jdbc.driver. Let's come to the connection string jdbc:/mysql. Since we are connecting to a MySQL database, localhost, the port number for MySQL by default is 3306, and the table name we created, or the database name we created, was Hibernate demo. The username on installation I had provided as root, and the password was also root, so we'll save that. Next, the SQL dialect, we will give it as MySQL 5 dialect. We'll add one more value, name equal to current underscore session underscore context underscore class, and we'll set this to thread so that every session runs in a separate thread and it's thread safe. So we are pretty much done with the configuration of I'll just validate the, so this is Hibernate demo, and that's exactly the same thing that we will provide here. Now time to add a new package, so let's do that. com.control we'll add a new class and call it Hibernate main. Add a public static void main to this class, have it ready. So that's going to be our entry point. First thing, we'll create the configuration So we have created the configuration first. configuration equal to new equal to new configuration dot configure just get rid of this. Let's get this from Hibernate package, and then we will say configuration dot add annotated class, and our class name will be com.to dot player dot class. Then next we create standard service registry builder equal to new standard service registry builder dot apply settings and configuration dot get properties. We'll put this onto the next line. So this will go ahead and get us all the configuration that is available inside our configuration class that we specified. So the first step, we are creating an object of the configuration class. The second step, we are going ahead and creating an object of standard service registry builder. We are also adding our class that had annotations with it, and that class with the annotations is nothing but the player class. So this line of code will actually allow us to apply the settings of the configuration file that we have set up. Post that, we will create a session factory object equal to configuration dot build session factory, and we will pass the builder dot build method. Next, we start creating the session equal to factory dot open session. Let's add the Hibernate namespace for session. Then we create a transaction equal to session dot begin transaction. Then we create a player object equal to new player, and we pass some values. We import com.to and also the transaction package should be the Hibernate equivalent, so we'll get that one. We also need to give a fourth parameter here, which is the team name, so we'll specify that. Then we use the session object to save the player object. Post that, we say transaction dot commit so that it persists the transaction, and then we do a session dot close. Okay, so here we are setting up the configuration. We are then adding the annotated class, which is player. We are creating the builder object, loading all the configuration properties from the XML file we created, setting up the session factory, passing the builder to it, which is the configuration information. We are then opening a session, opening a transaction, creating a new record in terms of the object, and hence it's called object relationship mapper, because we just create a new object, use the session to save it, and commit the transaction, and it will automatically create a table with the right name and insert that record into the database. Okay, so now all we need to do is attempt to execute it. So we'll just check the SQL connector is referenced. We'll go to our Hibernate config file and we'll just validate. So we had set the dialect and it is trying to reach the trying to load the class, which is the information class, or rather the driver. So com.mysql.jdbc.driver. So let's run a check on that. Save this. Let's change this and use MySQL dialect. Oops. Let's come back to the Hibernate. Okay. Executed the incorrect file, so let's run it again. We delete the additional file that got created, come back to the Hibernate file, attempt to run that, save all. So the update that we did to the code, firstly, we have just changed the driver alphabet D to uppercase, which is system defined and case specific. And the next change that we will have to do is we'll have to add the entire namespace to the SQL dialect class. So we will say org dot hibernate. So this is the package name dot dialect LECT dot MySQL 5 dialect. So we've said org dot hibernate dot dialect dot MySQL dialect. Okay, and MySQL 5 is the updated version of the SQL dialect class that will automatically convert and write the SQL statements to insert the data into the database, and also create the updated table for me. Right, so these are the two changes that we have done, and the code here continues to remain the same. We have a player object that we are trying to store into the database. So we'll execute this, and let's look at the output, whether it, okay, so you can see here now, because in the config file we had actually given this configuration which says show SQL true. It has actually generated the SQL statements in the background. So it says drop table if player exists, and that was because we gave the auto mode here to create. Then it creates the new table, and you see the SQL that is returned, automatically written for us based on the structure or the attributes in the class, and then it has attempted to insert a new record of type player into the database. Okay, but has it actually happened and updated in the database? So we'll go to our SQL. Okay, here we will just validate whether the update has really happened. Has it created a table out here, and are we able to retrieve the data? So we'll say select star from hibernate demo dot player. Okay, and you see the data that we actually inserted has come up inside the database. Let's try with an additional record. Save this, come here, and let us add another player. Change the age value, and we will also so we've created a new player P2 and we are saving it into the database. And you see, after we've executed, it drops the table, creates the new table, and it inserts the data into the table. Okay, what I've also done is I've just introduced a try catch block. So in case there are any errors where we have gone wrong, it would return the error messages to us. Right? Else it's the code continues to remain the same with just the new record. So let's check in the database now. We'll execute this, and here you see the second record that we just inserted as available in the database. Now let's go back here. Let's comment the second record and the save statement as well. And let's modify the value of the first record from Amit to Virat. Now, when we execute this, let's see what happens. So you see it's dropped the table, created the table again, and then inserted our individual player record. So if we go to the database, you can see that it's now the updated value, but it has recreated the entire table, and hence the second record is gone. Let's now, if we need to preserve the records and just do an update to an individual record without updating the entire table, let's change this flag from create to update and save this. And now when we come back here, we will uncomment the second record and comment the first one since it's already there. So we'll comment this and uncomment the second player and execute. It's now generated a single insert command. Let's check in the database what has happened. So we had one record. You can see now it did not drop the table, it just updated it with the second record. Let's check what is that we'll need to do if we want to retrieve a record. So to retrieve a record, let's say player P equal to, we'll use the session object dot get player dot class. We want a object of type player returned to us, and let's say we want the first record, so we'll give the key as 10, and we'll simply print the details plus P. So we have a toString that we have overridden in the class, so that should do the job for us. Let's execute this, and there you see the player details are returned for the first player. Now let's say I want to write some code to probably update those player details. So we can say player dot set player name and change it to another player, and we'll say p dot set age. So we've set the name and the age. Let's execute this, and it says update player. So you see the statement, update statement being generated here. Let's check in the database. The current value is Virat for player ID 10. Let's update, and you can see it has changed moment I refresh. What if you want to delete a record? We said it's used for create, read, update, delete. We have done create, read, update. Let's try the delete. So here we'll simply use the session object dot delete, and we will pass p1, or rather p, which is the object that we have just retrieved. Now when we run this, delete from player, where player ID is this, and you can see when I come here, let's refresh the table, and you can see the first record has got deleted. Now similarly, we have multiple annotations available. So let's assume that we want to auto increment the player ID every time a new player record is generated. So for that, we'll say source, we'll create a constructor with just player name, team name, and age. So we've created a parameterized constructor. We do not need the ID to be passed. We want to auto generate it, and we'll say generated value strategy equal to, we'll use the enumeration generation type dot identity. Now this will auto generate the ID every time we try to insert a record. So let's come here and we will comment the delete code. Let's now add code to try and insert a record. So we'll add two player objects, P1 and P2. Give it 70 and we don't need these values now, so we'll get rid of it. So we just need the names. So we've just given the names there, and we'll say session.save P1 and session.save P2. Now we'll go back to here and we will say create, since we are recreating the table, since we have changed the column configuration, and we'll come to our Java code and execute it. Let's go now and refresh, and you can see the player ID 1 and 2 was auto incremented with and generated with the new values that we just added. Okay. Similarly, if we want, we can also update the column name. So let's say that for player name, we want to provide a different name for the column in the database. So we will say column name equal to name. And let's say we want a different name for the table as well. So here we'll say name equal to player underscore table. So we've changed the table name from the database perspective that we want created. And for the column, if you want to put a constraint where you do not want null values to be stored, you can say nullable equal to false. Now let's come back, save the application and execute. Let's come here and select from, instead of saying player, we'll say player underscore table, which is the new table, and you see the new table got generated, and you see the name, actually the player name was converted to name, and that is the setting that we had provided. So this shows us how to create, insert, read and update data using the ORM Hibernate, and how easy it is to provide annotations in the object class and automatically map the entity model to the database, create the table and insert records.
What exactly is Java Enterprise Edition? The Java EE stands for Java Enterprise Edition, which was earlier known as J2EE and is currently known as Jarkataka EE. The Java Enterprise Edition provides a platform for developers with enterprise features such as distributed computing and web services. Now let's move further and understand why exactly we needed Java Enterprise Edition. We needed Java Enterprise Edition for 4 major reasons: to have powerful API support, to reduce development time, to reduce application complexity, and finally to improve the application performance. So followed by the need for Java Enterprise Edition, we will move ahead and understand the Java Enterprise specifications. So in the Java Enterprise specifications, we are going to discuss the 4 major specifications used by enterprise developers. So the first one being the enterprise specification, followed by that we have a web specification, then we have web server specification, and finally some other miscellaneous specifications. We shall discuss each one of them in detail. Firstly, we will move ahead with enterprise specification. So in enterprise specification, we have the first one to discuss, that is the context dependency injection. The context dependency injection provides a container to inject dependencies as in Swing. Next we have Java Enterprise Java Bean. The Enterprise Java Bean is a set of lightweight APIs that an object container possesses in order to provide transactions, remote procedure calls, and concurrency control. Followed by Java Bean, we have Java Persistent APIs. So the Java Persistent API are the specifications of object relational mapping between relational database tables and Java classes. Next, we have the Java Transaction API. It consists of Java interfaces and annotations to establish interaction between Java transaction support offered by Java Enterprise Edition. The APIs in the abstract from low-level detail to the interfaces are also considered as low-level. Followed by Java Transaction API, we have the Java Servlet. The Java Servlet specifications define how you can manage HTTP requests either in a synchronous or asynchronous way. So followed by Java Transaction API, which is one of the enterprise specifications, we will move ahead into the Java Web specifications. So the first one in the Java Web specification is the Java Servlet. So this specification defines how you can manage the HTTP request either in a synchronous or asynchronous way. It is low level and other specifications completely depend on it. So followed by Java Servlet, we have the Java WebSocket. So the Java WebSocket is a computer communication protocol, and this API provides a set of APIs to facilitate WebSocket connections. Followed by WebSocket, we have the Java Server Faces. So the Java Server Faces is a service which helps in building graphical user interface out of the components. So followed by Java Server Faces, we have the Unified Expression Language. The Unified Expression Language is a simple language which was designed to facilitate web application developers. So followed by the web specification, now we will enter the web service specification, out of which we have the first one, which is the RESTful Web Service. So the Java RESTful API Web Service provides services having representational state transfer schema. Next, we have the JSON processing. Java API for JSON processing is a set of specifications to manage the information provided in a JSON format. Followed by JSON processing, we have JSON binding. So the Java API for JSON binding is a set of specifications that provide for binding or parsing a JSON file into Java classes. Next, we have the XML binding. So XML binding simply allows for binding of XML into Java objects. For example, SOAP is an XML-based protocol to access web services over HTTP. This API allows you to create SOAP web services. So followed by the web service specifications of Java Enterprise Edition, we finally enter into the other miscellaneous specifications of Java Enterprise Edition. So out of that, the first one is the validation. So the validation package consists of various interfaces and annotations for declarative validation support offered by Bean Validation API in Java. Followed by validation, we have the batch applications. So the batch applications provide the means to run long-running background tasks which involve large volume of data and which need to be periodically executed. Followed by batch applications, we have Java Enterprise Connector Architecture. So the Java Enterprise Edition connector is a Java-based technological solution for connecting Java service to enterprise information system. So with this, we will enter into our next step where we will learn the system requirements to install Java Enterprise Edition. So the basic requirements to install Java Enterprise Edition into your local system are: you should be having the Java virtual machine from the standard 6 edition or more. Followed by that, your local system should be having at least 1 GB of RAM capacity. Next, your system should be having at least 250 GB ROM space available. And finally, you should be having the Java Development Kit installed into your local system. Now next, we will understand how to install Java Enterprise Edition into your local system. So in short, these are the steps you need to follow to install Java Enterprise Edition into your local system. First, you need to browse into the Oracle official Java site, then go to Java Standard Edition Development Kit. Followed by that, accept the license terms, download the JDK file, run the JDK file as an administrator in your local system, then set up the Java environment. I know this looks a little bit complex, but don't worry, I will drop a link in the description box below which will explain you in a much detailed way how to install Java into your local system. Please check that to have a better understanding of how to install and set up Java in your local system. So followed by this, we will learn the differences between the Java Standard Edition and Java Enterprise Edition. So the first difference between the Standard Edition and the Enterprise Edition is the Standard Edition provides basic functionalities like defining classes and objects, whereas Java Enterprise Edition mainly focuses on high-end and corporate type of Java applications. The second difference between the both is Java Standard Edition comes with only the standard specifications which will be used by a beginner. And similarly, on the other hand, Java Enterprise Edition comes with some advanced specifications which support web applications and servlets. The third difference between the both is the Java Standard Edition comes with features like class, libraries, and deployment environments, whereas the Java Enterprise Edition has structured application with the client's business and enterprise layers. The fourth difference between the both is the Java Standard Edition is used for desktop and mobile application developments, whereas on the other hand, the Java Enterprise Edition is used mainly for development of web applications. The fifth difference between the both is the Java Standard Edition is preferred and used by beginners. And on the other hand, the Java Enterprise Edition is preferred and used by experts in Java field. The sixth difference between the both is the Java Standard Edition does not have authentication, whereas on the other hand, there are strict rules and regulations to be followed when using Java Enterprise Edition related to authentication.
The problems in enterprise application development with Servlet and JSP, Servlet and code are not usable, web designing tools can't be used in case of Servlet, parallel development is not possible. To solve the problem, Sun Microsystems introduced two design patterns for developing enterprise applications. Model 1, page-centric model, and Model 2, MVC. So here we have a request coming in to the JSP page. The request is forwarded to the Java bean so that the object can be created. It connects to the enterprise server or data source, and then the response is generated to the browser. Request is sent by browser and received by JSP. Java bean object is created and business methods are called. If required, it communicates with the databases to get the required data. JSP then displays the processed data to the end user. There is no clear separation of responsibility. JSP acts as both controller and view, and the business logic is separated using Java bean. So now here you can see that the request comes to the servlet which acts as the controller. The servlet can actually connect to the model Java bean which maps to the data source using some ORM like Hibernate. That content can directly be pushed into the JSP as well in case there is no data, and it can then go to the model bean and retrieve data from the database via the JSP as well. And finally the response is sent to the browser. Controller or servlet receives requests from browser and captures the input. Controller invokes the business method of model or Java bean. Model connects with database and gets business data. Model sends response to controller, keeps the processed data in heap memory request, session and servlet context, and controller switches the control to appropriate view of the application. The limitations of the MVC model: clear separation of responsibility, code reusability, single point entry for application, and support for multiple view technologies. Spring MVC is used to develop web application that uses MVC design pattern. Spring MVC is meant to make web applications development faster, cost effective, and flexible. Contents of Spring MVC: we have the dispatcher servlet, we have the handler mapping, the controller, mode and view, and view resolver. The dispatcher servlet, it is given by org spring framework.dispatcher servlet. It controls the front controller design pattern, and whatever URL comes from client, servlet intercepts the client request before passing the request object to controller. In the web config file, write servlet mapping in such a way that dispatcher servlet is invoked for client request. Then we have the handler mapping. It is an interface implemented by objects to define mapping between request and handler objects. When a request is made to Spring's dispatcher servlet, it hands over the request to handler mapping. Handler mapping inspects the request, identifies the appropriate handler execution chain, and it delivers it to dispatcher servlet. Handler mapping provided by Spring MVC module can be implemented in many ways. Bean name URL handler mapping, which is the default handler mapping class that maps the URL request to the name of the beans. If URL pattern welcome.htm is requested, dispatcher servlet will forward the request to welcome controller. If street name.htm is requested, it will forward the request to street name controller. And if process credit.htm is requested, it will forward the request to process controller. The controller are components that are called by dispatcher servlet for any kind of business logic. All controllers implement controller interface. The types of controllers are abstract, multi-action, and abstract wizard form. There are components called view resolver. Their job is to provide mapping between logical view name and actual physical location of the view resource. Then we have the model and view. It is represented by class org.springframework.web.servlet model and view and is returned by the controller object back to the dispatcher servlet. This class is just a container class for holding the model and the view information. The model object represents some piece of information that can be used by the view to display the information. This gives abstraction in the Spring framework. Any kind of view technology can be plugged into the framework like Excel, Jasper reports, PDF, XSLT, FreeMarker, HTML tiles are supported frameworks. Then we have the view resolver. It is an interface implemented by objects to resolve views using name Spring MVC's module. It encapsulates the module view and the view object in a single entity, which is represented by the object of class model and view. To resolve the view object, dispatcher servlet view resolver is used. Internal resource view resolver. It resolves the logical name of the view to an internal resource by prefixing the logical view name with the resource path and suffixing it with the extension. It resolves the logical name of the view to the bean name, which will render the output to the user. The bean should be defined in Spring App Context file. This view resolver is the same as bean name view resolver. The only difference is that instead of looking for the beans in Spring's application context file, it looks for beans defined in a separate XML file. Spring MVC framework. The Spring MVC web framework provides model view controller architecture that can be used to develop flexible and loosely coupled web apps. So here we see the steps. The request comes to the servlet dispatcher. It goes to the handler mapping. The handler mapping sends back to the respect dispatcher servlet that accesses the controller. We then call the handler request method on the controller, which calls the business methods on the service, which in turn calls the DAO method, which talks to the database and gets the response. The response is sent to the service, sent back to the controller, sent back to the servlet dispatcher, which forwards it to the view resolver, so the right view can be returned to the servlet dispatcher. The servlet dispatcher then picks up the model, attaches it to the view and generates the response. So client requests a resource in the web application. The Spring front controller dispatcher servlet requests the handler mapping to identify the particular controller for given URL. Handler mapping identifies the controller and sends it to the dispatcher servlet. Dispatcher servlet calls handle request method and passes these two objects to the controller. Controller calls the business method. Service class calls the DAO method for business data. DAO interacts with the database to get the data. Database shares the result. DAO returns this result data to service. DAO data is processed according to business requirement and returns to controller. Controller returns model and view object back to font controller. Dispatcher resolves actual view by consulting the view resolver object. View resolver renders view to the dispatcher. Dispatcher servlet consults the view to the dispatcher servlet. View executes and returns HTML to the dispatcher servlet. Dispatcher servlet sends output to the browser. The request processing workflow of Spring Web MVC dispatcher servlet is illustrated in the following diagram. The handler mapping going to the dispatcher servlet. Second is the controller data exchange with the dispatcher servlet. Then it communicates with the view resolver. And finally the view and the response is sent out. After receiving an HTTP request, dispatcher servlet consults the handler mapping to call the appropriate controller. The controller takes the request and calls the appropriate service method based on used get or post method. The service method will set model data based on defined business logic and return view name to the dispatcher servlet. The dispatcher servlet will take help from view resolver to pick up the defined view for the request. Once view is finalized, the dispatcher servlet passes the model data to the view that is finally rendered on the browser. Configurations required for Spring MVC. Map requests that you want the dispatcher servlet to handle using URL mapping in WebXML. Create servlet name servlet XML file. Define a controller. Create a view. So you map requests that you want the dispatcher servlet to handle by using URL mapping in WebXML file. Use the following code. Declare the map hello web dispatcher servlet. The web.xml file will be kept in webinf directory. Then you create the servlet.xml file. Framework will try to load the application context from a file named servlet.xml located in the application's web content directory. The file name is helloweb.xml. The servlet name XML file will be used to create the defined beans, override the definitions of beans with the same name in the global scope. The component scan tag will be used to activate Spring MVC annotation scanning capability, which allows you to make use of annotations like controller and request mapping, and the internal resource viewer resolver will have rules defined to resolve the view names. We define a controller. The @controller annotation indicates that a particular class serves the role of a controller. The @request mapping annotation is used to map a URL to either an entire class or a particular handler method. The request mapping method is used to declare the print hello method as the controller's default service method to handle HTTP GET requests. Then we create a view. Spring MVC supports many types of views for different presentation technologies. These include JSP, HTML, PDF, Excel worksheet, XML, Velocity template, XSLT, JSON view in WebInf.
Choose from over 300 in-demand skills and get access to 1,000 plus hours of video content for free. Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Finally, the Spring MVC program. Let's write a simple web-based application using Spring MVC to create a Spring MVC model to display Hello World. So the request will come in here saying hello.jsp. We will use @request mapping. Then the dispatcher servlet will communicate with the hello controller. Then the internal resolver view resolver. And finally the hello.jsp, which will generate the response. The Hello World example uses Spring Web MVC framework to follow the model view controller architecture. The controller is responsible for processing user requests and building an appropriate model. It then passes the model to the view for rendering. In this example, Hello Controller Java class is controller. The view is responsible for rendering the model data. In general, it generates HTML output that the client's browser can interpret. In this example, hello.jsp is the view. We create a dynamic web project with the name Hello Web. We then add jar file to web content webinf lib. Then we create a Java class Hello Controller under src folder. Then we create Spring configuration file web.xml and Hello Servlet under the web content inf folder. Then we create a subfolder with a name JSP under web content. Then we create a view file hello.jsp under the subfolder. The final step is to create the content of all the source and config files and export the application. Here are the steps. We create a dynamic web project that we have already learned. We add the following jars: Servlet API, Common Logging, Spring AOP, Spring Beans, Spring Context, Spring Core, Spring Expression, Spring Web MVC, and Spring Web. Then we write the @controller and request mapping to /hello. We write the controller with the request method as get, and we say model.addAttribute message hello Spring Framework. Then we create the Spring config file that maps the dispatcher servlet object and the hello web. Then we map the Spring Framework internal resource view resolver as well, and we put the webinf/jsp property mapped to that particular folder path. Then we create the subfolder with a view hello.jsp, which simply returns hello world and $of the expression. To run the application, we say localhost port hello web and hello. We'll write a simple web-based application that makes use of HTML form using Spring MVC framework to submit the data to the controller and display a processed result. So the moment we say project name /employee, it will go to the dispatcher servlet, which will talk to the employee controller, retrieve the employee object, move to the internal resource view resolver, which picks up the result.jsp and employee.jsp views and send it out as a HTTP response. MVC architecture for form handling example. The form handling example uses Spring MVC framework. It follows model view control architecture. The model encapsulates the application data and consists of POJO. It creates employee class containing ID, name, and age. The controller is responsible for processing user request, building an appropriate model, and passes it to the view for rendering. It creates an employee controller.java class to call employee class methods. The view is responsible for rendering the model data, and in general it generates HTML output that the client browser can interpret. Java JSP files, result.jsp and employee.jsp are used to display employees' information. Steps to write a web-based application using Spring MVC. We create a dynamic web project and add the required Java files. We then map the request that you want the dispatcher servlet to handle by using URL mapping in WebXML. You then create the Java class employee. You then create employee controller in SRC folder. You then create Spring config web XML and servlet XML under web context web-inf. You then create a subfolder with the name JSP under web context inf. You then create view file employee.jsp. You then create second view file result.jsp, and the final step is to create the content of all the source and config files and export the application. Now we create a dynamic web project and add the required Java files, common logging, Org Spring Framework ASM, Org Spring Framework Bean, Org Spring Framework Context, Org Spring Framework Core, Expression, Web Servlet Web, and Spring Web.jar. We then define the Spring Web configuration file web.xml, where we set up the dispatcher servlet. We give the servlet name as Hello Web. We then set up the employee class with age, name, and ID. We then create the controller with a request mapping of a URL/employee and map to a request.get method. We then return model and view with the employee and command and the new employee object. We then do another mapping for the request method.post. This is from the form data to be posted. We provide the add employee method and add attribute mappings for name, age, and ID. Next, we create a Spring config file web.xml and servlet.xml, which map the JSP page. Then we create a subfolder in a view, which maps the view information as a employee.jsp file, where we create a simple table to print out the data. We create a second view called result.jsp, which has a separate table that this gives us the name, age, and ID of the employee. We create content for all the source and config files, and we run the application. Let's look at a demo on Spring Web MVC. Let's start with a small demo demonstrating the capability of Spring Web MVC. So let's move to Eclipse. So Spring MVC is an end-to-end solution for complete web app development. The servlet plays the role of the controller and JSP plays the role of the view. It follows the fun controller design pattern. This means there will be a servlet as a controller and the model caters to collecting the data. There is complete sync between the model. The view is handled by the controller, which is a form of MVC design pattern. So Spring MVC has a front controller, which is the dispatcher servlet. So we have created a dynamic web project and we have added the libraries. So the reference libraries are all the Spring libraries. In addition to that, we have added the commons logging, which is the other important library that we have added. We have a views folder that has 4 views: home, profile, register trainee, and success. Let's look at the web.xml file. Here we have the dispatcher servlet configured with the name as my servlet, and here we are configuring my servlet with a URL pattern of / indicating that any request that comes to the dispatcher servlet, which acts as a controller, will be catered to by the dispatcher servlet. So the moment you put a /, which is the root URL, in the address bar, the request will come and hit the dispatcher servlet. Then we have the myservlet-servlet.xml file. So here we can actually see that the Spring Web container is going to look for this file. It is going to look for JSP pages inside this path, which is web-inf/views, and that is where we have stored our JSP pages. It will search for the controllers in the com.controllers package. And here in the source, in the com.controllers package, we have set up our controllers, as you can see here. The internal resource view resolver will find out which particular JSP page is to be returned. So the prefix is the path where the JSP are stored, and the suffix is it's going to postfix all the view names with a .jsp extension. Next we come to the mycontroller.java file. We use the annotation controller. We are mapping to the root. So if somebody gives the URL, the end user passes the URL as a /. We are going to print home in the console and simply return the home.jsp page. So the suffix will be appended to this. We have another function called sayName. So in case we request for this particular URL route, we will get the first name parameter from a form. We will map the attribute of this particular value, first name, and we will return the profile view, which is again present in the views folder as we see here. We have a third route set up for the URL login. So if the URL is /login, we will trap the username and password fields from the form. We will check if the username and password equals Tom and Jerry. We will add the attribute and we will return the profile page. If there is an error, we will simply return an error message. So that constitutes the mycontroller. Let's look at the home.jsp. We have the sayName action method, which will post to the sayName request map that we saw in the controller. The method is post. We have a submit button with fname, and we have a login controller with username and password and a submit button, and this is mapping to the action method login. And those are the two action methods we saw. We are mapping to sayName or login. We'll come to the home page and we'll execute this. We'll go to the default route, which is just a /, which takes us to the home page. And here it simply gives us a welcome message as of now, which says hello, welcome to Spring, which we see is the default welcome message that we are actually getting. And we also have a sayName function that is actually getting mapped when we click on this button. And we are going to route to a success page. So here let's print first name, and we can see here that we are actually going to map to the first name function. And if we go to the controller, we have created an attribute first name to which we are mapping this value. Okay, and we are simply returning the user information. So in case there is a success, it will simply go ahead and route to that particular URL. So we'll just provide, or rather, let me go here rather than the success, and we'll make that change. So we'll go to the profile because we are navigating there, and here we have a first name. And now if you see here, we are saying that we are going to post this form to sayName. First name is going to be the attribute that we are going to trap, and we are going to return profile. So the first name attribute that we are going to trap here, if we look at the home.jsp, okay, the user is going to enter a first name which we will trap as an attribute. So here that value is going to get trapped. We then return the profile JSP. When I go to the profile JSP, we are simply outputting that attribute first name. So this is my page execution. I have just entered a first name. I'm going to click on the submit button and it says welcome that particular user, right? If I add another user, it actually goes and traps that user ID. So again, the flow is that in the controller, it's hitting this particular request map. It then traps the fname, stores that value into an attribute called first name, and forwards it to the profile page. The profile.jsp is returned by the controller and simply prints the first name. Now we have another page here, which is register trainee. We are posting to an add trainee method. Okay, we are posting to an add trainee method. The command name is trainee command. And we have here, if you look at this, we have actually included a custom, or rather a system defined tag library, which is springframework.org tag/form. So what we are using here is Spring Forms rather than the system defined HTML5 forms. And here we are saying sform : which is the prefix for this particular namespace that we have imported on the top. The action is add trainee, and we have a trainee name, we have a marks code, we have a contact number and a submit button. Okay. And now we are already going and setting part to COM controllers. So in the COM controller, we've created a register controller. Here you see that we have a request map for register and a request map for add trainee. And here you see the trainee command that is actually getting trapped. So the trainee information will automatically be passed here. And this is the model map, which acts as a scope, which allows us to pass data between the controller and the view. So this trainee object acts like the model data. So if we come to the com.to package, you actually see the trainee class, which has trainee name, marks code and contact number. It has a parameterized constructor. It has an overridden toString, default constructor and getter and setter. That's all the trainee class actually has. The register controller, as we saw, has two maps: a register function that returns register trainee.jsp, maps to the attribute trainee command, and a add trainee map that accepts the trainee object along with the scope, the model map, which passes data between the controller and the view. We are adding attribute trainee and we return success. Okay, so if I go to the success.jsp, we are printing the trainee object. If you look at the register trainee, here you see the command name that we are trapping and trainee name, marks code, contact number, which map to the fields that we have in the model class or the entity class, which is the trainee itself. So now if we actually look at so let's close this, come back. We don't add any credentials. We click on login and it says invalid login credentials. Okay, so this is the login that is getting called. So you see here it maps to the login, and here if we do not enter anything, it simply returns invalid login credentials. So this is the login that's actually getting hit when we click on that button. And if you look at the register trainee, we actually see the input type over here equal to submit, and the moment we hit that particular login URL, it will simply throw this message saying that you did not enter the right credentials. So that is the login screen for us. Okay, now if I actually add the right credentials, so if I add the correct credentials here, or let's say we enter the incorrect credentials, let's say Amit and password, and we say login, it continues to say invalid login credentials, right? So in the home.jsp, you actually see the login. So this is the login block, which is giving us that action equal to login, username, password, and it is displaying $error message, right? So the moment I click on this input button, it looks for a JSP, or rather it looks for a controller which has a request map. So this JSP page looks for a controller that has a request map of login. So inside the my controller, I have a request map of login. It will go here. It traps the username, password, checks. If it's not Tom and Jerry, it goes to error message. If it is Tom and Jerry, it displays profile, right? And if I look at error message is being printed in the same page below. So in the home.jsp, we actually are, if you look at the home.jsp page, $error message is being printed, and that's why you get the invalid credentials out here. Okay, and if it is a success, it will show you the success page and print that information. Okay, it will just display. So if you look at the my controller, what we are doing is we are displaying the profile page here. So if I go to the profile page, it will just display the first name. Okay, so let's try that. So here, if I say Tom and Jerry, it should just display the first name successfully saying Tom. So when I log in, it says welcome Tom. Okay, the URL continues to be login. Now, when I click on this register link, what happens? So let's look at the home JSP again. href equal to register. So when I click on the register link, I simply have a registration which says click here to register. Okay, and I already have a register trainee form created, and this is created using Spring Forms, as we discussed, by importing the tag library for Spring Forms, right? So that's the register trainee. Now I have a separate controller that is managing that. So here is the register. So moment I click on that link, it will hit this request map and it will bring up the register trainee.jsp. Okay, and remember we had added the suffixes here in this particular file. So when I say register trainee, the .jsp suffix will already be automatically be added. So we'll try that. We'll click on register, and here you see the register trainee Spring form has come up. So we enter the trainee name, we enter the marks code, and we enter the contact number, right? Now if you look at the register trainee form, this is posting to add trainee. So if I go to the register controller, here is where I have my add trainee. It accepts the trainee object as a parameter, maps to trainee command, and the scope, which allows us to pass information between the controller and the model. And here we are mapping the trainee object and just returning success.jsp, and in success.jsp we are simply printing the trainee object. So let's see when I click on submit query. So let's try the register now. So when we click on register, we'll enter a name for the trainee. We'll enter the marks code and we'll enter some contact number, and we'll click on submit query, and there you see the trainee object actually getting displayed. So in the success page, we were actually displaying the trainee object. On the register trainee, as we discussed, we were connecting to the add trainee action. In the register controller, we had the add trainee action. We were passing the trainee object along with the model map and adding the trainee attribute to the map, and finally returning success. And on the success page, we just went ahead and printed the trainee object. So you saw how the Spring MVC pattern got the request to the dispatcher servlet, it forwarded it to the right model, picked up the model data, and went and displayed successfully the required view, which was the final view that actually got registered for us, and that is the success.jsp page that finally got displayed.
So before we begin with what exactly is a Java API, we will understand what Java is. So basically, Java consists of two major components, that are Java Runtime Environment and Java Development Kit. So when we get into Java's API, we might want to dig a little deep into Java's Development Kit. So JDK consists of three more major components, that are the Java's compiler, Java Virtual Machine, and APIs. Now we will learn each one of them in a bit more detailed way. So at first we have the Java's compiler. So Java compiler can be defined as a software program that is designed to convert the high level, that is the user return or user readable code, into the computer readable code, that is the machine level or byte code. So this particular byte code will be transferred to the next state where we find the JVM. So what is JVM? So JVM is an abbreviation for Java's Virtual Machine. So Java's Virtual Machine is responsible for processing all the bytecodes and providing an output to the user. Next, we find our topic for today's discussion, that is the Java API. So just like Java's Virtual Machine and compiler, Java's APIs are the integral software packages that come with the JDK. The primary intention of API is to establish communications between different applications. So on my screen you can see a pictorial representation of Java API's architecture. So at first we have the Java's program on the topmost layer. So this particular segment will be having the user return program in user language. Followed by that, we have the interpreter, Java's API and the Java's virtual machine, which are responsible for reading and compiling the Java's program. So at the last final level, we have the application hardware, which is responsible for interacting to the Java's program. So this is how the Java API's architecture looks like. Now followed by this, let's dive into the next topic. So in the next topic, we find the types of developers using various types of APIs for different jobs. So at first we have the open developers, next we have the internal developers, and at last we have the partner developers. Don't worry, we will understand each of these developers in a bit more detail and along with some examples for a better understanding. So at first we have the open developers. So open developers are used by top-end companies. So leading companies provide access to their APIs as open source through authentication via a unique secret key to keep track and ensure the legal usage. So basically what happens here is there might be some big companies like social media companies or some more other companies which provide the API they use for their applications as open source to the developers. So these open developers get access to their APIs through getting authentication. So they'll be creating a profile, they'll be providing the research details of their application, like what are they using that particular API for and other reasons to use those APIs. Then they get the unique secret key from the owner of that API. And that's done just to keep track that the API provided is not misused. So the open developers majorly include the B2C teams, and some of the major companies that provide the APIs for open developers are Twitter and Telnix. So one best example is the Twitter, where the Twitter provides Twitter API for the Twitter developer accounts for using that for any kind of developing things or some data science applications and much more. So followed by the open developers, next we have the internal developers. So you can consider internal developers as an organization. So the internal developers belong to a specific organization and work in a closed environment. These APIs run with a high security that can establish communication between the application and the application hardware. So only the internal developers, that is the developers belonging to that particular organization, have the access to that particular API. So this particular type of APIs run on a high security level. So internal developers majorly include B2C teams, B2B teams, A2A teams, and B2E teams. So some of the major companies that provide the internal APIs are Instagram, Google Mail, and Google Cloud Virtual Machines. Next we have the partner APIs. So the partner developers are similar or like internal developers, but the only difference is there is a collaboration between two or multiple companies. For example, consider yourself to be linked with a different company and you both wanted to create an application. So only you both can have access to that particular API that you're using to create your application. So partner developers majorly use the B2C teams, and the major companies providing the partner APIs are Microsoft and Finextra. So with this we finish the first topic, that was what is API and who exactly uses it and for what purposes. Now we dive into the next segment where we learn the need for Java APIs. So why exactly we need Java APIs? Now Java APIs are used for multiple reasons. But the three most important reasons for which we use Java APIs are to streamline the operations, improvise the businesses, and finally create some powerful applications. We will discuss each one of them in a bit more detail. So the first one is to streamline operating procedures. We have multiple social media applications like Twitter, Facebook, WhatsApp, etc. Followed by that we have multiple delivery applications such as Amazon, Flipkart. Then we have the F&B such as Zomato, Swiggy, etc. So all these applications are running smooth and hassle-free because of the significant improvement in the implementation of Java APIs. By using Java's APIs, users are provided with multiple options on the screen. So this kind of approach makes the functionality very simple and easy to use. Followed by this, the next important requirement is to improvise the business. Introducing APIs to the public leads many companies to release private data to generate new ideas, fixing existing bugs, and receive new ways to improvise operations. The Twitter developer account is an example for API that gives programmers private API keys to access Twitter data and develop applications. Followed by that, we have the third one, which is to create the powerful applications. Online banking has changed the industry forever, and APIs offer the customer's ability to manage their finances digitally with complete simplicity. So this is made possible only by the use of APIs. Now, followed by this, we will dive into the next topic where we understand the types of Java APIs. So basically, there are 4 different types of APIs in Java. They are public, private, partner, and composite. We will discuss each one of these APIs in a bit more detail. At first, we will deal with the public API. So what are public APIs? Public means open. So public or open APIs are Java's APIs that come with the JDK, and they do not have any strict restrictions about how developers use them. So followed by the public APIs, we have the private APIs. So the private or internal APIs are developed for a specific organization. These particular APIs will be accessible through the authentication by only the employees belonging to that particular organization. So followed by private APIs, we have the partner APIs. So similar to private APIs, even partner APIs are having some authentication process to use. So the only difference is here, instead of one organization, we might have 2 or multiple organizations, and the employees belonging to that particular group of organizations will be able to access the APIs and implement them or use them. Followed by partner APIs, we have the last one, which is the composite API. Composite APIs are microservices, and developers build them by combining several service APIs. Now that we have covered the different types of APIs, let us now discuss the categorization of Java APIs based on the services that different varieties of APIs in Java provide. So data and API services are another way to categorize Java APIs other than the previous type, which is the public, private, partner, and composite. APIs are also classified based on their data manipulation capabilities and the variety of services they offer. So this type of categorization has 4 different types, which are the internal API services, external API services, CRUD operations, and user interface services. We will understand each one of them in a bit more detail. At first, we will understand internal API services. Internal API services are developed to offer organizations services specific to that particular organizations. These services include only complex data operations and internal processes. Followed by internal API, we have the external API. External API are open source APIs that developers integrate into existing application or website. So internal APIs are something similar to private APIs, and external APIs are something similar to public APIs. Next, we have the CRUD operations. So CRUD APIs provide data manipulation operations over various data storage units such as software and service, that is SaaS, and relational database management systems such as RDBMS, using standard data storage unit connecting tools like database connectivity, that is JDBC, etc. Next, we have the user interface services. User interface service APIs are open source APIs that allow developers to build user interfaces for mobile devices, computers, and electronics. Now let's examine the rules and protocols that Java APIs must follow. So that brings us to API service protocols. The rules and protocols guide the different functionalities of Java APIs. So different APIs have different service protocols. Let's consider an example for RESTful API service protocol as an example. So for a typical RESTful API, developers must follow the following rules. For a typical RESTful API, developers must follow these rules: stateless, uniform interface, client server, cache, layer. No worries, we will discuss each one of these protocols in detail. First, we will discuss stateless. So what exactly is stateless? So since the RESTful API follows client-server architecture by default, it is recommended that RESTful API services to be stateless all the time. Next we have the uniform interface. The entities in a RESTful API are server and clients. Applications that run on global scale need uniform client and server interface through Hypertext Transfer Protocol or HTTP, and Uniform Resource Identifiers URI will allocate the required resources. Next we have the client server. The client-server model used in the RESTful API should be fault-tolerant. Both the client and server are expected to operate independently. The changes made at the client end should not affect the server, and vice versa. Next we have the cache. Including a cache memory allows the application to record intermediate responses and run faster in real time. A RESTful API also includes the cache memory. And next we have the layer. A RESTful API is built using layers. Layers of API are loosely coupled or independent from each other. Each layer contributes a different level of hierarchy and also supports encapsulation. Next, we will go through some frequently used APIs. So this is the list of most frequently used APIs in real time. So we have Web API, Facebook 4J, Twitter 4J, Android API, Java Advanced Imaging, Java Data Objects, and you can also see the acronyms for them in the right column. So some of them have no acronyms and some of them have acronyms. For example, we have Android API as Google, Java Advanced Imaging as JAI, Data Objects as JDO, etc. So moving into the next slide, we have a few more APIs. So we have RESTful APIs, Java Media Frameworks, Java Persistent APIs, Java Speech API, Java 3D, Java USB for Windows, etc. And similarly on the right column we have their acronyms. So for Java Media Frameworks we have JMF, for RESTful APIs we have nothing. And Java 3D we have J3D, Java Speech API as JS API, and few others. So followed by this we will advance into the next topic where we will discuss about the advantages of using Java's APIs. Now using Java's APIs will help you with multiple advantages. Now we will discuss the most important advantages of using Java's APIs. So the first one, we have the extensive SQL support. APIs in Java enable a wide range of SQL support services in users' applications through a component-based interface. Next we have applications. APIs in Java provide effortless access to all of an application's major software components and easily deliver services. Next we have efficiency. Java's APIs are highly efficient because they enable rapid application development. Also, the data that the application generates is always available online. Next we have the automation. API allows computers to automatically upload, download, update and delete data automatically without human interaction. Followed by that, we have integration. Java APIs can integrate to any application and website and provide a fluidic experience with dynamic data delivery. Followed by that, we have scope. Java's APIs make websites, application, and information available to a wide range of users and audience. Followed by that, we have customization. Java APIs enable developers and businesses to build applications that personalize user interface and data. And finally, we have the adaptability. Java APIs are highly flexible and adaptable because they can easily accept feature updates and change to frameworks and operating systems.
Now let's talk about what exactly is the JUnit tool all about. Like, what are the different things we can implement with the help of this tool here? So JUnit is basically a kind of unit testing framework which is there for the Java. So it's kind of a default offering for the Java programming language that we can use the JUnit for the unit testing framework for performing the unit testing. Now the main benefit of the JUnit is like it's using the same syntax like a Java programming language. So it makes it very easy for a Java developer to write and execute the test cases. So most of the times when the developers are going to work on the Java programming languages, so they prefer that JUnit as a default unit testing framework for them, because they get the language advantage, they get the easily integrations in the Eclipse. So those benefits helps the developers to decide JUnit specifically for writing the test cases and running the test cases there. Now whenever these test cases are actually being executed, whenever you add up a new piece of source code, so all the unit test cases will be again executed there every time when you run a new build. So all the unit test cases gets executed, but you also need to take care that if you are adding up a new functionalities, you also have to add the corresponding test cases to that. So increasing more and more code will be done by the developers, but at the same time you have to sync, or you have to keep your test cases up to date also. And as a part of every build, each and every test cases will be re-executed every time you're doing the build 5 times, 6 times a day. Every time the all unit test cases will be executed over there, and the response will be given back. Right, now let's talk about what exactly is a unit testing. Now unit testing refers to the testing of these small modules or the small piece of chunks or the codes here. Now it's basically used to have the early identification of the defects and the bugs, because you cannot simply rely on the QA team to perform the testing and then provide the feedback. Whereas on the with the help of this unit testing framework, we can immediately get the feedback right away. Once we are running the test cases, immediately we will be able to know, like, these are the different test cases which we have got over here. Now the developers don't even have to spend more time on fixing the bugs and issues, because these test cases will help them with the easy and the fast feedback. So according to that, they can fix the bugs and they can take the decision whether the source code is working fine as expected, or there is any kind of issues as such present with this one. So unit test casing is something which is very important from the developers perspective also, because it helps the developers to understand that whether they have written a successful code, or if there is any kind of scope of issues or bugs over here. Also, the successful unit test cases increases the overall confidence of the developers, because it increases the overall performance and the quality of the product also. So by having the successful executions of the unit test cases, developers can understand that yes, the source code is working fine as expected, and there is no scope of bugs or any issues as such with this source code here. So that's the main benefit which we get with unit testing, that with this fast feedback channel, we will be able to take the decisions whether the source code is ready for the production environment deployment or not. So that's a main benefit which we get with the unit testing here. Now, of course, this can be done in two ways: manual testing and automated testing. Now, in case of manual testing, you have to do this thing manually within a manual tester or a manual testing approach. And in this one, you will not be depending on any kind of automated tool which can be scheduled or which can be executed in non-interactive manner. On the other hand, automated test case is something which is used to be executed using the tool, and it is something which is being done so that you will be able to get the complete automation. There is no manual efforts which is required as such. You are going to have like complete deployment and automations being done as such in this case. So automated testing is something in which you will be giving more focus on the automated automation tools. You may be having one or a couple of tools using which you can write the automated test cases and you can perform the complete automation. In case of manual testing, it's quite less reliable, because you are dependent on the a particular tester which can perform the testing according to his efforts, and it's quite time consuming also, because you can only run the test cases for probably 8 to 9 hours per day. Whereas on the other hand, the automated test case is something which is quite reliable, because it does not depends on a human requirement. So it can be done like 24/7. So anytime you can run those test cases, and that's the reason why these test cases are quite faster as compared to any other manual testing approach here. So JUnit test cases and the automated test cases really helps the developers and the QA professionals to test the source code much faster as compared to the manual testing. Now let's talk about the JUnit installation. Now, as part of the installation of JUnit, you don't require to install any exe file or any kind of program there. There are a couple of jar files which is required, which needs to be there into the class path, so that every time when you write some JUnit test cases, you should be able to refer those jar files, because without having those jar files into your class path of your project, you will not be able to run the JUnit test cases. So that's the only dependency you require. If you are running a Maven build, then these dependencies will be added up into the pom.xml file. If you are referring or doing the build from the Eclipse or doing the development from the Eclipse, then you have to put up these jar files into the class path of the project so that these jar files can be loaded up and the JUnit can be referred over here. So the installation is pretty straightforward, but let's see like what are the different steps we need to follow. Now, as a prerequisite of understanding the demo about JUnit, the first initial two things is like you require a JDK to be installed. Now you can download the JDK 8 over here from this Oracle website, and this is something which you can download for the Windows or whatever platform you have. You can pretty much install it for whatever platform is there. So for Windows platform, you can download for 32-bit and 64-bit both option over here. And once it's installed, so you should be able to use the Eclipse latest tool. Now all you need to do is that you need to go to eclipse.org, and there you can download the latest version of the Eclipse. Now these two main things which you require, because Eclipse will be required for creating the JUnit test cases, and of course a kind of IDE where you can run some test cases, JUnit test cases and all. And then Oracle is something which is required as a runtime for running the JDK also, and the JUnit test cases also, and Eclipse here. So that's a prerequisite which we got over here in this one. So I have already got these two things installed into my system, and I have Eclipse there. So let's move on to the Eclipse and see that how it goes on there. But before that, you also require the JUnit jar files, because in order to have a particular JUnit framework loaded up, we require some particular files, jar files over here in this case. So I can just search for JUnit 4 over here, and when you search for JUnit 4, so what happens, like this particular page will help you or give you all the details about the JUnit 4. Now you can go for the version notes of the different versions, but if you want to download, all you need to do is like you can say like download and install, and the moment you go there, so it will give you the details. Now there are two jar files which is required. JUnit.jar file is required over here. hamcrest-co.jar file, these two jar files are required here if you want to download it into the test class path. If you feel that you want to use a Maven based project, then in that case you have to specifically go for this dependency into POM file, and according to that particular version will be downloaded and will be referred over there. So these are the ways that how you can get the particular softwares, the required things into the place. So I'm going to put up these jar files into a location so that I should be able to get the particular details stored, and I can refer to them into my Eclipse. So I'm going to download this one here from the Maven Central. So I'm going to download this jar file, and then I'm going to go back hamcrest-core, so that also I want to download. Download jar. So these two jar files I have downloaded, and I will be referring these ones into my project, because these are the ones which is being required into my project as such. So let's go back to the Eclipse, and let's place these jar files into a location so that into my class path I can refer the complete folder with all these two jar files inside that. So let's go ahead with that. So let's create a particular new project over here. So we'll go for new Java project, and here I can give it like a simple one, a simple project name I can provide here, and JDK I'm using like 1.8, so that's the JDK version which I have utilized over here, and then finish. So this is the project which I have got like in the source directory. Now I'm going to create a simple file over here, a new class file over here. So I'll create it like JUnit class. So I'm going to create a class over here in this one, and of course I need to have a particular void main also over here in this specific class over here, because this is the initial class I'm trying to create over here in this one. I can create a custom particular methods also over here, but let's see like if we can execute or we can run some particular functions as such over here. Now I'm going to declare a function over here, public void JUnit method. So I'm just going to create a method over here, I'm just going to run a particular print statement over here. Executing JUnit test cases. Right now, this is a kind of a method which is there, which of course I can run into my public void main, and this function will be executed, will be called upon over here. Now the thing is that right now, since it's just a normal function, but the moment I convert it, like I have a @test mentioned over here, so what will happen, like this will be converted into the form of a test cases. Now of course, like right now there is no imports which is available there as part of this one, so you can see that the time I have added this annotation @test, I will be able to see like, yes, add JUnit4 library to the build path is something which is coming up over here, or it's saying like add JUnit5. So whatever the library you feel that you want to add, you can do that, and that particular library will be added up over here. Now let's go for the JUnit4 library here. The moment I do that, what will happen? You will see some changes. First, you will see the changes in the top saying that import org.junit.test. That's a first import. And second import will be like JUnit4. You will see like these two jar files is automatically being picked up by the Eclipse. Now even if you don't download these jar files, this is the main benefit of the Eclipse, that these are already a part of the plugins. You can see their paths, that these are already installed in plugins directory. So the moment you use these particular methods that you want to use the JUnit, these will be automatically imported over here into your system. Now you can just simply call this method into the main void main, and then the specific method will be executed as a form of test cases. So this is the mechanism that how you will be setting up the project. Initially you got the imports, you got the particular annotations configured, and with that the specific jar files will be automatically being added up into your class path. Whatever the jar files we added up, we downloaded previously, we can also have that added up into the custom class path. We can modify this build path of JUnit4 which is coming up automatically. We can just simply say right click, build path, and configure. So this JUnit4 we can actually import, we can remove it from our system, and we can add our external jar files also into the build path or the class path over here. So that depends upon you, that how you want to perform the customizations around that part. But yes, the particular main benefit of using the Eclipse is that it's already having the JUnit plugin installed. Both 4 and 5 version is installed. Whatever version you feel that you want to include, it will be included, and the plugins are already installed, so you don't even have to download the jar files manually. So that's how you will be able to do a very basic initial setup of JUnit, and how a basic project can be created over here in case of JUnit. In the upcoming demos, we'll see like how we can execute these particular test cases, and we'll get the response. We'll come to that point. So let's go back to the main content. Right, so that was the JUnit installation demo which we saw, and we saw like how we can put up or load the jar files related to JUnit into a class path, and we can resolve the basic features about the JUnit, about the test cases. Now let's talk about some of the certain features of the JUnit here. Now there are a lot of features which we get primary with the JUnit. Let's discuss about that one by one. So the very first feature about JUnit is that it's an open source network. Now it's something which is available as an open source to you. We have also seen the installation, so you don't have to really go for any kind of license or something like that. So you can do any number of test cases with this particular tool and this specific automation tool here. You can automate it into Jenkins. Nowhere you require any kind of license around this. So these can be easily integrated. These are already a part of most of the latest Eclipse installation, so you don't even have to configure these manually because it's already a part of your system. Right. Second is that it provides annotations. Now main annotation we have already seen in the previous case, that when we converted a normal function or a normal method into the test method by using an annotation called @test, so it provides a mechanism to identify that which particular method is a test method and which method is a normal method according to our classes. So these annotations really help us to identify the methods also, and it provides us the flexibility that these particular methods are not the normal methods you need to execute. You need to run it in the form of test cases. So that identification is something we will be able to do with the help of these annotations here. Also, it provides the assertions to identify like what exactly the results are there, because definitely when we are running the test cases, JUnit test cases, we need to assert that what should be the value. So using the assert, we can actually compare that, okay, this method is giving this value. Suppose there is an addition method which is available there, which is giving like a plus b is equal to c. So c is like 5 plus 15 is 20. So with the help of assert, I'm saying like whatever the response I'm going to get from the function when I give the values a and b as 5 and 15, so that should be 20 value. So in the assert, I can hard code like, okay, this is the value, this is the response which I should be getting, and once the function is executed, I should be able to get this particular output as in 20 over here. So that comparison when you do, you will be able to understand easily that yes, when we are doing the assert, I'm getting the proper response, I'm getting the proper output over here. So assertion is something which is very important to compare the things, to compare the inputs which we are getting from the application source code. Next, it provides the test runner. So we can basically run the test runners over here to execute the test cases. So you can configure this within the pipelines. You can configure it with Eclipse and various automations during the build automations. Also, you can configure it. So that flexibility you will be able to get with these test runners here. And it also allows you to provide a better feedback channel, because it acts like a very good feedback provider, because the moment you are done with the development, you will be able to get an instant feedback. So the overall quality of the code is going to be increased in this case, and that's definitely helpful for you, because with this approach, with this JUnit framework, you will be able to get a quite faster and a perfect code writing tool or a quality tool which is available there. So definitely the overall quality of the code is going to improve with the help of this JUnit framework. And it provides the automations also, because these JUnit test cases are having the flexibility that you can configure it within the pipelines. You can automate it with the help of this framework, that you can completely help, or you can have a complete automated workflow with the help of this particular framework, and it provides you an instant feedback. The feedback channel is quite instant in case of this JUnit. Now let's talk about the JUnit annotations. We have already seen like the benefit of the annotation is to define or to provide the metadata about the methods to the different ones. So annotations also refer to the syntactical metadata added to the Java source code. So having a particular better feasibility and identification is also quite easy. So also the overall structure of the source code can be done in a better way, and the readability is also good when we talk about the annotations here. The biggest main difference between the JUnit and the JUnit 3 was the introduction of the JUnit annotations. So earlier, before JUnit 3, we were not able to identify like if this is in kind of a test method or this is a kind of a source method over here. So that identifications is quite easy after the involvement or the introduction of the JUnit 4 framework over here. Also, like this is something which is really helpful to us to see like how exactly we can overall read the overall source code, because you have so many source code there present to your project. So annotation should be able to help you to identify that these are the main portions, with these are the components which is part of the unit test cases, not the actual source code. So @test is something which is going to tell us that the specific method with the public void declaration can be run or can be executed as a test cases. This is not a simple method. This is not an application source code method. This is a test method over here. Now @before is something which is used to run some statement before each and every test cases executes. Maybe having some additional or initial connectivity is something you can do with the help of @before. @after is something which you can do after the execution of the test cases, like some statements which you want to execute after the test cases. So that's something you can do, or you can go with the help of @after. And @ignores is something which you can configure if you feel like during the test execution you feel to ignore some statement. So that's the way you can use the @ignores there. So @ignores, @after, @before, and @test. These are the 4 annotations which is being used most of the time into your JUnit test cases. Right, let's talk about some bit more. Now @before is something which is being used to execute the classes, some statement before even any kind of test class executes. So not only before executing any method, this is something before even loading up any kind of test classes. So before @before class is being used. Similarly, @after will be there to execute it after all the test classes. And if we have a timeout configured, so what we'll have that we will be able to set up a timeout while executing the test cases. So timeout value can be configured over here. And then if you feel like if you want to handle some exceptions during the test execution, so that's where we can use this custom annotations over here to have the exceptions handled or configured over here in this one. So these are some of the very important annotations which is available there on the JUnit perspective. Now let's talk about some another demo on JUnit testing in the Java, like how we can pretty much configure the test cases in JUnit for a programming language called Java, and how we can get along or get execute those things. So now we are going to see like how exactly we can go for the execution of some Java files onto a command line, and how we can using the command line run some execution of the test cases. Typically we do it from the Eclipse, but from the command line also we are going to see like how exactly we are performing the setup and the executions over here. Now what we really need to do is like we need to see like how we can proceed further with the execution. So I'm going to open this particular Java file over here, so to get a better understanding here. So I'm going to use the org.unit JUnit class over here in this case. So we are having like couple of imports. These are the standard imports, so you can do like org.unit JUnit.star also if you don't want to go for the specific imports here. Now here we are going to create a test unit as a sample class, and in this one we got the void main over here, which is the main portion of any kind of class here. The only thing which we got over here is that we have created a test method over here called test print message. So we are assigning a value called message, a variable over here as in Simplilearn. Now what happens, like we will be able to do the assert equals over here, that if the value of message is like Simplilearn, so it will be able to help us with the proper output, and there will be no errors as such over here. So everything will be smooth, and that's what we are trying to execute over here in this case. And we are running into the null void, that these are the test cases we want to run or we want to execute over here. Now all we need to do is like we need to compile this one. We really need to compile this test cases over here, this file, and then we have to run that one. So for that, let me open the command prompt. So now in this case we will be using the javac command prompt here, and we will be copying the JUnit into the class path, so that we will not be able to get any kind of class not found issues over here. So test unit JUnit.java we are going to run. So if there is no exceptions as such, we will be able to get no errors here. Now I'm going to run the particular class file with the help of Java command, because javac is to convert the .java file to the .class file, the compile format, and then in order to run the .class file we have to go for the Java command line here. Now this means that there is no issues as such with the test cases, and everything is working fine as expected over here in this one. So the assert equals is going to help you to identify that if the execution is proper, and let's say like if we put up some content, like some different content over here in this assert equals. So I'm going to again execute this one, so that I will be able to see like if what will happen, that if this message value and this value does not matches. Like in normal situations it will say like, okay, the particular output is going up and there is no errors as such, right? So let's see like what exactly it will happen, that if we go for the executions, like if we save this file in such a way that we are providing some wrong inputs, and what will happen to our assert equal over here. So I'm going to again compile the file here. So again a new class file will be available, and this time I'm going to execute this class file again over here in this case. And the moment you did it, the assert will give you the comparison over here, saying that there is a failure of the comparison. Why there is a failure of the comparison? Because according to the code base, it was expecting the value called Simplilearn, but it simply got the value called Simplilearn 1.2, which means that your test cases over here got failed down. So this is the real way that how you will be providing the comparison, like what you should be putting up to the application and what kind of response you should be getting in return of that. So that's where you will be able to provide a proper and a complete comparison here, which will help you to understand that what exactly output you're going to get over here. And that's where the output will be completely available to you, and you will be able to get a proper output as such here. Right, so this is the way that how the comparison will be performed and how you will be able to see like these two comparison being done here as such. So this is the way that how you're going to run the test cases in the form of the from the command line here. So let's go back to the main document. Right, now the next one which we got over here is the JUnit test cases using the Eclipse, because from the command line we saw like using the command line we can do, but we got like so many test cases which is available there, so it's not easy for us to run those one by one. So we will be doing it through the Eclipse so that we can see like how the execution can be really done and we can get a hold of those particular components. So let's go back to the Eclipse, and this time we are going to run the test cases in the Eclipse here. Now let's create a new project again here. JUnit project, right, and finish. So a new JUnit project will be created, and this one you can see like there is no executables libraries for the JUnit, but you can include it now also, but I'm going to do it later on. So I go for the JUnit project class. Right, so this is a kind of a test class here, so I'm not going to put the null or the public void main over here in this one. So finish. Now in this case what I'm going to do is like I'm going to replace this content over here, so with this particular ones, and going to have some basic code base added up over here. So I'm going to import some particular JUnit libraries over here. So over here like org.junit, I'm going to import these ones, and I got like this class over here, JUnit project. So I just have to rename it a little bit so that it can be the name of the actual class name here. So that's fine. So everything is fine, but the only thing is that we are getting some failures and problems over here because it's not able to identify these specific JUnit related executables like the functions and the methods. For this one, again, the previous case, you have to do the particular addition of the library to the build path so that you will be able to have like these automatically resolved over here in this one. Right, so you can see now that JUnit 4 started reflecting over here in this case, and you did not got any kind of errors now over here in this one. So you can simply save this, and now you are good to go for running the executions over here. So you can simply say like right click over here, run as, and JUnit test. And when you do that, on the left hand side you will be able to get a little bit different viewpoint over here, which says like yes, test underscore JUnit is something which is executed perfectly fine. If for any reason, let's say like I change the value of string 1 here as in string 1, just an typo error I'm trying to do here so that I can show you that how the test cases really fails. So assert equals is basically helping you to find out that if the comparison between the two attributes is correct, that means that the inputs which we are putting up and whatever the output we are getting, it's both the same here. When you do that, you will say like there is a failure over here to the test cases. Now I'm seeing the failure trace over here, so I'll just move this one to the console view. So it says like it should be like string, but I got like string 1 over here, which is causing the problem here. Because of the typo error which I did, the whole execution of the test cases got failed. So I'm just going to revert my changes back here and again run the test cases. It will all be okay right now again over here. So that's the main reason that how the execution really happens and the overall mechanism and the system can be implemented over here in this case. So that's how we basically go on and we execute some JUnit test cases here.
At first, we will start with the beginner level interview questions. So in the beginner level interview questions, the first question we have is, what is JIT? So the answer for this question is, JIT is an abbreviation for Java In-Time Compiler. It increases efficiency of the interpreter by compiling the bytecode in the runtime. JIT or Just-in-Time Compiler compiles code to machine level directly for higher speeds of code execution. So basically, just-in-time compilation is a feature added to the interpreter of Java. So this involves conversion of the code directly to machine level during the compilation stage. This improvises the speed of execution of a Java program. Now, after the first question, the second question in the docket is, what is a class loader? Now let's discuss the answer for this particular question. So basically, class loader is the first file to load when you execute any Java program. So the Java class loader is the integrated part of Java virtual machine. So the functionality of class loader is to load the class to the Java virtual machine while it is demanded to execute a class. Java has Bootstrap extension and application type of class loaders. So the third question in the docket is, what are the memory allocations available in Java? So the answer for this particular question is, Java provides multiple types of memory allocations. But the 5 major types of memory allocations which are most frequently used are class memory, heap memory, stack memory, program counter memory, native method stack memory. So the next question in the list is, will the program run if I write static public void main? So basically we write public static void main, but in case, imagine if I write the program as static public void main, will the program execute properly? So the answer for this question is yes, because Java does not follow any specific rule for the order of specifiers you place in your program. So when you execute the program with such pattern in your specifiers, then the program will compile successfully. Also, it will run successfully. So the next question we have is, what is the default value stored in local variables? So in C programming language, when you declare a local variable or a global variable or any type of variable, then the first value which is stored inside that variable will be a garbage value, unless you initialize the variable with a personalized value. For example, if you declare a variable I equal to 0, then you are storing a value in that variable I, that is 0. If you just declare it as int I, then the value stored inside that I variable will be a garbage value. So similarly, when you declare some kind of local variable in Java, then what will be the default value stored inside it? So the answer for this question is neither the local variables or the global variables or any primitives or any object references do not have any kind of default value stored in them. So followed by the fifth question, we have the sixth question. So what would be the output of the following code segment is the sixth question. So this might happen sometimes. So basically what happens is your interviewer will throw a question at you which has a code segment. So all you need to do is decode that code in your mind and provide the output. So this would be the code that we will be dealing with. So you can see our question has two printf statements. The first one has 100 plus 100 plus a string which is Simplilearn. And in the second printf statement, we have a string that is e-learning company plus 100 plus 100. So what will be the output of these two printf statements? So the answer for this question is really simple. So we'll be having 200 Simplilearn as the first output and e-learning company 100 as the second output. Why? Let's check out the code segment once again. So when you see the code segment once again, so the first printf statement has 100 plus Simplilearn. So JVM here understands 100 as an integer value and the plus symbol as an addition operator here. So followed by the addition operator, we have another integer value. So what JVM does is it adds the two numbers 100 plus 100. So followed by that we have another plus symbol here. So followed by the plus symbol we have a string value. So here the JVM considers the plus symbol as a concatenating operator. but not as an addition operator. So that's why the first two numbers got added and the result was 200, and the next two values were concatenated. So it became as 200 Simplilearn. Similarly, in the second printf statement, the JVM encountered with a string value. So it considered the plus symbol as a concatenating operator. Similarly, it happened with the second plus symbol as well. So that's the reason we had e-learning 100 as the second output. Now, followed by the sixth question, we have the seventh question. What is an association? So the answer for this question is, an association can be defined as a relationship that has no ownership over the other. So to understand this definition, we can consider a simple example. Consider a person associated with multiple banks. So consider person X who has got accounts in bank A, bank B and bank C. And similarly, a bank is associated with person X. That is, a bank A, bank B and bank C are associated with the person X, but no one has ownership over the other. A person X who is an account holder with all the three banks, that is A, B and C, does not possess any kind of ownership over the three banks. Similarly, banks A, B and C who has the customer, which is the person X, but the banks do not possess any kind of ownership over the customer. So the relationship between the person X and the banks ABC can be considered as an association. Now, followed by the seventh question, we have the next question, that is the eighth question. Define copy constructor in Java. So the answer for this question is as follows. A copy constructor in Java is a constructor that initializes an object through another object of the same class. A copy constructor in Java is really helpful because when you want to copy a complex object that has several fields, or when we want to make a deep copy of an existing object, then the copy constructor is the one which will help you out in this situation. So followed by the eighth question, we have the ninth question. What is a marker interface? So the answer for this question is, an empty interface in Java is referred as a marker interface. Serializable and clonable are some of the popular examples of marker interface. So basically, a marker interface is just another interface, but normally in interface we provide some signatures. So these signatures belong to particular methods. So in normal interface we just have method signatures, but not the complete implementation, or at least we'll be having some variables. But in a marker interface, we do not have any kind of data manipulating method signatures, any data members, nothing. They have special functionality unlike a normal interface. So followed by the ninth question, we have the 10th question. What is object cloning? I guess the word object cloning is completely self-explanatory. Yet the answer for this question is, it is an ability to recreate an object completely similar to the existing object. This process is known as object cloning in Java. Java provides a built-in function or method, that is the clone method, to clone an existing object, offering the same functionality that of the original object. So followed by the 10th question, we have our 11th question. Why is Java not completely object-oriented? So this question might be a little confusing, but it's true. Java is not completely object-oriented. But what's the reason? Yes, I'll explain you why Java is not completely object-oriented. So the answer for this question is, Java is not considered as 100% object-oriented programming language because of the data types it uses. It still makes use of 8 or more primitive data types, which are int, float, double, and few others. So this is the only reason why Java is not considered as completely 100% object-oriented programming language. So the next question is, define wrapper classes in Java. So the answer for this question is, in Java, when you declare primitive data types, that is the int, float, double, etc., then the wrapper classes are responsible for converting them into objects or reference types. Just as we discussed before, Java is not 100% object-oriented programming language just because of the primitive data types it uses. So when you include such primitive data types, then wrapper classes are the ones which convert them into objects or reference types for the ease of compilation and execution of programs without any issues. So followed by this question, we have the next question. Define singleton classes in Java. So the answer for this question is, in Java, when you make the constructor of a class as private, then the particular class can generate only one single object. This is the reason why such type of classes are called as singleton classes. So followed by that, we have our next question that says define package in Java. So if you use some of the popular IDEs, that is the integrated development enterprises such as IntelliJ or Eclipse, then you might be familiar with projects, packages, source files, and then the class file. So basically you create a project first, and inside the project you will be having your source folder, and then you will be creating your own package using the source folder, and inside the package you will create a class file, and inside the class file is where you write your Java program. So here the question is, define package in Java. So the answer for this question is as follows. Package is a collective bundle of classes and interfaces along with necessary libraries and jar files. The use of packages helps in code reusability. So basically when you create a specific package, inside that package you will store all the class files that you will be using in your Java program. So not only class files, in case if you use any kind of connectors or any kind of jar files or any kind of dependencies for your Java program, you will include all those inside the package so that the requirements and the class files are bundled together, and this helps out in code reusability, making sure that the program files or the jar files or any dependencies are not juggling between one package to the other or one file to the other. So using a package is basically a good practice. So followed by this, we have our next question. Can you implement pointers in Java program? So if you remember C programming language, we had pointers there. So we use pointers to directly access the memory. So similarly, can you use pointers in a Java program? This is a little tricky question for beginners, but basically it's really simple. Now the answer for this question is no, because Java Virtual Machine personally takes care of memory management implicitly. So Java's major motto was to keep programming simple. So accessing memory directly through pointers is not a recommended action. So the answer is a big no, you cannot implement pointers in Java program. So followed by that, we have our next question. Differentiate between instance and local variables. So the answer for this question is really simple. Instance variables are declared inside a class and the scope is limited to only a specific object inside which an instance variable is created. So followed by the instance variable, we have the local variable. So the local variable can be anywhere inside a method or a specific block of code. Also, the scope is limited to the block of code where the variable, that is the local variable, is declared. Now followed by the 16th question, we have our next question. Explain Java string pool. So the answer for this question is a collection of strings in Java's heap memory is referred as Java's string pool. So for example, you wanted to create a new string. Consider your name. So your name might be some XYZ. So if you wanted to create XYZ string, then you provide that particular code to your JVM. So what does JVM do? It will not directly create that particular string. First, it will search for the XYZ string in your string pool. If that is already existing in your string pool, then it will provide a reference to that particular string. In case if XYZ is not there, then the JVM will create a new string, that is the XYZ string. So followed by this, we have our next question, that is, what is an exception? So the answer for this question is, an exception in Java is considered as an unexpected event that can disrupt the normal flow of the program. So for example, just consider that you are going to write a program for division operator. So after you finish your program, your evaluator might want to test your code to the extreme levels. So instead of providing a proper number, imagine that your evaluator is providing a wrong input, such as special symbols, sometimes 0 or any other sort of input. So if this kind of input is provided to your program, then your program might crash. So you can avoid this kind of crash by using exception handling. So basically you can use try and catch blocks. So you can embed your code inside the try block and say to your program that if any kind of wrong input such as special symbol or 0 is provided by the evaluator, then send a message saying wrong input or divide by 0 exception. So this kind of approach will provide an output, but this kind of approach will avoid your program from crashing. So this is how exceptions are handled in real time. So followed by this, we have our next question. What is final keyword in Java? So the answer for this question is, the term final is a predefined word in Java that is used while declaring values to variables. When a value is declared using the final keyword, then that particular value of that particular variable will remain constant throughout the execution of program. So sometimes if you include a normal variable and provide an operation on that particular variable, then the value of that particular variable will change after the execution of program. But when you declare the same variable using final keyword, then no number of operations or any kind of manipulations applied onto that variable will not change the value of that particular variable. So that's the speciality of final keyword in Java. So followed by that, we'll dive into the next question, that is, what happens when the main method is not declared as static? So the answer for this question is, when the main method is not declared as static, then the program may be compiled perfectly, but ends up with a serious ambiguity and throws a runtime error that says no such method error. So when you basically declare a main method, don't forget to specify the static keyword. So with this, we finish the beginners segment of questions. Followed by the beginners segment, we have the next segment, that is the intermediate level segment. So the first question in the intermediate level is, what is JDK, and mention the variants of JDK. So the answer for this question is, so JDK is basically an abbreviation for Java Development Kit. This is a combined package of JRE, that is the Java Runtime Environment, and developer tools used for designing Java applications and applets. Oracle has the following variants for Java Development Kit. So the first one is the JDK Standard Edition, which is normally used by beginners and intermediate developers. Next, after the JDK Standard Edition, we have the Java Development Kit for Enterprise. So this particular Enterprise Edition is used by professional Java developers for developing Java-based applications and frameworks. Now the last one is the Java Development Kit Micro Edition. Now followed by 21st question, we will dive into the next question that says, brief access specifiers and types of access specifiers in Java. So the answer for this question is as follows. Basically, access specifiers are predefined keywords used to help a Java virtual machine to understand the scope of a particular data member or data manipulating method within a class or outside the class. So in Java, we have 4 types of access specifiers. The first one is public access specifier. So when you declare a data member or a data manipulating method as public, then that particular data member or method can be accessible by any class or object throughout the package. Followed by that, we have the private access specifier. So unlike the public access specifier, when you provide the private access specifier, then the accessibility of that particular private data member or the data manipulating method will be provided to specific classes and specific objects only. And finally, we have the protected access specifier. So the protected access specifier is a bit more secure than the private access specifier. So the access for this particular protected data member or protected data manipulating method could be a little more difficult to access unless you are going to implement everything which is present in that particular package. So basically, if you are trying to access the protected data member or protected data manipulating method of a different package, then you need to first import the package into your existing package. So that's how the protected access specifier works practically. So finally, after the major 3 access specifiers, we have the default access specifier. So default access specifier will be provided by the Java virtual machine. So in case if you declare a variable or a data manipulating method without using any specific access specifiers that are public, private and protected, then JVM implicitly considers the default access specifier. So there is no much of a difference between the public access specifier and the default access specifier. Both have the same functionality and accessibility. So followed by this question, we enter into the next question, that is, can a constructor return a value? So the answer for this question is as follows. Yes, a constructor can return a value. It basically returns the current instance of a class implicitly. You cannot make a constructor return a value explicitly, but automatically it returns the instance of a class. So the next question is, explain this keyword in Java. So in Java we do have a keyword which is called as this. So what does the keyword this mean in Java is the question. So the answer for this question is, the term this is a special keyword designated as a reference variable. So the term this keyword is used to refer to the current class properties like data manipulating method, instance, data member and constructors. So followed by the 24th question, we have our next question that says, explain super keyword in Java. So the answer for this question is as follows. The term super is a special keyword designated as a reference variable. So similar to this keyword, even super keyword acts as a reference variable. But the difference is super keyword is used to refer to the immediate parent class object. So followed by the 25th question, we have our next question, that is, explain method overloading in Java. So basically method overloading and method overriding etc. are the concepts of polymorphism. So now let's have a correct answer here. So the process of creating multiple method signatures using one method name is called as method overloading. So for example, consider that you wanted to include an addition operation in your program that performs addition operation. So the first method will be having the name add, and inside the method parameters you'll be having 2 integer types of parameters. Similarly, you wanted to perform another addition operation with the same name add. So here you will provide the method name completely same to the first method, but inside the parameters there is a difference. You are adding 3 parameters here. So when you pass the values to the add method, then which method to be overloaded? That's the confusion, right? So should I overload or should I execute the first add method or the second add method? So this completely depends on the number of parameters you pass. If you are passing 2 parameters, then the first method will be executed. If you are passing 3 parameters, then the second method will be executed. So this is how the method overloading happens in Java. So the process of method overloading can be achieved by using 2 different ways. The first way is to change the number of arguments. So that's what exactly I've discussed before. Now the second way is varying the return type of the method. So with this, let's enter into the next question. Can we overload a static method? So as discussed before, the values of the variables or data manipulating methods will not be changed when we have used the keyword static in front of it. So the question is, can we overload a static method? Now let's discuss the answer for this. The answer is no. Java does not support overloading of static method. The process would throw an error reading static method cannot be referenced. So followed by this, we have our next question. So the next question is, define late binding. The answer for this question is, binding is a process of unifying the method call with the method's code segment. Late binding happens when the method's code segment is unknown till the method is called during the runtime. So followed by this, we have our next question. Define dynamic method dispatch. So the answer is, the dynamic method dispatch is a process where the method call is executed during the runtime. The overridden method is called through a reference variable of superclass. So this process is called as runtime polymorphism. Now we have our next question. Why is delete function faster in linked list than an array? So basically, linked list and array are the Java collections, or in other words, it's also considered as data structure. So to answer this question, you need to understand the analogy of linked list and array. So basically, an array is a complete memory block of consecutive memory locations. So consider that your memory location starts from 100 and your array has 10 locations. So it's a complete reserved block of from 100, 101, 102 to 109. So you have 10 memory blocks. So in case if you wanted to add a number or delete a number, then you had to make changes to the complete memory block. But when you come into linked list, you have the memory blocks used from the memory heap. So basically what you do here is you basically connect the nodes through addresses. So in case if you wanted to eliminate a number, then what you do is just to manipulate the addresses. So the address of the consecutive node will be changed. So that's the only change what you make. So now this is the reason why the delete function or any kind of manipulation function is faster in linked list compared to array. So now let's have a brief answer on this. Delete function is faster in linked list as the user needs to make a minor update to the pointer value so that the node can point to the next successor in the list. Now followed by this, we have our next question. Give a briefing on the life cycle of a thread. So the life cycle of a thread includes 5 stages, which are as mentioned below. Newly born state, runnable state, that is it provides the JVM with a feedback that I'm ready to run now, followed by that the running stage where the thread is actually running, followed by that the block stage. So basically the thread will be blocked for some reasons, for some intermediate output or something, if the thread is waiting for an input from another source or something similar. So that's where the blocked state comes to existence. And finally the dead state. Once after everything is processed, the thread is eliminated by JVM. Now followed by this, we have our next question that says, explain the differences between the operators provided here. So the operators might look similar, but they are different. Now let's understand about these operators in a much better way through the answer. So the answer for this question is, although they look similar, but there's a huge difference between them. So the first operator, which looks like 2 greater than symbols, perform the operation of right shifting. So when you provide a binary number or binary value, then the bits will be shifted towards the right. And the second symbol or the second operator, which is having 3 greater than symbols, is used to shift out the 0 filled bits. So this is the functionality of these 2 operators. Now followed by that, let's have the 33rd question. Brief the life cycle of an applet. So the answer for this question is, the life cycle of an applet basically involves the following stages. The first stage is the initialization stage, next is the start stage, third is the stop stage, fourth is destroy, and finally we have paint. Now the next question is, why are generics used in Java? So the answer for this question is compile time type safety is provided by using generics in Java. So this approach allows the users to catch unnecessary invalid inputs at the time of compilation. Generic methods and classes help programmers to specify a single method declaration, a set of related methods, or with a single class declaration, a set of related types. So followed by this, we have our next question. Explain externalizable interface. So the answer for this question is the externalizable interface helps with the control over the process of serialization. The externalization interface incorporates read external and write external methods. So we have listened to a new term here, which is serialization. So what exactly is serialization? Serialization is a process of sending your Java code or Java project from one computer system to a different computer system. So basically, if you wanted to execute some kind of Java program from a different location, then you serialize this particular code to a different location where you actually want to execute, and this particular process of transferring your code is called as serialization. Now the next question is explain daemon thread. So the answer for this question is the daemon thread can be defined as a thread with least responsibility. The daemon thread is designed to run in a background during the process of garbage collection in Java. The set daemon method is used to create the daemon thread in Java programming language. So we have our next question now. Explain the term enumeration in Java. So the answer for this question is enumeration or enum is an interface in Java. Enum allows the sequential access of elements stored in a collection in Java. Now the next question is, why is Java considered as a dynamic programming language? So the answer for this question is Java was designed to adapt to an evolving environment. Java programs include large amount of runtime information that is actually used to resolve access to the objects in real time. So this is the reason why Java is considered as dynamic programming language. Now followed by this, we have our next question. Can you run a code before executing the main method? So the answer for this question is yes, we can execute any code even before the main method. We will be using the static block of code in the class when creating the objects at load time of the class. Any statements within the static block of the code will execute it once while loading the class, even before the creation of objects in the main method. Now the last question in the intermediate section is how many times the finalize method is called. So the answer for this question is the finalize method is called by the garbage collector. So for every object, the garbage collector calls the finalize method just for once. Now with this, let's enter the advanced segment of interview questions based on Java. So the first question in the advanced segment is, can the keywords this and super be used together? So the answer for this question is no. This and super keywords should be used in the first statement in the class constructor. So the following code segment will give you a better idea. So you can see that we have used the keyword super and this in the class constructor. That is the first class constructor. Now this is how you can use super keyword and this keyword together in case if you wanted to use. So with this, let's continue with the next question in the advanced level. So the next question says explain JSP page. So the answer for this question is JSP is basically an abbreviation for Java Servlet page. So the Java Servlet page consists of two types of text. The first is the static data and the second one is Java Servlet page elements. Now the next question is explain JDBC. So the answer is JDBC is an abbreviation for Java Database Connector. JDBC is an abstract layer used to establish connectivity between any existing database and to a Java application. Next question is explain the various directives of JSP. So the directives are instructions processed by JSP engine. After the JSP page is compiled into a servlet, directives are used to set page-level instructions, insert data from external files, and specify custom tag libraries. Directives are defined between the following symbols. So these are the symbols that are used to specify the directives in a JSP page. The different types of directives are shown as below. There are three types of directives. They are include directive, page directive, and taglib directive. So include directive includes a file and merges the content of the file with the current page. The page directive is used to define specific attributes in the JSP page like error page and buffer. The taglib directory is used to declare a custom tag library which is used in the JSP page. Followed by that we have the next question. What are observer and observable classes? So the answer for this question is objects that subclass the observable class maintain a list of observers. When an observable object is updated, it invokes the update method of each of the observers to notify that the observers that it has changed its state. The observer interface is implemented by objects that observe observable objects. Might be a little confusing, but you need to read this answer once again. You can pause it and you can read this answer once again so that you can get a brief understanding of this. Followed by that we have the next question. What is session management in Java? So the answer for this question is a session is essentially defined as the dynamic stage of a random conversation between the client and the server. The essential communication channel includes the string of responses and requests from both sides. Typically, the most popular way of implementing session management is the employment of a session ID in the communicative discourse of the client and the server. The next question is brief about Spring Framework. Spring Framework is basically the framework of frameworks. Now the answer for this question is Spring is essentially defined as the application framework and inversion of control container for Java. Basically, the chief purpose of Spring Framework is to create enterprise applications in Java. Also, it is especially useful to keep in mind that the central features of the Spring Framework are essentially conducive to any Java application. So the next question is explain JCA in Java. So the answer for this question is JCA is basically an abbreviation for Java Cryptography Architecture. So JCA provides a platform that gives architecture and APIs for encryption as well as decryption. JCA is used by the developer to combine the application with the security measure. It also helps in performing the third-party security rules. It uses the hash table, encryption message digest, etc. to implement the security. So the next question is explain JPA in Java. So the answer for this question is JPA stands as an abbreviation for Java Persistence API. The JPA is enabling us to create the persistence layer for desktop and web applications. JPA deals with the following: Java Persistence API, Query Language, Java Persistence Criteria API, Object Mapping Metadata, etc. So the last question in our list is explain the different authentications in Java servlets. So the answer for this question is authentication options available in servlets are as follows. The first one is basic authentication. So the basic authentication consists of username and password provided by the client to authenticate as the user. The second one is form-based authentication. In this particular type of authentication, the login form is made by the programmer by using HTML. Followed by that, we have the third type of authentication, that is digest authentication. Digest authentication is similar to basic authentication, but in this the passwords are encrypted using hash formula. This makes digest more secured. And lastly, we have the client certificate authentication. The client certificate authentication requires that each client accessing the resource has a certificate that it sends to authenticate itself. This requires SSL protocol.
In this video, we are going to explore the powerful capabilities of GitHub Copilot and how it can transform your coding workflow. GitHub Copilot is an AI-powered code completion tool that is going to help you write code faster and more efficiently, whether you are building simple scripts or complex applications. In this video, we will cover how to set up GitHub Copilot, how it generates code suggestions, and how you can use it to enhance your coding experience. Plus, we will walk through some practical examples and show you how GitHub Copilot can assist in debugging, improving code quality, and even learning new coding techniques. By the end of this video, you will have a clear understanding of how to integrate GitHub Copilot into your development process and leverage it for maximum productivity. So let's dive in and see what GitHub Copilot can do. But before that, just a quick info, guys. Simplilearn has got generative AI course. You can unlock the future of AI with our top-rated Gemini courses. You can elevate your creative capabilities with our highly acclaimed generative AI course. Dive into the AI-driven innovation and explore key concepts like generative AI, prompt engineering, ChatGPT, and many more. Acquire cutting-edge knowledge to gain a competitive edge and advance your career in the evolving AI landscape. So hurry up now and join the course. The course link is mentioned in the description box. So let's start with understanding what is GitHub Copilot. GitHub Copilot is an AI-powered coding assistant that was created by GitHub in collaboration with OpenAI's Codex. It is designed to understand the context of your code and provide intelligent suggestions as you type. Whether you are writing a simple function or tackling complex logic, Copilot is here to make coding faster, smarter, and more efficient for you. Now, let us discuss some of the key features of GitHub Copilot. The first one is code completion. GitHub Copilot can help you complete your code by suggesting the next part of your function, or even an entire block of code based on what you are currently working on. Next is provides smart suggestion. It doesn't just fill in the missing lines of code, but also Copilot suggests complete functions, fixes errors, and even proposes improvements based on the pattern. It learns from millions of open source projects. Next, it provides multilingual support. It works across many popular programming languages including Python, JavaScript, TypeScript, Java, Ruby, and many more. No matter the language, Copilot is just ready to assist you. And finally, Copilot is context aware, meaning Copilot understands the context of the code you are writing, meaning the suggestions it makes are tailored to your current task. It doesn't just suggest random snippets, but provides relevant solutions based on your code. Now let me show you a small demo. So I have given the prompt, write the code for Fibonacci series. And as soon you press enter after this, you could see all over here, it has started giving the suggestions. And finally, it has given me the code. So you can see how easily it is able to complete the given code. Now let me show you the next one. Suppose I'm creating a function to add, okay? Function add, and you could see it has already given me suggestion, which is automatically completing the given code. So I'll just press on the tab and you could see it has given me the given function. Now in order to subtract, this is also showing. So I'll just click on tab and press enter, then again tab, and you could see it has given me two functions. One for addition, one for subtraction. Let us see, does it has any more suggestions? So you could see it has already given me the multiplication one. Now, similarly for division, it has given me. So based on what you are trying to do in your given project or what is your task, if you are interacting with GitHub Copilot, it will make your work a lot more easier. Now, let us move ahead to the next part, where we will be installing GitHub Copilot in our VS Code. So to get started with GitHub Copilot, just right click on this. And in order to access GitHub Copilot, you need to have the paid version of this. So you need to take the subscription for Copilot. So Copilot for individual is around $10 per month. Then for business, it is around $19 per month. And for enterprise level, it is $39 per month. So we won't be taking this. We are going to take it for individual. Just click on start a free trial. And since I have already taken it, so it will direct you to the payment page. But for me, it's showing a different one because I have already taken the subscription of this. Now, based on this, you will be directed to GitHub Copilot for your ID. Now just click on this, and you could see all over here there are a lot of IDEs present: Azure Data Studio, JetBrains IDE, Vim Neo Vim, Visual Studio Code, and Xcode. So for all these IDEs, GitHub Copilot is there. Now we want to use it for Visual Studio Code. So let us understand what is the prerequisite. So the first thing is you need to have subscription to Copilot, like I have said to prior. So in order to get the subscription, just click on this link and you will be directed to that page where you need to buy the subscription of Copilot. Next is compatible version of Visual Studio Code. So guys, for this, in order to use Visual Studio Code, you must have a proper version installed. So here it is mentioned 17.8 or later. So in order to install Visual Studio Code of this version, just click on this given link as suggested on the documentation, and you could easily download it all over here. Now download Visual Studio Code from here. So you could see there are three options given: free download, free trial. Free trial is there, but we are taking for the community purposes. So just click on this, and here you are going to get started with downloading. Since I have already installed it, so I won't be doing it. Now, the next thing that we have to do all over here is account integration. Now, let us go on the extension panel and type GitHub Copilot. So you could see all over here, I have already written GitHub Copilot, and this extension is showing. So you have to search it all over here in the search bar, and you need to install this. So I have already installed this all over here. And after this, what do you have to do? Guys, you need to sign up all over here to your GitHub account. So in order to have GitHub Copilot, you need to have a proper GitHub account in which you should be having a paid subscription of this. So after this, what all over here, it is going to suggest you to sign to the GitHub. Now click on the given link and open the authentication page, type the code or password which is being asked. And similarly way, your GitHub Copilot will be all set. Now let us set up our project. For this demo, we'll be creating a simple JavaScript application that will fetch the data from an API, and it is going to display it on the web page. So for the same purpose, what we'll need style.css, index.html, demo.js. So let us create this folder. So I have already created a folder called test, and under this, these three files are present. Now let us go to our index.html file, and let us ask Copilot to create basic HTML structure, and you could see all over here. So it has created the given structure. Just click on tab, and you could see all over here that our basic structure for this is already set. Now let us move ahead. Okay, so if something you want to add extra all over here, like for someone, I would say, who don't have any experience with these programming languages, I would suggest first learn them and then move to this tutorial. But since I'm already having a knowledge of HTML, CSS, so I find some things are missing, like I need to update my title all over here. So I would say this as an JavaScript API demo. Now we have the viewport content. Okay, we have the title. Now we could see all over here that this thing was missing. So I'll just add it up. So let us see, it is showing any other suggestions. Now let us cross verify that the code we have got is sufficient. So while looking at it, we could say that this is just a basic structure. So our head is closed all over here. Our HTML is closed all over here. Okay. We have the script. Okay, now if I talk about, now there is one more thing that we have to do all over here, that is to create a div container, okay, where we are going to keep our demo.js file, and this will be done in the body. So click on the body all over here. Okay, create a div container, and let us say give the ID all over here. So you could see all over here when I created div, so it has already given me the given suggestions. So H1 would be JavaScript API demo, button on click, fetch the data, get the data from the button, and div ID output. So which sounds pretty much sufficient because I wanted these functionalities. Now let us move ahead to the next part. Now in this section, what we are going to do, guys, we will be creating a JavaScript file to fetch the data from a given API. Now in this demo.js, let us ask Copilot create a basic API to fetch data from the server. Okay, so it has given already a suggestion. I would just click on enter, but see, it's giving me express. So this is a part of Node.js which we don't want it. Now what I'm going to type, fetch data using async function. Okay, now let us see. So you can see all over here, it has created the function where the function name is fetch data, and it is given for the response equals to await fetch, and then it's giving the JSON file all over here, await fetch https JSON placeholder typecode.com. Then the data it is awaiting from this API, and finally it is printing the log data. Now with the help of fetch function, we are trying to fetch the data. So you could see all over here that as we typed the function name fetch data, okay, and it has suggested the entire function body based on the knowledge of common API fetch patterns. This actually shows that how Copilot can help you suggesting commonly used code snippets. Now let's process the data we fetch and display it on our web page. So in our fetch data function, what I want to do, we want to loop through the data and display the titles all over here. Okay. So now first, before doing what we need to do next, let us follow this page. Okay. So you could see all over here. So we have the user ID, ID1, title, something is there, completed false. Now let us replace this with something else. Okay. You could see all over here, I have changed the URL for this, and in this I could see we have the given user ID, title, and the users are increased, okay, but the user ID for them is same. So we have a lot of data like this, and this is for the post data. Now let us do something else. So what I want to do next is that I want this fetch function to fetch the data, and the idea all over here is to loop through the data and display the titles of the posts on the page. So I want to update my this JS. So let us write a prompt all over here. So we are going to update the Copilot. Now I want to update demo.js file, and I want you to loop through the data given by the URL and display the titles of the post. So update it. So we have given the prompt. Now let us see what is generating. Now you could see all over here, it has given us this function. Okay. Now fetch data dot then data for each post, and then it has given the, we can say, catch if and else block. Now you have two options all over here, either to accept it. If you are understanding that this logic is correct, you can accept it, or you could click on discard. So mostly it has given us the correct code. Okay. Now you could see as you click yes, it has already gotten integrated into your VS Code. Now as a software developer, so let me check what extra things that I need to do. Now we could see all over here, we have the basic thing set up all over here, but few things are missing. So what I'll do first, so after this, okay, So this function should be kept inside it. Now I will cut this, okay, and paste it right all over here. Now what next thing I want to do is I want to create a container. So let us create a container, constant container, and this will equals to document. So just click on tab and you could see it is automatically completing. The next line that I want to do is, so this function I have to update it. So but you could see there are other suggestions which are given. So I'll just right click all over here and you could see data for each post. So it is changing for post. It is used the arrow function, and here the element, it is asking document dot create element div. Now it is changing the inner element, okay. So asking the inner HTML file, and it is accessing the title, and now it is appending finally the given title which has accessed all over here. So basically we have created a container, okay, to take up the title, and this has been appended in this div container. So we don't need practically these things. So I just will close this, okay. Now the next thing that we have to do all over here is to call our fetch data function. So click on tab and you could see it has suggested it. Now in this we have written the basic structure to select the container element that Copilot has suggested all over here. Then we have applied the for each loop, which is a very common method to iterate over the arrays and process each element. So in this given example, we saw like how Copilot has accelerated our development workflow by suggesting the right approach. Now, in the next process, let us add some basic styling to our page to make it look better. So GitHub Copilot can also assist in generating styles. So first open your style.css file all over here and let's start styling the page. So let us ask Copilot to add some basic style for container and text. So let us ask add some basic style for container and text. Now you could see all over here it has already given us. Now click all over here. But before that, let us add the styling for our body. So write dot body and you could see it has given us the suggestion. Just click on tab and it will be auto completed. Now the next thing that we have to do all over here is we could see font family is there, font size is there, okay. We have the background color, okay, we have the padding, we have the margin, okay. Now let us change a bit all over here. Let it be 20 pixels, okay. So and margin we could say this will be around say 10, okay. Background color is white, color is black, okay. What we can do with the color all over here, we could change the color. So let us take another color from this. Let's say it is some sort of this color, okay. So okay, just add it up. Now next thing for this color, we'll also change this. Let us move to the whitish color. Just click on this and it's done. Now we have the line height, okay, but we don't have the data container, okay. So for the data container, what you could do all over here. So when this ends, so write a hashtag and click on tab. So we have width, okay, but here I want to also add display. So add the display all over here. Say we'll keep the display as flex, okay. Now, and we could keep the flex wrap as wrap. Then do we have the gap all over here? No, we don't have the gap. So just add gap and we could give gap as around say 10 pixels. So edit this around 10. So guys, one word of caution, like you don't have to blindly accept the suggestions which Copilot is giving. It is going to give you basically a template, and after that you need to keep improvising it, because ultimately you have to interact with this tool. And the core idea all over here is that you don't have to write this, you don't have to hard code this. Ultimately you have to adjust it, and you need to see it like, is it on the right range? So those are the important things to note of. Now let us add the data container div. So click on hashtag data div. Okay, sorry, it will be data container, and click on tab, and it has given us a certain blueprint of this. So here what I actually want is to keep display, okay, flex wrap and gap as 10 pixels. Pretty much fine for this. Now after this, all over here, this is our data container, okay, div, and okay, for this we will keep only display, flex and gap. And for this container one, we can add the background color, and also we could add the padding. So let us add the background color, and say our color could be this. Okay, we could change the color based on this. So I want this color to be bit, okay, let us keep the background color as black. Okay, now here the next thing is padding. So let us add the padding all over here. So padding, you could see around 10 pixels. Okay, now we have done rightly all over here. Now I want to give the border radius. Okay, so add the border radius all over here, and we could keep the border radius around 5 pixels. Then moving ahead, we need to have the box shadow. Okay, that's another CSS, and we could keep it around 0 pixels, 10 pixels. Okay, so it has given me this suggestion, but I actually want to go with different one. So 0, and here I want to add 2 pixels. In next one I would keep it as 5 pixels. Okay, then I could use RGB. Okay, and similarly let's keep it for the trial. Okay, later on if we want to adjust it, we could adjust it. So our box shadow is done. Okay, now finally we'll add the width. So if I talk about the width, you could see I need 200 pixels for this. So let us keep this. So our data container is done, data container div is done. Okay, now since we have not added any image, okay, so that's not required. So for body we have done. Now by mistakenly I wrote this also, so but this is not needed because this is covered in both of them. So in this we have added some basic styling. So after repeat. So after adding some basic styling to the body and creating a responsive container for displaying our post, we notice that how Copilot is providing the right CSS suggestions, making it easier to get a clean and modern layout. Now it is a time for a test. Now let us see if the test app is working as expected. If there are any errors, then GitHub Copilot can help us debug by suggesting the fixes. Now let us try to run this. So, and I'm very much sure that there are some errors happened in this code, which I might have deliberately done, but let us see how it works. Now just click on F5, and you could use web vs Chrome. Now in order to run this application, we'll be installing one more extension. So just click right on extension and type live server. So just right click on this and install it. Now after this, open your HTML index.html file and just open with live server. Now you could see all over here that Copilot has created a basic HTML structure, and it has given us a title, Now let us see if we are really getting the data. So based on our CSS, we could see our CSS didn't get applied here, but our logic is right all over here. Now after clicking this button, it's also not working. Now let us see if Copilot can really help us in deducting the errors that we have committed. Now, as you can see all over here, that let us first verify what is the CSS. So we have body, data container dev. Okay. Now what we have used, so we have used body dev h1, okay, and there is nothing mentioned as dev container or data dev. So let us ask Copilot. So let us ask Copilot for the same. Say, I want to check the CSS applied in my style.css when taking in respect to my index.html file. Also, after clicking the button, it's not giving me the title. Please resolve. Now you could see all over here that it is showing that the body tag should be placed outside the head tag. Okay. Now the fetch data function should be defined in the script.js file, which is missing. Okay. So we have not defined the fetch data function properly. So it has given us the proper code. Let us copy and paste this. Now you can see all over here that I have copied this. Okay. And I have updated my index.html file. Now the next task, it is saying to rename it. So let us rename it with scripts or .js. So let's type, okay. So this file has become script.js, and you could see all over here that with the respective script.js file, we have, particularly done all this thing. Now, if you could see all over here that I have created the same functionality, but it's time to finally update our style.css. So let us see what suggestions it is given by our style.css. Let us copy this. Let us delete this and let us paste this. Now finally click on autosave. Okay. Now right click all over here, and you could see our CSS has been modified a bit. But still, clicking on get data, our function is not returning the given output. So what we can do for the same, so we will again interact with GitHub Copilot, and you can ask, after entering the, okay, so after clicking on get data, it's not displaying the output. So you could see all over here, it has given me the basic demo.js file. So now we will again rectify it. So go to your script.js, okay, and okay, just paste it all over here. Now, next thing, what it has told us that to update it. Now it is telling us that this is correctly linked. But right now, as you can see all over here, the name has changed. So we'll update the name. So for the same purpose, just copy all over here and go to your index.html file. Okay, click on everything, delete it and paste it. Now see where demo.js is written, just replace script.js. Now what is the next advice it has given? Okay, so as you can see all over here, let us see whether it's working or not. So since our VS Code is still in autosave, so we don't need to save it manually. So we can go again. And as you can see all over here, when I'm trying to refresh it, it is already giving me the title of the respective thing. Now, if you want to play with the CSS, you can still interact with the GitHub Copilot like I was doing. But actually, now I want to do some modification. So whenever I'm refreshing it, I don't want this title to be displayed. Whenever I click the button, then only it displays me. So let us type to the GitHub Copilot and ask that what suggestion it could give us. So go to your Copilot and say the issues which you are facing and make your prompt much more clear, okay, because it's a generative AI tool and here we have to interact with the tool as much as you can. But your prompt should be very much clear, because if you give any prompt which is not complete or which has very less information, then it is not going to revert you the right answers. So keep that in mind, keep your prompts. So how you can make your prompt efficiency very good is by creating an applications or creating small mini project and see like how you are interacting with it. So let us ask Copilot now, like I don't want the titles to be displayed whenever server is live. I want click the get data button, then only it displays the title. So you can see all over here I have given the prompt and let us see what it has given me. So you can see all over here it has given me the updated index.html file. So let us update this. Let us click everything. Okay. Now let us move ahead to our script.js file. Okay. So guys, as you can see, I have asked GitHub Copilot regarding the issue which was coming, and I have updated my index.html, script.js and style.js. Now let us see what exactly we have done. So what we have done all over here, that the thing which we are not doing is to first, clearing the previous data. Okay. So for the same purpose, I have added this code given by Copilot. Then we were looping. Okay. This one we have done already. Now, after clicking the button, we want to change the background color. For this, we have added this functionality. If we are getting any API error, so it's going to catch up from this code. Okay. So we have done little bit of adjustment, and also in our index.html, we have also added a button functionality also. So this fetch data functionality, okay, which is going to redirect to this function, which is finally returning the given data, or basically the title from the given APIs. And style.css have been updated based on it. So you can see all over here, we have updated font family, we have done transition, we have done padding. Okay, we have added a new functionality for hovering, okay, for which the background color is blue, and we are transforming it with the scale of 1 to 1. And then we have added the container. Okay, so these are some of the basic class CSS classes that we have added and updated it so that with respect to our index.html file. Now let us try to see our application. So my live server is on, and for you, if you have stopped it, so just select all, and what you can do, open with live server. And there's a shortcut for this also, that is Alt L or Alt O. Now let us direct. So you can see all over here we have seen that our title is a little bit bold and there is spaces, and you can see the hovering functionality. So you can see currently our color for the button is white, okay, but whenever I hover around it, so it changes to blue. And you could also change the text style all over here in this button. Now let us see whether this is actually working or not. So right click on get title, and you could see this amazing functionality that it is also changing our background color, and we have got the title from this API Okay, let me show you the API, which is https JSON placeholder typeaicode.com/post. So this is a dummy API from which we are getting the data.
By 2025, if you are not using AI to code, you might be falling behind. That might sound extreme, but the truth is AI is changing how we develop software at lightning speed. Whether you are a beginner or an experienced programmer, AI tools are opening up new opportunities you might not have thought possible. In this video, I will show you the top AI coding tools that will make you feel like you have got a full team of developers at your disposal. No matter if you're working on web apps, mobile projects, or data science, AI coding assistant can seriously boost your productivity. Before we get into the list, let me quickly explain what AI coding tools actually are. These tools use advanced machine learning to enhance your coding experience. They can suggest smart code completion, generate full code snippets, and handle repetitive tasks for you. Think of them as a helpful assistant, always there to make coding faster and easier. So now let's check out the best AI coding tools used in 2025.
Before jumping to the demo part, here is a quick info for you. Dive into the future of AI with a generative AI and machine learning course in collaboration with ENICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Learn tools like ChatGPT, OpenAI, Hugging Face, Python, and more. Join masterclasses led by IITG faculty, engage in hands-on projects, and earn executive alumni status. This generative AI and machine learning course enriches your career journey with comprehensive coverage of machine learning, deep learning, NLP, generative AI, reinforcement learning, computer vision, and more. Combining theory with hands-on practice, it offers live virtual session, project with integrated labs, and masterclasses by IIT Guwahati faculty. So find the course from the description box below and the pin comment. So welcome to the demo part of best AI coding tools for 2025. So in this, I will show you top 5 coding AI tools, right? First, we will start with ChatGPT. So I'm not talking about the simple one because simple one is everyone know, but recently ChatGPT launched GPT 4.0 with Canvas. So we'll open this. Here I will write, give me login page code using HTML, CSS and CSS. Okay. See the magic. See, like this. So right now it's in beta version. Okay. So I guess those who have paid version, so they can, use this. So now, see here. What if I want to change these background color, only particular background color. I don't want to change all the code, but I just want to change these color, H2 color, or you can say display, it will block or something else. Okay, I want to change the padding of this particular class, right? So here what I will do, I will select this, and when pop-up will come, ask ChatGPT. So now you can just here you can write, please change background color to blue. I don't know which color is that, but again I want to change it to blue. See, it will change only the background color. See, rest will be the same, right? See here, edited. So this is the best upgrade I can see with ChatGPT with coding, for coding. Okay, so let's see one more. Okay, so here what I will do, let's change the padding. Okay, here I will write increase, what is this, border radius, border radius. Okay, see here is 8, it will increase. See, it did 16, and the rest all is same. So this is one tool. Okay, ChatGPT 4.0 with Canvas. The second is Gemini. Okay, I'm not going to use Gemini into Gemini prompt, but I will open one thing, Google Colab. Okay, so here is Google Colab, and I will open new notebook. So here you will get Gemini inbuilt. Here you can see Gemini inbuilt. But first you have to log in. See, start coding or generate with AI. If I will click on generate with AI, so it will ask me like this. So I will write, give me code to find odd and even in C++. Okay, you can write anything. So I will write enter. See, it's generating and code is here in minute of seconds. Okay, if I will write in Java, the code is here in minute of seconds. Okay, in seconds it will give you. So this is the second. You can use Gemini as well in the, see, while giving prompt here, or you can open Gemini, right? You can open Gemini as well, but it's better if you are using Gemini for code, so use in Google Colab. Why? Because you can use or you can run code directly. Okay, let's try to run it. Let me run it. See, it's running. Wait. Okay, some error is there. Invalid syntax. Why? Okay, why it's giving error? Because I opened this, it's notebook only. Okay, this is the Python notebook, right? That's why it's giving error. Okay, let me run this in Python. Oh my god. See, it's running nicely in Python because it's Python notebook. Okay, so these are the odd numbers and these are the even numbers, and numbers are already given here, right? So this is the second one, and the third one is Claude. Okay, I have to log in it first. So here, so in Claude as well, we have many models. You can say Claude 3.5 Sonnet and Haiku is there, and some more things are there. Okay, and here I will write, okay, please give me code to make snake game in Python. Okay, so see, now it's generating. So some tools are to generate code from the scratch, and some tools are the suggestions tools. Okay, we will see the next one, the suggestion tool, what I am talking about. Okay, so here all the details for this particular code, and yeah, so third model is Claude. So this is how you can use Claude. So there are many models of Claude, like I told you already. 3.5 Sonnet is there, Haiku is there, and there is one more. Okay, where I can't see. Okay, but again, it's it's paid thing. Okay, and the next is Codium. Okay, so I will show you Codium. This is the Codium, right? This Codium is this. So I have already installed this Codium into my VS Code. Okay, see, Codium generate control plus I. See, this is the command. Just write. This is again Python one. Okay, give me code to find the prime numbers in Python. Okay, just submit, and the code will be here. See, okay, code will be here. Or if you write here, find the prime numbers. See, it will give you suggestion. Okay, if I will write define prime, and then see, again suggestion. If I will write this, again suggestion, then yeah, code is complete. Okay, so it will give you suggestions as well. Okay, this is a Codium. So just like Codium, so this is our fourth tool, Codium, and just like Codium, there is one amazing tool which is called AWS Q Developer, Amazon Q Developer. This is the amazing tool. Okay, so recently they jumped into this thing, AI thing, AI coding, and you can install it to Visual Code directly as well. Okay, you can go here, and from where the extensions are there, you can write Amazon Q here. Okay, this thing you can install. Okay, it's like this Codium only. Let me show you some videos. Where are the videos? Okay, so how Codium works. Okay, not here. I will show you in this. See, this is how Codium works. Again, same thing. See, if you write this, again the suggestions will come. Okay, lambda function to publish user, like Codium. Okay, so the fifth one is our Amazon Q. Okay, so there are many models like Copilot. This GitHub Copilot is there. GitHub Copilot is there. GitHub Copilot is there for this AI coding, AI developer tool. And if you are curious to make a website within a second, so there is one more app called, not app, this tool, you can say, WebSim. Okay, see what you like to create today. I will write here Amazon, but okay, let me first, but they use Sonnet 3.5, means Claude. They are using Claude. So I will write here, I want to create Amazon.in. See, it will create website for you. No coding, nothing, all. Directly it will give you website. Okay, it's loading, I guess. So this is how you can use WebSim. Right? See, OnePlus Node, this came. Okay. I just gave Amazon.in and the website is here within a second. Okay. So these are some, important tools to learn or how to use them in 2025, for 2025. Using AI tools for coding is essential to be in the race. Okay, so these are some coding.
Hey everyone, I'm sure you're all aware that every application that we use today has something called the front end, which is the user interface, and the back end, which is the software that accesses data for us, and finally we have the database to store the data. Now these three together form something called as the full stack. So hi guys, welcome to this video on what is full stack by Simplilearn. But before we begin, if you haven't subscribed to our channel already, make sure to hit the subscribe button and the bell icon to never miss an update. So here's what's in store for you. First, we'll have a look at what front-end development is. Then we'll see some of the front-end languages. Then we'll move on to some front-end libraries and frameworks. Then we'll see what back-end development is, understand some of the popularly used back-end languages and frameworks, and finally, we'll have a look at the database. So now what exactly is front end? Every time you open a website, it has several UI components. And once you click on a particular icon, say sign in this case, you get navigated to the sign in or the login page, right? So what happens is that all of these items facilitate navigation and utility. These are collectively called as the front end. So the front end is the visible part of the website or the web application which is responsible for user experience. The user directly interacts with the front end portion of the website or the web application. So now let's have a look at some of the front end languages. So I'm sure you've heard of HTML, CSS and JavaScript. So these are collectively called the front end languages. When it comes to HTML, it defines the structure of websites and formats the web pages. It also defines text documentation. So let's look at a simple example. So here I've made use of the h1 tag, which is the heading tag in HTML, and I've displayed the message hello welcome. So correspondingly, my website displays the same message. So HTML is responsible or it defines what is being shown on the website. Next up is CSS. Now CSS is a style sheet that allows you to alter and style different web components, be it size, font, spacing, etc. It makes the content on the website look more decorative, correct? So now if you have a look at the code here, I've added some styling. I've changed the font style to italic. I've made the text bold and I've changed the color to red. And again, correspondingly, all the changes are seen on the website. Moving on, we have JavaScript. Now, JavaScript is a very powerful client-side scripting language, and it is mainly used for enhancing the interaction of a user with the web page. So again, if you have a look at the code here, I've created a form wherein the user can enter their name. And I've also displayed the message, please enter your name. As a result, an input box is made available where the user can type in their name. Now this is facilitated by JavaScript. So as I mentioned earlier, it is used to make web pages interactive and bring the web applications to life. So next, let's have a look at some front-end frameworks and libraries. Now most of these are JavaScript frameworks and libraries. First we have React, then there's Angular, there's Vue, there's jQuery, and then there's Bootstrap. Now all of these help develop the front end of the application. However, when it comes to React, Angular, and Vue, it's not necessary that you must know everything to create a website. One of them will be sufficient. However, the usage of React is on the rise and most of the developers prefer using React. jQuery and Bootstrap are also powerful frameworks that can be used to create interactive web pages. Now that you know what front-end development is, you must be wondering how the data is being fetched and how this data is being presented in front of you on your screen. Correct? Now this is all facilitated by the back-end of the application. So let's understand what back-end development is. Now back-end basically refers to the server-side development of the application. It is responsible for managing all the database with the help of queries and APIs. So every time the user makes a request, it queries the database and retrieves the data from the database and presents it to the user. And lastly, it ensures data consistency. So now let's have a look at some backend languages and frameworks. Firstly, we have Node. Node and Express.js are packages provided by JavaScript. Then there's Python, which is a very popularly used language. Python frameworks like Django and Flask are popularly used to create the backend of applications. Then there's Java, and Java provides Spring and Java Server Faces, which are also used for backend development. Then there's C#, which provides frameworks like ASP.NET Core and ASP.NET MVC. And other popularly used backend languages are PHP, there's Perl, and Ruby. Database is the collection of interrelated data which helps in efficient retrieval, insertion, and deletion of data from database and organizes the data in the form of tables, views, schemas, reports. Now some of the commonly used database management systems are MySQL, there's PostgreSQL, there's Microsoft SQL Server, there's Oracle Database, and then there's MongoDB. But how can we at Simplilearn help you? If you wish to make a career as a full stack developer, then a certification will come in handy. For that, you could head to our official website and look for full stack development courses. Now we offer the full stack Java Developer Masters program. We also provide the postgraduate program in full stack web development, and we also provide the full stack web developer mean stack masters program. You can go ahead and click on the program and have a look at the overview. If this suits your requirements, you can go ahead and purchase the course.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Mobile and web applications are something that we practically can't live without. From ordering food, to booking flight tickets, to making important bank transactions, these apps have made our lives easier. To cope with the changing demands with respect to user experience and security, web development needs to take a robust and efficient approach. This video tells you what the future of web development will look like. So let's begin by understanding what web development is. A web development involves building and maintaining websites and other web applications. A web developer is expected to convert a web design into a website. They're responsible for how a website or web application looks and functions, from its user interface and page layout to backend systems for gathering data. So a lot goes into building a website. There are several tools, frameworks, and packages that help create web applications. HTML, CSS, JavaScript are the basic languages required to develop a website. JavaScript offers several frameworks and libraries like React, Angular, and Vue. JavaScript and its environment like Node.js and Express.js. Node is an open source cross-platform runtime environment that allows developers to create server-side tools and JavaScript applications. Knowledge of the basic command line like npm, Node Package Manager, is essential. But I'm sure you're aware of all this. So what's going to be new? Well, according to experts, there are 4 major future trends in web development. So let's start and decode them one by one. First up is TypeScript. TypeScript is a superset of JavaScript and is an object-oriented programming language. In simple terms, it is just JavaScript with other impressive additional features. TypeScript supports all JavaScript libraries and frameworks. With an increase in code complexity, JavaScript had to fulfill the requirements of OOP. Hence, that led to the introduction of TypeScript. TypeScript helps with quicker code development, thus improving performance. There are a few improvements with TypeScript that give it an upper hand over JavaScript. Only at the time of development does TypeScript bring out compilation issues. This reduces the chances of mistakes occurring at runtime. A property of TypeScript is that it is strongly typed or enables static typing. Static typing allows type correctness to be checked at compilation time. In JavaScript, this isn't possible. TypeScript is nothing but JavaScript and some additional features, i.e. ES6 features. Some of these features are interfaces, generics, namespaces, null checking, and access modifiers. TypeScript supports IntelliSense, which provides active hints as the code is added. So considering all these advantages, TypeScript is something that will be widely adopted by teams across the globe. Next up is WebAssembly. WebAssembly is a new way to run on the web. WebAssembly, or WASM, is the second universal programming language that all web browsers can understand and run. However, you're not going to be writing scripts in WebAssembly yourself. It's a low-level assembly language designed to be very close to compiled machine code and very close to native performance. What this means is that JavaScript is no longer the only language you can run on the web. Web browsers can run any language now, if that language has a WebAssembly compiler. Even traditional desktop languages like C++ and Rust can be compiled down to WASM with relative ease. WASM currently runs in 94% of users' browsers, with IE, UC Browser, and Opera Mini support being the main things holding it back, as per usual. However, it's backed by developers from Mozilla, Microsoft, Google, and Apple, and support in modern browsers is fast moving. Next up, we have package managers. A package manager or package management system is a collection of software tools that automates the process of installing, upgrading, configuring, and removing software packages for a computer's operating system in a consistent manner. It typically maintains a database of software dependencies and version information to prevent software mismatches and missing prerequisites. NPM is the package manager for the Node JavaScript platform. It puts modules in place so that Node can find them and manages dependency conflicts intelligently. It is extremely configurable to support a wide variety of use cases. Yarn is another package manager that replaces the existing workflow for the NPM client or other package managers while remaining compatible with the NPM registry. It has the same feature set as exciting workflows while operating faster, more securely, and more reliably. Lastly, we have JavaScript dialects. Compiler to JavaScript, there are many JavaScript dialects like CoffeeScript, Dart, Babel, TypeScript, and Svelte that offers better features than JavaScript and ultimately compile to JavaScript. It is likely that these languages will be the future. There are several other predictions like better appreciation for web standard, less client work, and more focus on personal projects, and the need to know more languages. Regardless, the future of web development looks more promising than ever. If you wish to make a career as a web developer, start now.
Today, we will be covering topic how to learn coding using Gemini. So now let's move on to the Gemini prompt. So this is our screen of Gemini. Okay, so here first I will write, hey Gemini, I want to learn coding. So it will give us some basic prompts. So it gave like learning to code is a fantastic design. It's a valuable skill that can open doors to many opportunities. So here is a path, right? So first find your motivation, then pick your first language, then explore online resources. Then in online resources, there are some categories like online courses, video tutorials, coding websites, practice consistently, and you can build project or you can join the community. Okay. So here now I will ask, give me some beginner friendly coding languages. Okay. So here it gave like Python, JavaScript, Scratch. I don't know which language is Scratch. If you are entirely new to coding or even introducing coding to children, Scratch is a fantastic option. Okay, so here is Python, JavaScript, or you need more, you can ask more languages. Right, it will provide you more. Basically, you can ask anything to the Gemini. So here are more Ruby, C#, Swift, HTML and CSS. So we will take HTML because HTML is a foundation language for the web pages or web development, you can say. Or you can choose any of the languages you want. So here I will write, give me study plan to learn HTML language, right? So now it will provide us a proper week wise study plan. So here you can, okay, I can ask phase 2, phase 1. So for what I will do, I will stop it and I will ask, give me week wise study plan. Okay. So here is a quick info for you. If you want to switch careers with AI and ML, then try giving Simplilearn's postgraduate program in AI and machine learning from Purdue University in collaboration with IBM. This course teaches in-demand skills such as machine learning, deep learning, NLP, computer vision, reinforcement learning, generative AI, prompt engineering, ChatGPT, and many more. So don't forget to check out the course link from the description box below and the pinned comments. So here you can see. So here is a week by week HTML study plan, beginner to building website. So this plan offers a more structured approach with dedicated activities for each week. So week 1, foundations of HTML, in which activities are the understand the core concept of HTML, like hypertext markup language, HTML full form, and its role in web development, right? Some resources are there and video tutorial you can watch and website is there. Like week 2, coding your first web page. Okay, set up simple text editor or a free code editor like Visual Code, Studio Code, right? And resources from here you can get. Let me ask, I want week wise topics, right? Because I don't want to go in every particular website or resources it gave. Okay, so here are the topics. What is HTML? Week 2, coding your first topics like HTML coding, writing basic HTML, structure, elements and attributes. Okay, then topics deep into HTML elements like list, tables, forms in week 3, and in week 4 you will deep dive into CSS, right? And here I will write provide me
week-wise. Okay, because I want a particular paragraph tag or BR tag is there, then heading tags are there. So I want that with all the tags name. Right? This is how you can learn HTML. Okay, or you can choose any of your preferred language. Right? Now you can see week 1 HTML basics and essential tags like HTML tag, head tag, body tag, heading tags, and this is paragraph tag. Right? And here week 2 concepts, writing basic HTML code, adding comments. Okay, then list, tables and images, how you can add lists using this tag. And for the table, tr and td tag, rows and cells. Tr means table, rows and table. Okay, then ul, ol, unordered list and ordered list. And week 3, these are form, input table. Then week 4, introduction to CSS. Then you will learn CSS. Right? So here, if you want to learn, let's take heading tags. So give me brief introduction of heading tags in HTML, right? So it will give some brief introduction on how you can apply this heading tags to your particular script, HTML script or an HTML index sheet, you can see. See, this is how you can, this is a brief introduction of purpose of this heading tag. Heading tags define the structure and the hierarchy of headings within your web page. Then the types are H1 to H6 according to the size, you can say, and the structure, search engines and the browser. And this is the example. See, with example, you can just copy code and you can paste it to your Visual Code Studio or whatever the IDE you are using. Right? The best practice is use only one H1 tag for the main heading for your web page, because H1 tag is the bigger one. Okay, so this is how you can learn week wise or any coding languages. So now I want give me basic website code. Okay, so it will give me basic website code for the HTML. Or if you want to learn C++, C or Java, you can ask anything to Gemini. It will give you the see. So here is an example of basic website code. So you can just copy it and you can paste it to your particular file, document file or Visual Code Studio. See, here is a let's break down the code. Doc type HTML. This is a doc type HTML. It is used for this is the inline declares the document type as a HTML. Then HTML tag. Here is the HTML tag. Right? So this tag is not root element of the particular HTML document. So head tag is there, title, why title? This tag defines the title displayed on the browser tab. Browser tab is this. Here you can see the Gemini is here now, like this. Like the body, then H1 tag, then P tag, then A tag, hyperlink tag. Right? That image you can insert for using IMG tag, then source file src. Right? Or what if you want to learn any coding program? So, hey Gemini, I am new to C++ language and I want code of how to find all numbers, odd and even numbers. Okay, so it will give you the code how to find odd and even numbers. Or you can do, if you have any codes, so you can copy paste here and you can debug it, right? You can also do that. So here you can write, see, absolutely, here is the C++ code to find odd and even number. See, nothing you have to do, you have to just copy it and you can paste it to your IDE and you can run it. Okay, so here you can see the explanation. See, hash include IO stream. This line includes the IO input output stream header file which provides input and output functionality in C++. See, using namespace std. So here you can see this statement avoids repeatedly using std before standard library elements like cout and cin. Cout means output and input for this. So then int main is there, int number, then enter integer, prompts the user to enter in particular. Okay, so this is how you can learn any coding using Gemini. Whether you are a beginner or you are an expert with a particular language, you can learn anything, right?
So let's talk about the very first top AI tool, which is Skillora.ai. This AI tool aims to provide the best AI-driven mock interview experience. You can take mock interviews for any job roles and subject, receiving instant constructive feedback. Skillora's AI interviewer listens to your responses and asks dynamic flow of questions to test your depth of knowledge. With the Essential plan, you gain access to 6 AI mock interviews per month. You'll receive instant feedback, ideal answers, and performance reports, helping you upgrade your skills for just $8 per month. The premium plan allows you to enjoy 15 AI mock interviews per month. You'll get the same instant feedback, ideal answers, and performance reports along with priority support, maximizing your learning for only $15 per month. Next up, we have Visco's. Visco's advanced AI coach is designed to elevate your job interview skills, harnessing insights from over 10,000 companies. It offers tailored sessions that simulate real interviews, providing personalized feedback and performance analytics. It transcribes your performance and delivers a conversational experience akin to an actual interview. It also offers customized feedback and performance analytics, helping you refine both your answers and communication skills. During practice session, you can craft questions specific to your desired role and industry, ensuring relevance and depth in your preparation. Supporting various interview styles. The price for AVA services are available for free. Next up, we have Interviewing.io. Interviewing.io is an AI-powered platform that provides candidates with simulated technical interviews. The platform uses machine learning algorithms to assess your coding skills, problem-solving abilities, and communication style. You can get 4 simulated technical interviews for $225. Next up, we have Mockmate. Mockmate is an AI-powered tool that allows you to practice answering common interview questions. This tool provides feedback on your answers and gives tips on how to improve your performance. The service is available for $29 per month. Moving on to ChatGPT. ChatGPT is an AI chatbot that can be used to practice answering interview questions in a conversational setting. The chatbot can be customized to simulate the style of an actual interview, and it provides feedback on your answers. The free plan allows you to get started with writing assistant, problem solving, and many more. You will have limited access to ChatGPT 4o mini, including data analysis, file uploads, vision, web browsing, and custom GPTs. All of this is available at no cost. Then we have the Plus plan, which is for $20 per month. The Plus plan amplifies your productivity by offering early access to new features, access to ChatGPT 4, 4o, and GPT-4o's mini, up to 5x more messages for ChatGPT 4o. You can access to data analysis, upload files, vision web browsing, and DALL-E image generation. You can also create and use custom GPTs. Then we have My Interview Practice. My Interview Practice is an AI tool that allows you to practice interviews in a simulated environment. The platform uses AI to generate interview questions based on your chosen field and provides instant feedback on your responses. This tool is particularly useful for those who want to practice their interview skills in low-pressure environment. The Plus plan is for $49 per month. You get 1 month of access. And the Premium plan is for $57 per month, and you will get access to additional features and many more benefits. Next up, we have Udly. Udly offers real-time interview coaching using AI. It analyzes your speech and body language, providing feedback on how to improve your performance. Udly services are available for free. Now you might be wondering how AI tools can help you ace your job interviews. AI tools can assist in several ways. At first, we have research companies. AI tool provides information about companies' website, news articles, and social media, helping you tailor your answers to the interview's question. Practice questions. AI tool help you practice answering common interview questions, boosting your confidence and preparation. Feedback. AI tool offers feedback on your answers, highlighting areas for improvement and refining your responses. Personalized advice. AI tools provide tips and advice on improving your interview skills, giving you an edge to your next job interview. Choose the right AI tool and select an AI tool that fits your needs and preferences. Use the tool consistently, starting a few weeks before your interview to maximize its benefits. After practicing with the AI tool, get feedback from others to identify areas for further improvement. Dress professionally and be punctual for your interview to make a positive first impression. Show enthusiasm and confidence during the interview to leave a lasting impression on the interviewer. AI tools can significantly aid in interviewing preparation. By using them effectively, you can enhance your chances of success in your next job interview.
Top 10 technologies to learn in 2025. Hey everyone, we're about to dive into something really exciting, the technologies that will redefine our future in 2025. The tech world is changing at lightning speed, and it feels like there's a groundbreaking innovation every single day, right? If you're serious about staying ahead of the curve, you need to be in the know. Whether you're gearing up to kickstart your career or you're already in the game, learning these emerging technologies could be the key to unlocking a world of opportunities. Picture this, by 2025, we're talking about a staggering 75 billion IoT devices across the globe. 75 billion. And the artificial intelligence market, it's projected to hit a mind-blowing 190 billion. These aren't just impressive figures, they're proof of how fast the tech landscape is evolving, opening doors to countless high-paying, high-impact jobs. The best part, you don't need to be a genius to capitalize on these changes. With the right skills, anyone can step into these future roles and thrive. So, if you're wondering which technologies to learn and master, you're in the right place. Let's jump into the top 10 technologies that will dominate 2025 and could totally transform your career. 10. DevOps. Starting with DevOps, heard of it? DevOps combines software development and IT operations, making sure everything runs faster and more smoothly. Think about it. With more companies moving to the cloud, they need updates rolling out constantly without any downtime. Picture a massive Black Friday sale at a big e-commerce company. They rely on DevOps experts to keep everything running seamlessly. DevOps is already a go-to for tech giants like Amazon, Google, and Netflix. And here's the kicker. DevOps engineers earn between $80,000 and $200,000 per year. So if you want a front row seat to the action at top companies, this could be the path for you. 9. Augmented reality and virtual reality. Next up, we've got augmented reality, AR, and virtual reality, VR. If you love mixing the real world with digital experiences, this is the field for you. AR and VR are changing how we see and interact with things, making virtual worlds and enhanced real-world experiences possible. By 2025, AR and VR will be big in areas like gaming, education, and healthcare. Imagine doctors using VR to practice surgeries or businesses using AR to show off products in new ways. The possibilities are huge. The best part, AR and VR developers can earn between $90,000 and $140,000 a year. Plus, you'll get to create exciting, immersive experiences that change how people experience the world. 8. Data engineering. Next, let's talk about data engineering. Well, data is the new gold, and data engineers are the ones mining it. Data engineering is all about building systems to collect, store, and process data. By 2025, the amount of data generated worldwide is going to explode, and companies will need experts to handle it all. Think of a smart city project that uses real-time data from traffic, energy grids, and public transport. Data engineers build the systems that make everything run like clockwork. And with salaries ranging from $81,000 to $160,000, this career offers huge opportunities as the world becomes more data-driven. 7. Quantum computing. Now let's talk about quantum computing, a technology that promises to completely transform the way we process information. Quantum computers can solve problems in seconds that would take classic computers thousands of years to crack. By 2025, as industries like pharmaceuticals and finance adopt quantum computing, this field will be a game changer. Imagine a pharmaceutical company using quantum computing to develop new drugs by simulating complex molecular structures.
Quantum computing professionals will be at the forefront of these breakthroughs, with salaries ranging from $120,000 to $200,000. If you want to be a part of a future where computing power is redefined, this is the field for you. 6. Blockchain. Let's move on to blockchain, the backbone of cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin and Ethereum. But in 2025, blockchain will extend far beyond digital currency. It will be used for secure data transactions, supply chain management, and even healthcare. Picture a global pharmaceutical company using blockchain to track drug shipments from manufacturer to distributor, ensuring safety and compliance along the way. Blockchain developers are in high demand with salaries ranging from $100,000 to $180,000. If you're interested in security, transparency, and decentralized systems, blockchain could be the perfect tech to dive into. 5. Cloud computing. Cloud computing is another major player. Imagine businesses running their entire IT operations in the cloud, scaling up or down depending on their needs. By 2025, as more companies move their systems online, cloud experts will be essential to keep everything running smoothly. Think of a huge financial institution moving all of its services to the cloud. They'll need cloud computing specialists to manage this massive shift securely. And the rewards are impressive. By 2025, AR and VR will be big in areas like gaming, education, and healthcare. Imagine doctors with salaries ranging from $120,000 to $170,000. This is your chance to help businesses save millions and improve their flexibility, all while working at the cutting edge of technology. 4. Cybersecurity. With everything going digital, cybersecurity is going to be a top priority in 2025. As hackers become more sophisticated, businesses and governments will need experts to protect their sensitive data and systems. Imagine a hospital relying on IoT devices to monitor patients' health. Cybersecurity experts are there to ensure these systems aren't hacked, keeping patients safe. Cybersecurity professionals can earn between $90,000 to $160,000 a year. And beyond the money, you'll have the satisfaction of knowing you're protecting people and organizations from digital threats. It's a role that comes with responsibility, but also great rewards. 3. Generative AI. Here's a real game changer. Generative AI. This technology is revolutionizing how content is created, whether it's text, images, or music. By 2025, industries across the board will be using generative AI to spark creativity and automate processes. For example, a film studio might use AI to generate storyboards or rough drafts of scripts, and professionals who know how to refine and guide this technology will be in high demand. With salaries ranging from $100,000 to $175,000, this is a field that lets you work on cutting-edge AI advancements and be part of a tech revolution. 2. Data science now. On to data science, one of the most sought-after fields today and beyond. Data science involves analyzing massive data sets to draw actionable insights. Think of a large agricultural company using data to predict crop yields and optimize farming practices. This is the kind of problem solving that data scientists tackle. Data scientists can expect salaries between $105,000 and $180,000 a year. What makes this role exciting is the intellectual challenge of working on real-world problems and seeing your analysis drive critical business decisions. If you love numbers and problem solving, this is the perfect field for you. 1. Artificial intelligence, AI. Finally, at the top of the list is artificial intelligence. AI is all about creating machines that can mimic human intelligence, from speech recognition to decision making. By 2025, AI will be deeply embedded in industries like healthcare, finance, and transportation. Think of self-driving cars or AI-powered diagnostic tools in hospitals. This technology is going to change the way we live and work. AI specialists can earn between $110,000 and $200,000 or more annually. It's one of the most impactful fields in tech today, offering you the chance to work on innovations that could reshape the world. So there you have it, the top 10 technologies to learn in 2025. Each of these fields offers exciting career prospects, great salaries, and the chance to work with cutting-edge technology that's changing the world. Remember, the key to success in tech is continuous learning. The tools and languages may change, but the core concepts will always be valuable. Start exploring these areas now, and by 2025, you could be at the forefront of technological innovation. The future is digital, and with the right skills, you'll be ready to thrive in it.
That's a wrap on a full course. If you have any doubts or questions, you can ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.
Staying ahead in your career requires continuous learning and upskilling. Whether you're a student aiming to learn today's top skills or a working professional looking to advance your career, we've got you covered. Explore our impressive catalog of certification programs in cutting-edge domains, including data science, cloud computing, cybersecurity, AI, machine learning, or digital marketing. Designed in collaboration with leading universities and top corporations, and delivered by industry experts, choose any of our programs and set yourself on the path to career success. Click the link in the description to know more.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.